What's up, y'all? We're gonna do some Dawah hunting today. I'm in this one Muslim live. He been going off on everybody. we gonna try to we gonna try to come in, bro, and see what's up with this dude, man. Let's see.
They're in love with the man that did this to them, which is
That makes sense.
All right, what's up, bro?
Hey, what's up, man?
Chilling, bro. So you said you want people to address the screen.
That's right.
All right. So the reason why I don't read the Quran is because when I got to chapter 4157, that threw me off. Where he tried to say that Jesus was not unalived nor crucified, yet it was made to appear so. Me coming from a Christian background, heavy Christian background, that's centric to our belief.
Familiar with Psalm 91?
Uh
Are you familiar with Psalm 91?
yeah, I'm familiar with Psalm 91. How do you tie that in?
What does it say? What does Psalm 91 say?
You want me to pull it up?
Yeah, read.
All right.
Psalm 91 destroys the possibility of a crucifixion and resurrection like a Greek demigod.
Okay.
Psalm 91 says, Psalm 91 promises
Okay. What verse in Psalm 91 did you want to address?
the whole thing. See, we don't cherry pick like you do.
Oh, okay.
Read the whole
All right, I got you. So you want me to read 1 through 16?
Read the whole thing. Yeah, man.
All right.
You know how to read, don't you?
Yeah, I got you. Let's read 1 through 16. All right. Whoever dwells in the shelter of the Most High will rest in the shadow of the Almighty. I will say of the Lord, He is my refuge and my fortress, my God
Stop
in
there.
whom. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, let's take it one verse at a time, right?
Mhm.
What is the first verse talking about?
It says, "Whoever dwells in the shelter of the Most High." So obviously, it's talking about the Most High sheltering you.
Other translations of this verse says, "He who dwells in the secret place of the Most High."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So right away you see how there's different translations of it. The one that I'm referring to, right, is closer. He who dwells in the secret place of the Most High. We Muslims believe that Jesus is currently in a secret place, waiting for his time to return. He never perished. Now keep reading.
Okay, so let me rebuttal really quick before we just break down every single verse.
I'm just giving you something you're unaware of.
Yeah,
Keep
no,
reading.
yeah, no. I listened to you, but now let me rebuttal too, though, so we could build. Because if you want to
Let's
build,
read the whole thing. Let's go through the whole thing.
you just told me to read the whole thing. I read one verse, and then you cut me off to say what you want to say. I got to be able to speak
Right.
too, bro.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so what I want to address here is that nothing in Psalm 91, 1 through 16, ever assumes that there's no possibility that the Messiah could be crucified. So if you would jump to,
You're not even addressing the first verse.
I already addressed the first verse.
No, you didn't. You didn't address the first verse. I stopped you to give you some understanding of that first verse. I'm asking you to read the whole thing, but you don't want to, do you?
Okay, so I'm gonna look. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna read the whole thing. Okay, and then I want you to give me your position. All right, and I would like for you to show me how this proves that a Messiah can't be crucified according to the Bible, because you're in the Bible, and the Bible says that he was crucified. So you're trying to use the Bible against the Bible. But I asked you about something your Quran says, and you went to the Bible. So I would like for at least if once we get done with this, can you at least deal with what your Quran says?
This psalm, right, supports what the Quran says in chapter 4, verse 157. This is what I'm trying to show you.
Yeah, Psalm 91 doesn't support 4157. You can make that connection. I'll listen to it, but I don't think that you can do that. So now here we go. Let me just go ahead and finish. If you want me to read it all, then just let me read it all really quick then.
Go ahead.
All right. So it says, "Whoever dwells in the shelter of the Most High will rest in the shadow of the Almighty. I will say of the Lord, He is my refuge and fortress, my God in whom I trust. Surely He will save you from the faller's snare and from the deadly pestilence. He will cover you with his feathers, and under his wings you will find refuge. His faithfulness will be your shield and rampart. You will not fear the terror of night, nor the arrow that flies by the day, nor the pestilence that stalks in the darkness, nor the plague that destroys the midday. 1,000 may fall at your side, 10,000 at your right hand, but it will not come near you. You will only observe with your eyes and see the punishment of the wickedness. If you say, the Lord is my refuge, and you make the Most High your dwelling, no harm will overtake you, no disaster will come near your tent. For he will command his angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways. They will lift you up in their hands so that you will not strike your foot against a stone. You will tread on the lion and the cobra. You will trample the great lion and the serpent. Because he loves me, says the Lord, I will rescue him. I will protect him for his acknowledgement. For he acknowledges my name. He will call on me and I will answer him. I will be with him in trouble. I will deliver him and honor him with long life. I will satisfy him and show him my salvation. So how does this prove Jesus?
Who's the him? Who's the him spoken about?
How does hold on, my brother? I just want to ask you this. How does this prove?
Who is the him spoken about?
What?
Who is the him referred to in your translation?
You tell me.
The Messiah. If you read the original Greek, right, word for word translation, not what you have in your version.
Yeah.
It reads different.
Okay.
Hang on, I'm speaking.
Right? Yeah, go ahead.
Finish reading it. Right? Now, if you look at the original Greek of this, right, and then you look at the original Hebrew of this, right, it doesn't read the way you're reading. It doesn't read the way you understand it, right? This Psalm 91 is about the Messiah and how no harm or evil will come near his tent. His prayers will be answered. He will be raised up. Not even his heel would be scratched. Now, ironically, the Romans, to kind of, throw some negativity on this psalm, put it in the mouth of Satan when he kidnaps Jesus, supposedly, and says to him, you are who you claim to be, then jump, and angels will raise you up. Right? This is what the New Testament does to this psalm, to kind of try to throw dirt on it.
Okay, so that's what you believe. So do you have any commentary to agree with you that Psalm 91 verse 16 is about Yahweh saving Jesus from the crucifixion?
The whole psalm, not just the last verse. The whole psalm is about the Messiah.
Okay, so that's what I'm asking you. I'm asking you to provide your case for this instead of just saying this is what you think it is.
Your New Testament. Satan says to Jesus, supposedly, when he kidnaps him, if you are who you claim to be, then jump.
Okay.
For it is written that angels will raise you up.
Okay, let me read.
Not even.
Okay, I got you. So let me read you what Psalm 91:16 actually means. Okay, so it says, Psalm 91:16 gathers every preceding promise into a single sentence. God pledges a lifespan sufficient to fulfill his purpose, a heart satisfied by his goodness, an unfolding revelation of his protective care, and the ultimate unveiling of his saving power. The believer, not Jesus, the believer who abides.
Why does it say him, not you?
My brother.
Why does it say
him,
not you?
My brother, it says the believer. I'm a believer. It says
no, you're not. You follow Paul.
All right. Okay. Well, at least let me just finish.
It's the believer. I'm a believer.
No, it says the
Paul.
You follow Paul and you lie on your scripture.
Yeah. These guys.
You're not interested in truth. You're only interested.
Get out of here, bro. Get out of here, bro. Oh man, bro, you can't make it up with these Muslims, bro. Dude literally just kicked me for no reason, bro. Bruh, dude just booted me for no reason. Guys, hold on, bro. This dude just made up his own understanding of Psalm 91:16, bro, to try to say that verse 16 meant that Yahweh is saving Jesus from the crucifixion. You literally go here. Where was I just at? Hold up. But you see how hard it is, bro, to just dude, what is going on? You see how hard it is, like when you're on a Muslim panel, bro, to just like be able to understand that you can freely speak. Look at this. Psalm 91:16. That's why I asked. I said, do you got any commentary that agrees with you? All of it, all of it. All of it. Look, bro. It literally says Psalm 91 gathers every preceding promise into a single sentence. God pledges a lifespan sufficient to fulfill his purpose. A heart satisfied by his goodness, an unfolding revelation of his protective care, and the ultimate unveiling of his saving power. The believer who abides in the Almighty's shadow can rest assured that both time and eternity are safely held in God's faithful hands. I mean, you gotta like spoon feed the Muslims though sometimes, bro. It's so bad that these guys are just let's see if we'll bring me back up. It's so bad, bro, that these guys even conduct themselves like this. And then look at this dude just manifesting. Dawah hunting.
Hello, can you hear me?
These guys are
Yeah, I hear you. What's
these
up,
guys
man?
are so bad, bro. They look at he blocked me.
It's a back to school sale. A lot of moms are shopping with
He
us right now,
blocked
and
me
dads,
out the
guys buying them for
room,
their
y'all.
kids for college.
Look, guys,
this is
when
probably
you
one of the
get-
best
guys,
computers
when
you can get that's
booted out of a
unlimited
room like
that you can do for.
guys, when you get booted out of a room like that, that means the host blocked you out of the room. He blocked me out of the room, bro. You see how ignorant these Muslims are? You see how ignorant these Muslims are? These guys want to have the truth, but this is how they perpetuate the truth. This is how they act like they have the truth. I bring you up, I say a bunch of words, I kick you, and then I claim victory. This is the truth for them, bro. This is the truth for them, bro. We see this all the time, bro, within Islam, bro, when you're dealing with Muslims, bro. Let's see. We got another guy here. Let's see if they bring me up. I'm not even on an alt account.
Will you say no? We say God is eternal, isn't it? So will you say the words of God are also eternal?
What? Yes, his words is eternal. Yes.
Ask about Islam.
I guess he went somewhere.
All right, let's ask about Islam, bro.
Take your time. Take your time.
Let me tell him to up me, bro. Rise me, bro. What's up, servant? Servant, what's up, man?
Yo, what's up, man?
What's up, bro? I'm gonna ask you about Islam, bro. You ready?
Yeah, what you got?
All right. Can you read chapter 2, verses 102 for me in the Quran?
Chapter 2, 102.
Yeah.
Okay, how you been? You been all right?
I've been good, man. Just trying to, save souls the best way I can.
When you gonna take Shahada, man?
my Christian shahada.
Christian Shahada?
Yeah. Coming to the fold of Jesus Christ, man.
I mean, you could do that being a Muslim, right? I know.
Nah, it's not possible, bro.
All right. Hold on. Give me a second. Hold on.
I'm gonna show you why it's not possible, man. Chapter 2, verse 102, man. Hope you ain't getting no calls to kick me, man.
No,
People telling you to kick me already.
Okay. Oh, so you're talking about Harut and Marut.
Yeah.
What about it? What's your contention?
Yeah. So can you like for example, so it says Solomon didn't disbelieve, right? Yet the devils disbelieve.
Yes.
Okay.
What about it?
All right. So where is this story coming from?
Allah, you reading it from where? Quran, right?
I'm reading it from the Quran. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know this story
Yeah.
existed before the Quran, right?
This story existed before the Quran?
Yeah.
Of course, Allah knows about the event. What's your point?
Assalamu alaikum.
You said he knows.
Wa alaikum salam, brother
You
Pat.
said he knows about the event.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's your point?
Was this event documented before the Quran?
Yeah, he revealed the Torah, the Injil, and all these books. Yeah.
So you're saying this event is in the Torah?
Where are you getting it from? What's your contention?
Well, that's what I'm
I want
asking.
you to
I'm
just say it.
asking.
Listen, hold on 1 second.
No, I want
Hey,
one
bro,
thing.
we can't. Here we
Heck,
go
I wanted him to,
already, man.
I want to. All right, go ahead, Pat. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say one thing, brother. Look, we don't need anything outside of the Quran to explain to us what the Quran is. So whether it was mentioned or not, or it didn't happen in your the corpus or not, at the end of the day, we don't need to look at it. All we need, it's enough, for us to say that it was God who knows it, and we don't need anything outside of that.
What if I show you the story existed before the Quran in a fairy tale?
It could have existed, like, for you is a fairy tale, but for us is the reality, because Allah is the one that's telling us.
Nah,
So you might see it as a fairy tale, and for us it will be real.
now a fairy tale doesn't become reality because you believe your God mentioned it. That's not how it works. A fairy tale is a fairy tale. Like if I tell a fake story that never happened and then someone comes and says that they heard from God and retold my story, the story is still fake, right?
How do you know the story is fake?
Huh?
How do you know the story is fake?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm going to show you. It's a fairy tale. I'm going to show you.
Even if you do, and you say that it's fake, to you, or it's in an apocrypha, or it's in one of the Talmudic scriptures, that does not negate that the truthfulness of the Quran. It is not
So
negated.
the Quran,
You're the one who's claiming that it's fake. We're saying it's real.
So when the Quran tells a fake story, when the Quran retells a fake story, a fairy tale, that doesn't make the Quran false?
So let me give you a good example of this. When you look at the story of Gilgamesh and the flood, is Gilgamesh in like the Torah, or is it Noah?
Let me clarify what I meant, because I wasn't clear.
No, but hold on a second.
Nobody ever told you your source was accurate. The source you bring anyway.
Real quick. Let me clarify what I meant. So I'm saying that.
Do you understand what I'm saying, though?
No, I understand what you're saying. That's why I said let me clarify what I'm saying, because I wasn't clear on what I said. So I'm saying that the Quran, definitely the Quran, any other book can mention a fairy tale as if it's that. Your book here in 2102 mentions a fairy tale as if it's true. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so now imagine I come to you and I tell you about a fairy tale of Gilgamesh, but it's mentioned in the Torah. Does that make the Torah false now?
Well, the fairy tale of Gilgamesh isn't mentioned in the Torah. That's the point.
Exactly, but the fairy tale of Gilgamesh has the flood and all of that, and bringing the animals in, and it was Gilgamesh that did it, and all of that. So
that isn't this.
I'm going to say now.
Yeah, that isn't what I'm trying to show you in 2102. In 2102, there's a direct.
What you're saying? Look. I get what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
But then you're giving me a false example, though.
No, it's a perfect example, because like everybody sees the story of Gilgamesh to be a fairy tale.
Yeah, but my brother,
Everybody
but,
sees that
yeah,
to
but
be
hold
a
on,
fairy
but hold on,
tale.
my brother,
But
Gilgamesh
hold
is a
on,
false.
hold on there.
I'm trying to explain to you
Hold
why
on.
Gilgamesh.
Pac-Man, can I answer him?
I'm trying to explain to you why
Wait,
Gilgamesh
can I
is a
answer
false
him?
example. I've already addressed that. I'm showing you that in 2102,
Oh,
there's a direct
yeah.
correlation between the story. This isn't some off story that I'm making a connection to because it sounds similar.
There's a direct,
Yo,
correlation of the story.
Pac-Man.
Yo, hold on, brother. Yo, hold on. You're interrupting me. Why are you
Brother,
interrupting
let
me?
him finish. Let him finish.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, just mute yourself. Yeah. So look, there's a direct, correlation of the story of Gilgamesh to, like the story in the Torah. Direct. Left or right. It's direct.
Okay, so you're not addressing what I'm saying though. I'm saying that
No, you're not understanding.
I understand what you're saying. It's like you're stopping the argument. I was up here to talk to the host to give. Okay,
It's
well
a
then if you're not
false,
stopping the argument, then
it's a false dichotomy.
all right. Well then if you're not stopping the argument, let the argument flow. Let me show you the direct connection.
No, look, what you just said was, hey, there's a story, there's a fairy tale that's mentioned in the Quran to be a real story. Okay, no problem. Let's
Muslims,
just say
bro.
that that's the case.
Muslims, bro.
What about
He's not stopping the argument, but he's stopping the argument. I'm not stopping the argument, but don't tell me the argument.
Let's also discuss Enoma Elish and the creation in Genesis.
Yeah. So,
I mean,
but
I would
even
like to discuss the Testament of Solomon first, since I brought that up first.
Yeah, we can address that.
So what was the contention?
What's your argument?
Yeah, you wouldn't have to ask that if Pac-Man wouldn't have stopped me from doing what I was doing.
No,
Yo,
I just
stop crying, bro. Just give your argument.
I've been trying to this whole time, bro. So in
okay,
chapter,
you don't have to cry anymore. So give your argument.
All right, bro. So in chapter 2, verse 102, what is this in reference to? Are you guys familiar with the verse?
No, not really.
All right, so
can you read it?
Yeah, so let's get you guys are the Muslims, right?
Yeah,
you guys got the Qurans with you?
Yeah, I'm not a memorizer of the Quran.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying you guys got Qurans. Go ahead and read it. So we can read it together.
Hold on, bro. It's the,
all right,
the verse.
Life. What's the verse?
Chapter 2, verse 102.
I'm trying to tell you guys. Am I not audible?
You are.
Everybody can't speak at once, man.
1 minute, y'all. 1 minute, y'all. 1 minute, y'all. Yeah, I'm sorry, y'all. Thank you. My background a little bit, y'all. So y'all hear is get loud. I'm sorry, but he's talking about the verse. If I'm yelling, my bad, because my background. The verse 102, where it says they instead followed the magic promoted by the devils during the reign of Solomon.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Never did Solomon disbelieve. Rather, the devils disbelieved. They taught magic to the people, along what had been revealed to the two angels, Harut and Marut in Babylon. The two angels never taught anyone without saying, we are only a test for you. So do not abandon your faith. Yet people learned magic that causes rift, even between husband and wife, although their magic could not harm anyone except by Allah's will. They learned what harmed them and did not benefit them. Again, they learned what harmed them and did not benefit them, although they already knew that whoever buys into magic will have no share in the hereafter. Miserable indeed.
Yeah.
So y'all
all right.
continue.
Yeah. All right. I think I got your argument here. So yeah. Just because the story or the story slightly differently could have existed in Jewish Apocrypha, the Babylonian legends, and even Zoroastrian theology, it doesn't follow that it's automatically going to be false, or the Quran is going to be false because it mentions it. We would accept what the Quran admits or what the Quran reveals as truth because it's divine revelation. The existence of the story prior to the revelation of the Quran doesn't mean that it's false. And by the way, Life, I'm just going to let you know, you have this. And by the way, Life, you have this same problem in Christianity, but I'm not going to.
Oh, so you admit you have the problem?
No, it's not a problem for us because you're the one. You're the one who's making. I don't know why you're laughing,
you
Life.
we have the
I
same
have you
problem.
clip. Yo, I'm just gonna say this. Life. No, I said you have the same problem. We're not making the positive claim that because a story existed prior to the revelation of the Quran in the 7th century, right? and then the Quran reveals it again in the 7th century, maybe even changing it a bit, right? We don't follow that. That proves that the Quran is false. You're the one proving that. So first of all, you're gonna have to make you never even made an argument for that. You just said, "Oh, well, what if I can show you
what
it
are you
exists in the Quran
addressing?
before?"
You just said you understand my argument and started talking. Now you're saying I never made my argument.
Yeah,
So can I speak?
Yeah, I address. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Exactly, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, y'all just talking, bro. I didn't even get to make the argument. So here we go. So in the Testament of Solomon,
give you the full dichotomy.
Goodness.
Yeah, Pac-Man. Yo, I have this guy clipped running away from Numbers 31:17, but it's fine. Just let him give his argument. He's God Logic's little pet, bro. This guy does not know how to debate. Just go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right.
Let's hear the argument. Go ahead.
I've been trying this whole time, man. Thanks for letting me do it.
All right, we're waiting.
Thanks for letting me do it, man. Finally.
Yep.
All right, cool, bro. So here's what we go. We're gonna go to the Testament of Solomon, bro. Right, a well-known forgery. Anybody can go on pause, teacup, and go look it up right now, and just look up and see if it's a forgery.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna read you something really quick. Now it says, in one brief section, the demons are, for a moment, entirely forgotten, while the magnificence of Solomon's building, the wealth of his treasury, and the homage rendered him by other nations are described to the Queen of the South, is introduced as a sorcerer. It is without a trace of the jinn of the Belkis legend. However, Solomon's power is due to his ring. Pay attention to that part. Solomon's power is due to his ring, his wisdom, and his magnificence, to what the demons have taught him and have done for him. And thus the whole is brought within the writer's circle of ideas. Another very, and we'll just pause. We'll just put a pause in it right there. And I would urge you guys to go to Tafsir al-Tabari for 3834. And it says this: Mahaban ibn Sa'id narrated to me, saying, my mother narrated to me, saying, my uncle narrated to me, saying, my father narrated to me from his father, from Ibn Abbas, regarding the verse. And we certainly tried Solomon and cast upon his throne a mere body. Then he turned to us. Then he said, the body refers to the devil, to whom Solomon had entrusted his signet ring. The devil then casted the ring into the sea, for Solomon's dominion resided within the ring, and the name of that jinn was Sakir. So now I would like for you to address just one specific point really quick, because I'm going to make 5 connections, but I don't want to overwhelm you guys.
Oh, dear God, man, this guy.
Could we agree that there is a connection within the Tafsir surrounding Solomon about having a magic ring that he can control jinns? Did you not just read the connection?
And who's Tafsir?
No, about a magic ring?
This was Tafsir al-Tabari, and he says that this was from Ibn Abbas, where Ibn Abbas is retelling a story. You want me to read it again? It says, from Ibn Abbas, regarding the verse.
No, I'm just.
What are you reading from?
Tafsir
Yeah, he's right.
Who said Ibn Abbas says this, 3834.
Yeah.
3834. Let's see.
Now, can we, and when you read that, can we agree there was a connection between?
Right.
Okay, so there was a connection. Let me just.
We read it.
Let me just
Prophet
say, I know you read it. Let me just say
had a
this.
singlet ring.
Let me just say this. I'm not adding nothing else. I'm just saying, can we agree that what I read in the Testament of Solomon, the fairy tale, the folklore legend, the folklore, we have a connection of Solomon having power due to some specific ring surrounding jinns. Can we agree that I just made that connection there with your Tafsir and the folk tale that existed before Muhammad was even born?
Okay,
so you're saying Suleiman had.
Okay, let me ask him something. Do you have a problem with a previous source, like a source that is before the Quran, and the Quran is mentioning something similar to that source? Do you disagree that somehow it's divine and somehow God revealed it, and it was an oral tradition, not necessarily written in a holy scripture? It was circulating around and somebody took it and he added the story in whatever book. You disagree that this might happen?
Yeah.
Huh?
I'm just gonna add on to that real fast though, Maria.
You did not get that?
Basically
no,
what
I had to clarify. That wasn't clear. That wasn't clear.
She's just asking you. She's just asking you. Does it fall?
I'll make something. I'll give you an example that you know. For example, the Quran mentions that Jesus created birds, right, from clay.
Yeah, that doesn't help you.
Right?
That doesn't help you because that's in
No,
Apocrypha.
I'll show you. I'll show you the correlation between them.
Yeah, that's in the
Are you
infancy
aware-
gospel of Thomas. That doesn't help you.
Exactly. So can you prove to me that this incident did not happen and this miracle Jesus did not perform when he was young?
So yeah, so this is what we're doing here. That's what we're doing.
Yeah,
What are we doing?
Yeah, we're doing that.
Just-
We're
Respond to
showing,
this.
yeah, we're doing
Respond to
that
this.
with the Testament of Solomon. We're not going to the clay birds. We're not.
I understand.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
Yeah,
understand.
the infancy
And
the
what-
infancy
I'm giving
gospel
you
of
the
Thomas has
correlation.
already
Just give
been
your
dealt with by
argument.
historians. Like we're not
I'm
on
giving
that
you.
yet.
I'm giving
doesn't
you
help
something that you can relate to. No,
You're
it
on
is
my
helping.
side. No, I don't relate
It's
to the
literally
infancy
helping
gospel
you,
of
not me.
Thomas. It's a forgery.
Okay.
Wait,
but
Maria,
can
Maria,
you dis-
let
can
him
you
finish the
disprove?
argument first.
Just a second, brother. Can you disprove that Jesus, when he was young, performed that miracle and he created bird from clay? Can you disprove it?
Yeah, the sources.
It's
The sources
unfalsifiable.
come. Dude,
It's-
yes,
you
the sources
can't.
are the source.
It's unfalsifiable claim.
So you're saying. So you're asking me, can I do it? And then you're saying I can't. We can do
You
it.
can because it's unfalsifiable claim,
So we
bro.
okay. So
Do you
we
know
just
what-
don't
what it
know.
means?
Okay, so you're saying okay. Well, respectfully, maybe I should have the conversation with someone else because we
Yeah,
can't have
because
a.
I'm
My
because I'm
goodness,
cornering
my
you.
goodness. Can I let me respond to you? We can't have a conversation if you're gonna act like you don't know how to find out if something happened in history or not, because you yourself as a Muslim will read the Quran and literally deny things that Jesus said before Muhammad was even born. Somehow now you know what Jesus said and did in
You
history.
okay?
So
Are you okay? The history record
Yo.
miracles. Are you okay?
Wait,
What-
Maria,
what
Maria,
is
Maria,
that?
wait,
What
wait,
are we
wait,
even
wait,
talking
wait,
about
Maria,
right
Maria,
now,
just
bro?
Are you
hold
okay?
on. Wait, Maria,
Bro,
Maria,
what are we
wait
even
until
talking about
after
right
to
now?
ask him about that. All right, life, just finish your argument, bro. Like
All
you're
right.
monologuing respectfully, bro. Get to the point.
Finish the arguments. Let me just.
Yeah, bro.
He did finish it, so hold on a second. Let me just say that fast. Look, if information is being told where that ayah says that it was not Prophet, Solomon who did this, there's a slander being done in his name, and that Allah is rectifying it. This is what's happening.
Yeah,
Whether he did it or not, is not the case. The case, proves our case even more because, was it being told? Yes. Was it being is it a slander? Yes. And what is God doing? He's, clearing this slander up. That doesn't. He's letting you know he did not, practice, like the magic. And what does, the tales of, Solomon tell you that he did practice it.
Would I
So what is
be
Allah
able
doing?
to actually build the
No, hear
argument
me.
more? Yeah, because I mean I hear what you guys are saying,
yeah.
but you guys are
Give
just
your
saying
argument.
I thought you were done.
no, I was done, but you're basically saying that I have no point when you never really address my first point. You're just telling me I don't have one.
Yo,
When I,
just
right
just
now.
get to the point.
yeah.
Pac-Man,
So,
Pac-Man, just
so
let him-
let
just
me
let him
so
get
let
to
me
his
deal with
point.
the first. Let me deal with this dude down here. Then seems like he actually wants to engage. With all due respect, Pac-Man,
Yeah, bro,
Mary,
like,
I
I
hear y'all, but y'all are just telling me I don't have a point. You're not addressing anything.
Well, look, wait, let's just do this. Let's just do
I
this.
just gave you the point.
Wait, Pac-Man,
Hold on a second.
Pac-Man,
Hold on. Oh my
Oh,
goodness. Just let me talk about this. Look, is there an account of a slander happening on Prophet Solomon? Whether it's true or false, whether it was a real thing that happened or not, is there an account? Yes, there is.
Yes.
What is the Quran doing? It's clearing it up.
Yeah, and that's
He's
what
saying
makes
that he did not do it.
right, and that's what makes the Quran false, because your God should know that
How
this.
does it
Yeah.
make it false?
I got you.
Pac-Man,
because,
you're not. Just let him give his
yeah,
argument real
because your
fast.
God should know that the story wasn't true. Your God tells the story as if it's true.
Yeah, he's letting you know it's not true.
No.
Okay, Life,
you-
what's your
you
argument
denied
for
it.
that?
Okay. Watch this.
Brother, yeah, hold on, let me put you in.
No. He missing the point. He missing the point.
I know what you're
It's
saying,
like the
but
brother said.
the story's not true. Your God doesn't. Your God
Like,
believes.
no,
This is
like
what Allah is telling
Your
you.
God.
Allah
Bro,
is
relax,
telling
You gotta
you
let
it's not
me
true.
respond to that. Your
No,
God.
look,
Wait,
man,
host, can I
bro.
say something real fast?
There's no way we could get
Wait, hold-
understanding if you guys just
Host,
want to tell
can
me
I say
no
something real
and then
fast?
just keep talking. Like I gotta respond to it, bro. Let me just respond to Pac-Man
Yeah.
real quick. Is that cool?
All right.
All right.
Yeah, and then after, give your argument.
Yeah, that's fine. So watch this. I'm going to read the verse. Nowhere in the verse does he say that this story is not true. He's just saying that a certain person in the story didn't do something. So let's read chapter 2, verse 102. They instead followed the magic promoted by the devils during the reign of Solomon. Never did Solomon disbelieve. Rather, the devils disbelieved. They taught magic to the people along with what happened and what had been revealed to the two angels, Harut and Marut in Babylon. The two angels never taught anyone.
Speaking about my.
So can we agree now that he's telling us what actually happened? Because he's telling us what angels were doing, he's telling us what demons were doing. And then on it at the end, he tells us what actually happens to these people.
Yet again, yet again, we got these stories that you bring in. Verses we quoted 102. We got this from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Again, you're not listening. What you're doing is you're trying to bring these Jewish apocryphal writings, like the brother was telling you. That's what you're trying to focus on. But you forget these Jewish apocrypha were earlier cradle beliefs. And these people who followed the Torah, they had these scriptures. Just like you Christians, the people who was reading your apocrypha, they believed these was the actual words of God. They believed these were their cradle beliefs. They took it from these. So here's the point. What is Allah doing? Allah is correcting those stories.
No, he's not.
Yet again.
Yeah.
Yet again.
So hold up. Host.
What are you talking about?
Wait. Host. Real fast. All right. Life. Just
gotta
give your argument. All right, it's just me. Give your argument.
Yeah, so
wow, man.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
You stuck.
No, I'm not stuck.
You thought we didn't have an answer. I know.
I'm not stuck. I just want to make sure
just let him talk to me.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we can actually like build, because you're not.
That's fine.
People are not actually fully addressing what I'm saying.
You talk to Maria, you talk to Pac-Man, you talk to host. Now, what's your argument? I've still yet to hear.
He's saying these were fairy tales. These are distorted texts.
Wait, real
That's
fast.
What we're saying, bro.
Actually, let him say it.
You're not even peeping, bro. Like, let's build. Come on, let's.
All right, go ahead.
All right.
Well, like boy, say.
Yeah, let's do it. All right, so.
Actually, let him say it. Okay.
All right. So I addressed the first point, and I gave you Tafsir 3834. Is he telling you that what Ibn Abbas said is fake in 3834? Because I tried to make the connection between the ring and the Tafsir so you guys can see that there's an understanding that there was knowledge of Solomon having a magical ring and being able to control jinns, which is the reason why this even made it into your Quran in the first place. The understanding was out there. I just wanted to ask, was the connection made? I never got an answer on that. Is there a connection being made?
Yeah, so the connection between the tafsir of Al-Tabari and who?
The Testament of Solomon. So on page 4 of the Testament of Solomon, it says Solomon's magic ring forces the revelation, and the wise king before his unaliving writes all of the hidden lore in this testament. Okay, so then you also have early on where I just said that Solomon's power is due to his ring and wisdom and magnificence, what the demons have taught him and done for him. This is literally in the Testament of Solomon, page 4. And we went to the Tafsir of 3834. And
I got you.
We literally see the retelling of Solomon having some magic ring and dealings with shaitans and jinns. I just want you to agree that there's a connection being made.
There's a connection in the sense of like the source and nature of the power, like, you know, being the ring and like there's a they don't match fully, but yeah, there's a connection.
Okay, where did this understanding in 3834 come from? If it's not in connection to the Testament of Solomon, that is the originator of this fake story about Solomon having a ring, controlling jinns and having dominion due to his ring, where did this come from then? Where is Al-Tabari getting this from? Where is he saying Ibn Abbas is getting this from? Make the connection.
From Abdullah ibn Abbas?
It literally says, okay, yeah. So it says Muhammad heard from Muhammad Said narrated to me, saying my father narrated to me, saying my uncle narrated to me, saying my father narrated to me from his father, from Ibn Abbas,
so it's
regarding
from,
the verse.
yeah, it's from Ibn Abbas. Yeah.
Okay, so where's Ibn Abbas getting this narrative from?
It could be Israeliyat.
Yeah, we accept.
No,
Yeah,
it
we
could be
accept that.
Israeliyat, bro.
Huh?
We don't
Yeah,
accept them.
Mir, real fast. Let me answer him. Yeah, so Ibn Abbas, right? You know the importance he holds in our religion, right? You know what we call him, right? The ocean of knowledge, the interpreter of the Quran. Right, so we believe that the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So if you're asking me like specifically where exactly did Ibn Abbas get it from, I wouldn't be able to tell you. I'd have to look into it. But we accept what Ibn Abbas's interpretation is as true because there's divine supplication of the Prophet, which is in a narration where he says, "Oh Allah, grant him a deep understanding of the religion and teach him the interpretation of the book." So we accept that Ibn Abbas's interpretation is correct. If you're asking me where specifically he got it from, I wouldn't be able to tell you. But like, I'll even granting that he got it from, he might have gotten the origin from, I don't know what, like folklore.
It's from Israeliyat. It is from Israeliyat.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Even if I grant you that it's from that, it doesn't follow that it's false.
No, it is from there.
Or you'd have to give the argument for that.
Yeah. So, okay, I'm going to give you points now. So,
okay,
we could, at least for the sake of the conversation, agree that there's a connection being made. And if this story existed before Muhammad was born, and we see that this fairy tale folklore obviously was passed around, people talked about it, people said it, right? If Muhammad heard this and decided to try to correct it as if it was a true story, he would be a false prophet, right? Because the story's fake.
If who did?
If Muhammad tried to correct the story as he tries to in 2102, then that would mean that it's fake, right?
No, that's presupposing that. No, that's presupposing. Prove that it's a false story.
I mean, not prove that it's fake. That Muhammad is a false prophet because the story's fake.
Oh, he's calling the story
and I'm answering you. Wait, Aki, please. Like, I can't. It's not you, but like, I have a delay, so every time like one of y'all talk over me, well, I can't hear anything. Like, my bad. Let me answer real fast. No, because that doesn't follow. You have to prove that it's a false story.
Got you.
You're presupposing that it's fake.
I just wanted no. I got you. Yeah, I'm not presupposing right now that the story's fake. I'm asking a question on if. I'm asking a question on about if.
The question has a presupposition in it.
It's an if statement. I'm not actually forcing you to believe that the story's fake. Therefore, Muhammad's a false prophet.
If Muhammad got information from a false story, yes, that would disprove his prophecy.
No, see, no. You're not. That didn't even. No, let me rephrase it so you can understand it.
Okay.
Yeah. If Muhammad heard a fake story, thought it was real, then tried to correct it, and then doubled it as revelation, and then tried to correct the story as if it actually happened, he would be a false prophet, right? It's an if statement, right?
Yeah, sure.
So obviously, let me just finish real quick. Let me just finish. So obviously, the understanding that the story is fake is baked into the if statement. But I'm not coming on stage forcing you to believe that the story is fake. Aha, therefore Muhammad's a false prophet. I'm going to show you the story is fake.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so according to my if statement,
Muhammad in the way that you're describing it, sure, but not in every sense, because it could be the case that there is because it would be the case, and the Bible does this too, brother. I don't know why you're acting so cocky today, right? If it's the case that the story itself, right, has a true background, but it was mixed in with false beliefs, and the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, right, with the revelation of the Quran, distinguishes between the truth and the falsehood, then that wouldn't disprove his prophecy. That would prove it. So, but the way you're describing it, sure. If it was a completely false story and Muhammad tried to pass it off as true, then yeah, that would.
Okay, thank you. That's all. That's all I wanted to know, because obviously the real answer would be yes. If Muhammad used a fake story and tried to correct it as if it was true, that obviously would need to be a false prophet. So can we go into Tafsir Ibn Kathir in chapter 2, 102?
Yeah, just read it out, bro.
Okay, so it literally says also Allah also exonerated Solomon from practicing magic, which the devils taught to the people of Babylon by the hands of the two men Harut and Marut. So can we agree that according to Ibn Kathir, he assumes that Allah is exonerating Solomon from doing something? So now my point is even more stronger when I'm showing you
Yeah,
that
sure.
Muhammad is. Let me finish real quick. When I'm showing you that Muhammad
Yeah.
is literally just saying Solomon wasn't the one doing something, but the event took place.
Yeah, sure. Tafsir Ibn Kathir doesn't agree with the stolen ring theory. Story, I mean.
Listen to what I'm just saying. Tafsir Ibn Kathir says that Solomon was the one being exonerated from doing magic. So that's like me telling a fake story, right? And then someone comes, retells the fake story, but just says that a character in that story didn't do something. Is the person actually right about that story being true, or is the entire story false?
Repeat your question. You cut out. Say it again.
If I tell a fake
story.
Oh, exactly.
I
Exactly. The
I
whole
can't hear anything.
the whole story.
So what is the prophet doing? What is the prophet doing?
He's doing exactly just that. He's doing exactly just that. He's taking a story that never happened and he's saying that somebody didn't do something.
No. See, you keep saying things never happened. I don't know what
you're talking. I don't know what.
See, you keep saying things that never happened. No, it's a distorted story. This is the point.
No, it's a fake story. The
No,
Testament of Solomon never.
Ask the question again.
Hold on. And that's why you should read where it says Suleiman did not disbelieve. The devil disbelieved. What do this mean? And that same type says, is it telling you what this means? It means that Solomon never used magic.
My brother, my brother, the whole story in regards to the
life. What are you trying to prove? Life.
We're in the middle. We're in the middle.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie. Wait, real fast.
What are you trying to prove?
We're in the middle of it.
Can we do timer? Can we do timers?
What are you trying to prove?
We are in the middle of it.
No. You're not in the middle of where you're running around all over the place.
Yo, all right. I ain't gonna lie. ZQA mute real fast. You jumped in the middle.
What are you trying to prove right now?
Actually, you jumped in the middle. Host, can we do timers or something, bro? Like, this ain't gonna work. Like, I genuinely cannot. I actually want to talk to Life, bro. Like, I can't talk to him respectfully. All right, let's do timers.
Please. Thank
I don't even know what your question is or what your argument is.
We're about to make this brief because we explained it to him. So make it brief, yo.
Okay, yeah, but just give us timers and like it's only me and him. Okay, let him go first and explain because I still don't know what he's talking about.
All right. So
okay.
So if I tell a fake story, right? I say a guy in a red car named Sam drove into a grocery store, right? Then you come and say, no, the guy in the red car was named Jack and he never drove into a grocery store. He actually did a U-turn and drove to the park. Did any of those stories happen?
What? Ask that
again? Did any of those stories happen?
No, retell the story again.
It's not that hard to track, dude. I told a fake story. You came in and tried to correct my fake story. Did any of those things happen? Even if you corrected my fake story.
Oh yeah, no.
Thank you. So this is what Muhammad is doing. That's my point. So now we can get into the argument. Now, if Muhammad does that, he's a false prophet, right?
You. Yes, sure.
Thank you. All right. Now let's go ahead and figure it out. So, do you know when the Testament of Solomon was written?
Tell me.
All right, so here it says the Testament of Solomon was written around the 1st to the 5th century CE, but Solomon lived around the 10th century BCE. That means the story was written roughly 1,000 years after Solomon's lifetime. Also, do you know that the Testament of Solomon assumes that Solomon wrote it himself?
Yeah.
Okay, now do you know what the Testament of Solomon was written in, the language?
I don't know.
Okay, so the language that the Testament of Solomon was written in was written in Greek. If Solomon would have wrote it,
it is Greek. Okay.
Yeah. One, if Solomon would have wrote it, we would have found it in Hebrew, right? Or we could have found translations, or it passed down, which could have got translated in Greek too, which is fine. But the fact that it assumes that Solomon wrote it is faulty. Second of all, do you realize that there are Jewish and Christian theology riddled within the Testament of Solomon that could only derive from the 1st to the 5th century understanding of what was taking place in that area?
Yeah, okay, I get what you're saying now.
Okay, so this is the reason why historians deem it as a pseudepigrapha can never possibly be written by Solomon.
Yeah, pseudepigrapha.
Pseudepigrapha could never be possibly written by Solomon because it literally has themes of the crucifixion in it. Would you like me to read that for you?
Listen, bro, life. We Muslims.
Would you like? I'm talking to y'all. I'm talking to your
life. Listen. We Muslim, we don't care about the Book of Solomon. There's no
ZQA, hold up. Wait.
Solomon,
Afi,
so
let me
you can
talk to
carry
him,
that.
bro. Let me
I
talk
know
to
you
him.
life.
Yo, host mute. I ain't gonna lie.
Yo, relax.
Well, we're entertaining this for too long, but I'll just debunk your argument in a second.
Murray, can I respond to him, please?
Brother, stop speaking, bro. I'm a mod here. What's wrong with you? The book of Ecclesiastes, who wrote it? Solomon, right?
Oh my gosh! Did you just drop? You just dropped him.
Who wrote it? Who wrote the book of? Who wrote the book of?
I dropped him. Answer her question, bro. Let's continue on.
This isn't continue. This is going to something else.
Who wrote the book of Ecclesiastes?
Servant, come on, bro. Don't do this, bro. We know we was building the point. We never got to.
Brother,
you were. Wow.
Don't do this, bro. You was building the point. We never got to.
No. Low tier. He is not answering my question.
Yeah, you can get him out of here.
We entertained this.
Oh no, bro. Wow, no, bro. I'm low. She says I'm low tier and I'm not answering her question because she diverts. Oh, bruh. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Bro, did y'all see this? Did y'all see this, bro? Did y'all see this, bro? Did y'all see what happened, bro, when you go on Muslim panels, bro? Y'all see what happens, bro? They change the topic mid-discussion. Change the topic mid-discussion, guys. And then say that I'm low tier and I'm not answering the question. She takes one thing that I said and say, well, I'm going to go here and I'm going to divert and change the topic. And then I'm going to say that you're not answering the question. And then obviously the host is okay with me being dropped because they're all getting cooked up. They're all getting cooked. And let's listen to what they're saying. They're probably like tooting their own horns. Look.
And believe the devils. They followed their magic instead of the Torah. Okay? This is what you're not understanding. This is what I've been saying the whole freaking time. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he sent Harut and Marut to Babylon. They taught people what magic is. They taught people how it works. They taught people why it is dangerous. They taught people why it is kufr. Very, very simple.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam, historic. How is it going?
Yeah, and all right. And Isaiah 42:12 confirms the magic in Babylon. So he is working on a presupposition that the legends are from
just like Muslims, man.
No true source.
Hey, just like Muslims, bro. Instead of having a discussion, instead of having a discussion, you kick me and then you talk about. Now you go back to what I was talking about. Notice this. They diverted. Look, I'm gonna say you diverted. You diverted, then went back. Notice this. Notice this. Notice this. Notice this. Notice this, guys. They diverted.
Paul is saying James and Jambres Paul is defending a story that's made from a legend too. Like, what's going on
They
there?
diverted. Oh man, let me mute up. They diverted and then went back to talking about what I was talking about after I was off the stage. I wasn't even halfway through all of the information that I was going to present. This is about when the document this is about this is about more than just, guys, this is about more than just the gap between when something was written and when it appeared. These are just extra content additions to show why this cannot possibly be one written by Solomon. It isn't just specifically because it was written in Greek, right? Or someone says that a certain person wrote it. That's not the main point. That is attached to a multitude of points where we can conclude, oh yeah, Solomon didn't write this. So let me read this off to you guys so we could actually get a real understanding, because obviously when you're dealing with Muslims, they don't actually want to listen to real stuff, right? As you see, they kick you and then they claim that you're running after they divert. Obviously, you do a diversion and then you say something and then I don't follow the diversion. Now all of a sudden I'm running. That's how it works, guys. When I was in the middle of building the point, they even kicked the other Muslim because they realized that I wouldn't even say he was getting cooked. He was just learning. 1 second, guys. I got something going on. 1 second. I got to take care of something at the house.
Hold on.
In Aramaic.
His whole story, he made up this, this red car, like this red car analogy is a real analogy. Like they say, a red car, assuming a red car doesn't exist, like he's just running like, but you have to assume the red car doesn't exist. The red car exists. You have the books written in Solomon's name. You have the evidence in Isaiah. Like this red car does exist.
I can look it up right now too. Hold on. Sorry, I'm at work too, so that's the reason why. But let me look it up right now. You said it was written in Aramaic. Did you guys hear me? Yeah, so you said it was written in Aramaic? Okay.
All right, y'all, we back. All right.
Yes, sir.
All right, what happened? What is this? Revert safe space.
we can reject him.
We know life. Okay.
No,
life.
he's one of Avery's disciples. We don't speak with him.
Oh, the minions.
We don't have time.
Okay, so live, we reject your application.
So thank you, but you can stay as a viewer. That works.
Yeah.
Or you can go message for this life guy. Go get a job. Go learn some skills.
I can't even comment.
Oh no, he has skills. He's just not putting them to the test.
Yeah, exactly.
Look, I can't even comment, bro.
No.
Need people contributing.
I can't comment.
Christ
I can't request. They won't
instead
bring
of focusing
me up.
on us Muslims.
They mad at me.
Let's go preach Christianity. Go do that. But anywho,
forever. England forever is requesting.
Oh man, Muslims, man.
Let's entertain it.
Muslim. He entertain everybody else but me.
Jazakallah there.
Hey, look,
like
everybody else but
I'm
me,
not sure where this is going.
Like,
hey, what's up, bro?
Everybody else but me. Y'all see it here.
So that means, like, do you deny the Quran and the tafsirs about the Quran?
Again, it's when you're looking at those verses in the Quran, it's not, the intention isn't to get into so much like why, just that Jesus was saved from that happening.
Let's try this guy.
And in order to save them, it was made to appear to those who were plotting against him, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So that's it. Like I've never, in fact, there's a friend of mine on TikTok. He became Muslim. He's been Muslim.
Y'all see how scary the Muslims are, guys, when we're dealing with them. It's embarrassing. These guys run. These guys are cowardice. They cry, they complain. Even when you saw the other brother trying to actually engage with me, what happened? They had to stop the conversation. Why? Because it made them feel some type of way. Soon as the brother was talking and was addressing stuff and was answering stuff, honestly, what happened? The devil, you got to come in and you got to disrupt. These guys are cowards, bro. And now it's okay to drop me even though we were having a conversation. Then you drop me and you start talking about it. Then you go to another room. Oh, we know him. Let's not talk to him. We don't deal with him. But you want to talk to everybody else. They don't talk to people that's knowledgeable, bro. They don't talk to people that knows what they're talking about, bro. They only want ignorant people so they can just give them the cotton candy dawah and feel good when they do it. Simple as that. They can't defend this false religion to save their lives, man. It's embarrassing. And it's all an ego thing to them, bro, online. You know, even if they got 5 people watching them, it's all an ego game to them. And don't let a Muslima be on stage. It's even worse. These dudes start acting like weirdos, man. We got a super chat says Sahih al-Bukhari 6929 and Sahih Muslim 1798 both speak on a prophet who was beaten and wounded, and he was wiping the blood off his face and saying, "Oh Lord, forgive me for my people who don't know as they know." Yeah, you know what's funny? A Muslim actually told me that was Muhammad. I think I could correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I remember a Muslim telling me that this hadith was about Muhammad, and I laughed so hard. It says, please debate Christ before Jesus. Is he live? John chapter 7 verse 39 proves Jesus having Father's essence, guys. Okay. Life is a part-timer, by the way. Yes, you're right. Part-time, not full-time, part-time. All right, man. I wonder how long this conversation is going to last with this guy.
On a guess or a cliffhanger, the Bible explains every single prophet from beginning to end, and it explains Jesus Christ, my God, from beginning to end. The only book that doesn't have the beginning to end of Jesus is the Quran. So it makes me wonder.
So let me.
Are we just waiting then for the coming, like the return of Christ? Because even the Quran says Jesus will come back on the day of judgment and he will judge and he will defeat the Antichrist. But then that makes me wonder. I'm like, okay, but if Allah can judge, why is Jesus judging? So it makes him God in the Quran sense. But I'm not going to get into that. So at least for me, I like to have answers in front of me, and I like to follow a faith that's set in stone, been confirmed over decades. Because
that's fine.
I don't want to.
That's fine. Like the thing with me,
I don't want a man to tell me what a verse means, because we don't like this right here. This is a pivotal point that no Muslim can really like defend. So I kind of caught you into a trap because you're a very nice guy. So I apologize for catching you in this trap. But this is really something that no Muslim I've ever talked to was able to like make sense of it, because it really shows that like the Quran doesn't have all of its facts straight. It leaves you with a intel. Okay, it was just made to appear so to the people that planned against him. But then why did the disciples believe that he was crucified? Why were the disciples crying? Why were the disciples writing letters? Why were the disciples like screaming? Why was it the saddest day in the world? You know what I mean? Like Good Friday, why is that the saddest day in the world? Those are questions I ask myself because I'm a very like realistic person.
Yeah.
I want to get like a truthful answer. I'm not just gonna like live it up and like like Allah Yaraf, you know? Allah Yaraf, you know? Like, I'm not gonna leave it up to that.
In a lot of things, I'm okay with not having all the answers sometimes. And I was gonna say before is like I was telling you, my faith is based on the like experience. So like even if the Quran was like, if I realized tomorrow, let's just say tomorrow, or maybe after this discussion with you, I go thinking, man, maybe okay, let's just say for example that you put some doubt in me. Let's just say, all right? And then I went, I'm like, oh my God, I don't think it's true. Like, I'm not going to become atheist.
No.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going to become.
Let's see how that works. Right.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Because I know God is real.
If I can get on stage,
right? So that
would help.
Right. So my faith. Basically, my faith transcends religion and scripture. You know what I mean? So even if that didn't exist, or it was found to be false, or whatever the case may be, then and to be honest with you, I in my journey, I considered. I was honest with myself. There was some points where I was honest with myself, like even because I've been Muslim for 26 years. About 10 years ago, I had some sort of spiritual awakenings happening to me, and I wanted to revisit everything. That's when I started. That's when I started. Yeah, that's when I pretty much deleted everything that I was taught out of my consciousness.
That's hard to do. So congrats being able to do it, because like bro, like your subconscious is going to tell you now, reach for that Quran again. You know.
Yeah, well, like then I did read the Quran again.
Like New Age,
because it's
Muslim,
like, okay, I was told all this. So what happened was, well, in this, it prompted me to start reading the Quran, and then when I started reading it, I was like, there's some contradictions between some things that I was told and what the Quran is saying. So I just, I kind of rectified those things.
Have you ever thought about like reading the books again?
What books?
Like the Bible, and like putting the Bible and the Quran next to each other. And seeing like which one type, because I feel like you're very you're very holistic. Like you want to take facts and you want to take which one makes the most sense and which one like you think would better your life the most. Do you think do you think if I was to ship you a Orthodox study Bible, that you would like open it and like I know the guy before this, you told him that he told you to go read this book about, it was written by something Muhammad. You weren't going to read that. I want you to read this one.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Look, my wife's been telling me that, we really need to sit down and read all the different scriptures. I mean, I'm familiar. I'm familiar with the Bible, and obviously not the Orthodox Bible, right? I'm familiar with it. I like, for example, I've heard some of the parables of Jesus and stuff, and like, I really, my problem was like, I have like yesterday I had a couple Christians in the chat, and they were just being relentless, and I asked them, I said, what did Jesus teach you? Right? What did he teach you? What did he teach you to do? And they wouldn't answer. I'm like, tell me one thing Jesus taught you, or what you think, one thing you learned from him.
Yeah.
And they just didn't.
$80 MSRP.
All right, it says, what do you think on why Allah sent down the Torah, Zabur, Injil, Quran? If Torah was lost, what book did Allah send between Moses and David? What book did Isa, who came after David, confirm if Torah is lost? Yeah, exactly. That's the point. The Muslims will say yes. That's all the Muslims will say. Yes. If we have any Muslims that are watching now and they want to join, I'm going to send out the link. You guys can come hang out. We can talk. I also want to finish that Oxford debate too. I didn't finish it. Oops. And then I'm gonna pin that really quick, guys. Yeah, guys, you see why I took a break off TikTok? Brain rot. TikTok is just straight brain rot. Guys, good brain rot. If you want some good brain rot, join TikTok. I'm telling you, bro. There's no shortage of brain rot on this app. That's why I don't even be on it. I don't be on TikTok unless I like I'm going live. The conspiracy theory of me and God Logic being brothers, friends, cousins, neighbors are hilarious, guys. Keep them coming. I actually love them, man. Truth follower, how's it going? You're on stage.
Hey, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Sorry about that, brother. Say something.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Give me 1 second. Let me figure out what even am I doing. I need to get out of this guy's live. Hold on. Dude, freaking selling a PlayStation. Can't even hear anything. Okay, truth follower, how's it? TikTok, man.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Going on. Okay, there we go. Finally, I just wanted to get all this. Like, I had stuff going on. Okay, I can hear you, man. How's it going?
Good. I don't mean to upset your life. I mean, I'm actually Christian, but I do learn a lot. I wouldn't say I was a strong Christian, but your stream, God Lord, your stream, I've kind of like, tried this love to kind of learn more about Christ. So I was looking at one of the the super chats, and that kind of like really struck a chord because it's close to what I kind of like noticed when I studied the Quran too, because they said the Quran is logical. So because I was thinking like, if this is going to be a good argument to kind of like, without even going into the Bible or any other books like the Quran itself, including on itself, more like, if this, because, I've been like trying to be converted into Islam, and when you ask questions like you say, they kind of like run around and get you confused and all that. So, and this is part of what I would say, like reading the Quran, because it's like they said, okay, they corrupted the book, but then I think about it like, if Allah gave Moses the Torah, right, and the Torah was corrupted, and we know next in line that the book that the Quran talked about is the Zabur.
Brother, you said you're a Christian?
Yes, I'm a Christian. But I wasn't a strong Christian until I started like looking into your streams, basically. That's why I said I don't mean to kind of like hijack your stream.
Wait, hold on. Wait, brother. Wait, bro.
Why are you laughing?
I put the link. I just put the link out like 30 seconds ago.
Yeah.
You did read the link, right?
Yeah.
It said Muslims join.
Okay, I mean, I'll drop off and let other people come up.
I'm just saying, man. Y'all gotta come on, man. Y'all gotta chill with that. But yeah, I mean, I'll answer your question. So,
so my question is, what do you think about the argument? Like, if the Torah was sent to Moses, and
you're talking about this super chat here,
right? And then let's say they said they corrupted it. But while I was reading the Quran, it didn't even say that all the Jews. It says some of the Jews twisted it. So it's kind of like, okay, what Torah were the Jews using? Like, if some of them corrupted it and some of them they have nothing to use at that point in time. So what were they using up until the time that David came on the scene, and why was Zabur sent to David? And following that line, making that iteration, it makes no sense that Isa will come on the scene and make the Torah if the Torah is lost or corrupted, because Isa should be, kind of like confirming the books that come before it, which is going to be the Zabur, which makes no sense that Muhammad came and then the same Torah that was lost or corrupted showed up like a 7th century later. So it's kind of like, what is that kind of like a good argument to like run?
Yeah, it's a perfect argument. You hold them to their standard. If this is the case, well, then what in the world is your book talking about? That's what you do with Muslims. You hold them to their standard. You know what I'm saying? Like, if your book is going to come talking about all these books that came before, well, then you're going to have to address what happened to it. Where were these manuscripts? The Muslims don't want to give you a trail. They just want to skip history and then start making claims about what came before. That's why I don't ever allow them to just say and waffle about anything about the Torah and the Injil. I always critique how they know what it is that they're saying about this said history. So yeah, you're absolutely right, man. Flush the argument out a little bit better, though, I would say. Don't allow them to believe that their book says the Torah is corrupted, because it doesn't. So even if you say, okay, well, yeah, they're talking about some people altered a specific set of scriptures, that wouldn't be the Torah. Because their God literally tells them in 279 that what they have, they're claiming it to be the word of God, but it's not. So, their God never says that their Torah is corrupted. They never said that their Injil is corrupted. Over and over and over, he tells you to believe in it. And so, yeah, with that being said, brother, yeah, I think it's a good argument. Go ahead and flush it out. And I'm going to just go back to try to Dawah hunting. If that answered your question, though, then yeah.
All right, thank you. I'll continue to learn more from you guys.
Okay. All right, cool, man.
Bye.
All right. All right, guys. Yo, I that was funny though, because like I just dropped that link and then he came in. So I was like, oh, okay, cool. We got a guest like that fast. That's cool. And then he was he ended up being a Christian. That was funny. All right, so let's go ahead and let's get back into the Dawah hunting. So on TikTok, you have to go live. Let me search these. Go to the live tab.
We're not talking about when it comes to the nature. Okay.
Those guys are weirdos. Who's this? Come learn. Let's grow. Hold on. They ain't got nothing going on. They talking about flock cameras, guys. Come learn to practice Islam with me. Come learn what the Quran actually says. Come learn the Sunnah. So this must just be a learning room. All right, let me do this. Let's see if he bring me up.
He's like, oh, this is so terrible. Oh, you shouldn't do this. Saul's all of this grade to come cut this out at the exact level of right here. This is so terrible.
Yo, what's up, man?
But no, what's going on, bro?
So it says,
how's it going?
What's up, man? So it says, come learn Islam. Come learn what the Quran actually says. So is this just like a teaching live? So I'm guessing we're not going back and forth. We're just asking questions and answers.
You can ask questions, but if you don't agree with me, that's okay. I mean, I'm not into polemics, man. I'd rather just show you what the Quran says. I'm a practicing Muslim. I've practiced my religion for over 40 years. If you want to tell me what my religion says and how I practice it, that's your position. Yeah. But it's not going to be necessarily anything other than just what you're saying. So, but what would you like to know? Yeah, I'm someone who, instead of debating and kind of, I got you, I cooked you, I think all that stuff's nonsense.
Okay.
When we learn how to practice Islam, that's far more valuable. Just like I would agree. Are you Christian?
Yeah.
Wife?
Yeah.
Okay, so I would hope you would agree that you learning your gospels and then how you practice that, how you put that into practice, is far more valuable than you pulling out one verse from the Bible and saying, "Oh, your Bible's wrong because of this." And that's my position. That's my position for real.
Okay, that's cool. Do you mind if we talk about Quran preservation then?
And the preservation, how does that allow me to somehow be like, I guess, a better practicing Muslim?
Because isn't that one of the key points? Like you go to a Dawah booth, you know, they're always talking about how the Quran is, you know, preserved perfectly. So I would like to discuss how that's not the case. And I think a lot of that is used to basically kind of assume that the book is from God because it's perfectly preserved. So yeah, I think that is a good point to talk about.
Okay, I mean, you're trying to say because it's not preserved, I would imagine, since you're up here trying to, you know, position yourself the way you are.
Yeah.
That because it's not preserved, that this book is not the word of God, and then therefore it's a religion that's false. Correct?
Sure. Yeah. Yep.
Just be sincere, man. It's gonna flow better if we're sincere.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I can hear your words. I know what you're trying to say. It's okay. And correct me if I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, then, you know, restate your
Yeah,
position.
I'm not up here to be insincere or to get gotchas or clicks, bro. I don't do that.
But I appreciate that. But you also are up here trying to prove to me that it's not preserved and the religion is false.
Yes, absolutely.
It's polemics. So because at the end of the day, brother, here, let me tell you this. If I were to prove to you that your Bible is not from God and that the Bible somehow is inconsistent in so many ways, would that then deter you from being a better Christian in practice?
If you prove to me that the Bible is not from God, then I would have to find the real religion. I would have to find the right God. So yes, it would help me. Yeah.
You didn't answer the question though. You didn't answer the question.
I thought I did.
I heard what you said, but no, I'll restate it.
Okay.
So if somehow I make a point to you, right, that there's errors throughout the Bible and that this book is not from God, right? And we know it's not from God. It's an inspiration from God. We know it's not the words of God. It's an inspiration. I've read the Gospels for many years.
I disagree with that, but yeah.
Well, every Christian scholar in the world says that it's not the word of God. They say that it's an inspiration.
I don't know what Christian says.
So are we throwing the Christian scholars in the
I don't know what Christian says the Bible isn't. I don't know what Christian says the Bible isn't the word of God. But what was your
I can't hear. There's two people talking. I can't hear.
Yeah. What was your point so I can answer it correctly and then we can move on?
Yeah. So even if, like, let's just say you prove this to me, does that change how you practice Christianity? Like, does it change how you implement Christianity into your life?
Yeah, absolutely. Because I wouldn't be practicing Christianity if you turned around and showed me that the book was not from God. It would change how I practice it because I wouldn't be practicing at all. I wouldn't be a Christian if you show me that it's not from God. That's the point.
That's fair.
Word action.
I was trying to just trying to see where you're at with that. That's fair.
Yeah.
Word action. Can I just put in one thing real quick for all?
Of course. You know. Yeah. Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Now, just for 1, 2, and 3, okay, of us, okay? You have a God. He has a God. That is it, right? Okay. That's what it's called. It's called God. However you want to worship that God in your own regard is however you want to worship that God, okay? If you want to go onto the next steps of idolatry, of everything else of prophets and this, that third is up to you, okay? But the fact of the matter is, there's one God that put you here, him here, and me here, and 9/11, who's sitting in this chat, put us all four here. Okay? That's it. Flat out and simple. However you want to go worship that one is up to you.
Yeah, I know.
Okay?
Yeah, I know that. I'm saying that. So the Quran does say that it will be preserved. So I'm actually trying to address that. Is it? Am I able to do that, or it seems like you guys? That's why I asked. Is this a learning live, or is this like can we at least go back and forth about something? I'm not trying to argue, but I would like to present.
Of course,
I would like to present a case where the Quran does say that it will be preserved, and I'm going to show you that it's not. I'm trying to show you that it's not. I got manuscripts I want to show you.
All right, but we can also break apart the entirety of the Bible and everything else and whatnot as well, if we want to really break it all down.
Is the live about the Bible? The live is about the Quran.
No. Well, I mean, if the Bible is going to be,
are you speaking to me like
the Bible's going to join?
Address me if you're.
I don't know what's going on. I thought I was talking to you. He jumped in, and you know.
Yeah, well, he was here before you, but yeah, I guess he wants to be involved in the conversation. He's the gentleman's an agnostic that you're speaking to.
Well, okay. Well, yes, I would like to deal with a straight believer. So, can me and the host go back and forth about whether the Quran is preserved?
You guys have your religious war. That's fine.
Yeah.
All right, that's fair, bro.
It is not a religious war for me at all. Like
Guess
I
we'll go
don't,
for another
I don't, I
1,000
don't need
years.
to
I guess it's
convince.
better.
Yeah, I don't need to convince
way.
someone else that their religion is false. I like to just
why is he even
improve
talking?
on my character with my religion.
Why is the
That's my
agnostic
strategy.
even talking, bro?
You know, I think people that go around trying to prove other people false, it displays insecurity in their own faith.
Okay, well, how about this then? I don't want to prove I do, but I want you to address some things about the Quran, the Quran's preservation. How about that?
Go ahead. Yeah, no, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Are you familiar with Quranic manuscripts?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the manuscript NLR Marcel?
Say that again.
NLR Marcel. So it's a collection of it's a collection of manuscripts gathered by a French scholar, Jean-Joseph Marcel.
Okay. Share with me. I don't have this knowledge. Share with me.
All right. So within these manuscripts, these are early manuscripts, 7th and 8th century manuscripts, where you can see within the manuscripts that the word Allah was added into the text. Now, when it comes to Quranic preservation, Muslims tell us that it starts off with memory first. These guys memorized the Quran, and then when it came down to writing the Quran, they wrote down the accurate statements of Muhammad. So here, if we have a simple verse here where it's addressing something and the word Allah was spoken, well, then why do we have multiple instances? And I can turn my camera on and show you if you want to see it. We have multiple instances of the word he being swapped out or inserted. They have to insert the word Allah in to change it. So the question is that if they heard Muhammad say Allah in a specific verse, and I'll give you the verse where it does this, why would they write he instead of Allah? And this is just a very small, simple point. But when it comes down to preservation and people are telling us they heard what Muhammad said accurately, well, then if they heard the word Allah, I would assume that they would write the word Allah and someone didn't have to come change it and add in the word Allah later. And I can show you evidence of this too, if you want.
Are we, so when you say evidence, there's good evidence and bad evidence. Is this evidence from the original manuscripts that we have in Turkey and in Russia? Like, is that the evidence that you're presenting, or is this evidence later on?
Yes, NLR stands for National Library of Russia.
Okay, cool. Thank you for letting me know that. Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Present the evidence, man. I like this. This seems
cool.
Seems like you got some information to offer. Go ahead.
All right, cool. Got you. So I'm gonna turn my screen on, and if you can give me, I mean, it's up to you. If you
I gotta see. Yeah, I gotta see what you're doing first, and then I'll expand it.
Sure.
You know, just because I've unfortunately seen people do some weird things.
Remember, if you're talking about
the manuscripts, right? Yeah, I'm not a weirdo, and I get it. You gotta be aware.
If you're talking about
some people have pulled some weird tricks, but fine.
If you're talking about manuscripts, you have to show a specialist who studies manuscript that agrees with your position or that supports your position.
Yeah, I got you. So this is coming from Daniel Allen Brubaker. He's a specialist in Quranic manuscripts. So this is all coming from a specialist. It's in his book. So all that's taken care of. This is coming from the National Library of Russia. This is also coming from a French scholar.
Russia.
This is also coming from a French scholar, and this is also documented by an expert. So all your questions are answered. So can we?
What's that? What's that book, man? What's that book you got there?
If anybody doesn't have anything else to say, can I ask?
Where'd he go? Did somebody kick him? What happened? Oh, stop, guys.
Am I able to explain my point here?
Yeah, I'd like to know your position. Yeah. I still don't know what your position is. Yeah, go on.
Okay, yeah. So
because this doesn't prove that preservation isn't there, but go ahead, continue.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. I just want to get your point on the talking points about surrounding preservation. Because I would agree that obviously if me and you can have a real discussion, I would agree that this could be reconciled, but not with the talking points that Muslims give us. And not all of them. I'm not saying all of them. Now, as you can see here, right, the word Allah here is inserted into the text. So these are 9 different instances where Allah is being inserted. You have Allah there, you have Allah there, you have Allah here, you have Allah here, you have it here, you have it here, you have it here, here, and here, even really small, just like literally scrolls in different handwriting. My brother.
Yeah. Can I ask you something though? In those pictures, why are there like some marks over the letters?
You said why? What do you mean some marks over the letters?
Well, we know that the original manuscripts didn't have all those marks. Like they didn't have like the accent marks.
Arabic. Looks Arabic.
Yeah, you got to tell me what you're identifying.
I just want to understand.
Just remember,
you got to tell me what you're
he still have not showed any academic that agrees with his position.
My brother, this is an academic. Daniel Allen
changed for a
Brubaker. This is his
reason.
book. What do you mean agrees with my position?
Can you show it?
It's right
Can you show
here.
Can you show he agree with your position?
Hey, life. We're not rejecting
He's
that. We're saying what he's asking.
Daniel Allen Brubaker is a scholar. This is him saying this.
Where does he? Okay, it's fine.
I'm not taking that away from you.
Go ahead.
Life, engage with me.
Look, the guy is
I can't
filing.
engage
The guy
with you
is
if
filing.
he's
Where does he see
unmuting.
this?
He's trying to invalidate the source. Daniel Allen Brubaker is a scholar, bro. He's literally.
Where does he
he's
see this
literally
is
one of the top Quranic manuscript scholars. I'm not.
You're panicking. I'm
host,
sorry. I'm sorry. You're panicking. Where does he see this is corruption?
I thought so too. I don't know.
What this guy is talking about. Okay,
the challenge is in front of you.
All right, watch this. Okay, watch this, bro.
Where does he see
All right,
this
watch
is corruption?
This dude is.
Go ahead.
But you're all over the place. Do you want to know who Daniel Allen?
He cannot show it, right?
Gosh, bro. This always happens on.
Where does he see this
happens,
is corruption? It's easy.
This always
it's easy.
happens, bro.
Where does he see this is corruption?
You don't know any. You don't know what you're talking.
You say, guys, he cannot answer. Where does he see this is corruption? Can you answer?
What do you mean I can't answer? I'm showing you the source. What are you talking about?
Unfortunately.
Guys, could you let me moderate? Let me moderate.
He did not answer my
if you're
question.
going to ignore me, I'll just kick you. Yusuf, if you're going to ignore me, I'll kick you. Because you're on my live. You're on my panel. And you're like ignoring my own voice. That's kind of weird, man. So just take it easy. All right. Number one, I always like when someone presents a position. I don't even know Life's full position yet. I want to know what his position is. And the only way I can know that is if he presents the evidence. Now, in court, okay, if this is somewhat of a court type of a situation, someone presents evidence, then after the evidence is presented, it's good or bad. Just because evidence is presented doesn't mean it's the best or doesn't mean it's the worst, but he has to be able to present it and state his case for me to understand what's going on. But if I keep cutting him off, I'm never going to understand nothing. So you're not making a point, Yusuf. Okay? If anything, you're kind of panicking because you're questioning too much before he stated anything. So allow him to state what he says. Allow him to present the evidence, and then we can start to cross-examine. Do you agree, Life?
Oh, I agree.
You agree with that premise?
I think he needs to agree. I agree with you. Yeah.
Cool. I want to make sure me and you are on the same page. So present the evidence the way you just did. Continue talking. Guys, don't interrupt them. Let him say what he's saying so we understand. Then we can cross-examine. Go ahead, Life.
All right. So we can take care of him really quick, and he doesn't have to address this. I just want to let him know I'm not just quoting any random person or making up my own stuff. Daniel Allen Brubaker, scholar and manuscript researcher. Daniel Allen Brubaker is a textual critic of early Quranic manuscripts from the 7th to the 10th century CE, holding a PhD in Quran studies. Brubaker's primary scholarly output is in Quranic manuscript studies. So please stop telling me that I'm just quoting some random person and I got to show you that the person that I'm talking about has credentials. Okay, that was there. That was your answer. So please stop acting like I'm just making stuff up. Now, what I wanted to tell you about is that, and then he said, "Oh, show me who agrees with you." Yeah, this is him right here. It's his book right here. The name is here. So,
well, naturally, he's going to agree with himself, brother. He's asking like, what other scholars then, like, agree with
what
him?
Other
like,
scholars
I think that's what he was asking.
Okay, I'll give you another.
I think that's what he was asking. I'm not saying that's what he was, but I think that's what he was.
Well, he didn't say what scholar agrees with Daniel. He said what scholar agrees with me.
Okay.
Yeah,
and I'm telling him. One
second. Where does he see that?
Guys, because I don't mean no disrespect to nobody, but I'm gonna remove the people in all due respect that aren't right now. I'm a Muslim, okay? I understand my Quran. I know, what I know, and so I'd like to have a conversation. I don't really want other people involved, so I'm gonna remove you, not out of disrespect, but because I would just like to have a clean conversation, please. All right. So I mean, no disrespect to any of you guys. Ramadan, you're welcome to stay. And Dr. Dean, he's my moderator. Obviously, if you guys see any blasphemy going on in the comment section, just immediately block them. All right, go ahead.
Yeah.
Thanks, you host.
Okay, thank you. All right, cool. Yeah. So, all right. So here's an example. So NLR Marcel 2 8R, Quran chapter 33:24 reads this: in order that Allah might reward the truthful for their truthfulness. Prior to the insertion, this manuscript read, in order that he might reward the truthful for the truth, for their truthfulness. Now, if Muslims are going to come and tell us that the Quran is perfectly preserved and they memorize what Muhammad said, then there's no need for them to write the word he unless they heard he. Now, if Muhammad is speaking directly what Allah told him to say, then he would say Allah if Allah told him to say Allah. So the question is did Allah say he or did he say Allah? When Muhammad revealed this verse, did Muhammad say he or did Muhammad say Allah? Because there is no reason for it to be the opposite, and then someone had to come in and squeeze the word Allah into the text. Now, this is just one point. I have multiple. If you look here on the big screen, I can give you more points. I just wanted to start off with one of the detrimental ones, which is how did they mess up the fact that he said Allah and wrote he? If they heard him, and they had perfect memory and they were able to document the Quran so perfectly based on what Muhammad said. And so you can address that if you want. If you want me to leave this up here on my phone here, I can prop it up, or you could take me off big screen if you want.
I appreciate that you put it up. I've taken a screenshot of it, so I will kind of remove you from the big screen. But if you have anything else to show me, you're happy, you could show me that as well. But I've taken a screenshot of what you have, so I have it on my side, so you can have your phone back. Thank you.
Cool.
Just a quick question. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick question. From what university that person or that
Rice University.
And who are they? Who's Rice University? Are they accredited in the Muslim culture or?
Yes, he's a. What do you mean? What do you mean by Muslim culture? He's accredited in Quranic manuscript studies. This is all that matters. As long as he holds credentials within the Quranic manuscript studies, that should matter within presenting information on studying the Quran. That's like a PhDs matter, right?
Well, it depends. Again, if your PhD in Asia wouldn't mean much here in the United States. You have to go through the United States curriculum in order to practice your PhD. So same thing with Islam. If you're going to talk about Islam, you have to go through their university and their credentials for them to approve your work. Absolutely. So if you're a doctor in Malaysia, can you operate here in the United States without going through?
No, you cannot. No, you cannot.
These are worlds apart. These are two different things.
Okay.
It could be. Well,
That's fine.
I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example. There isn't just a load of Quranic manuscripts that people can get their hand on, right? So, for example, we don't have fake Quranic manuscripts that we get our hands on over here in America that people fly over here to study. Everyone goes to these specific manuscripts to study them. You even have these guys. You even have these guys flying all the way across the country just to get their hands on manuscripts like this. Like I said, this is the National Library of Russia. This is actually manuscripts gathered by, like I said, the French scholar and explorer Jean-Joseph Marcel. So you have to fly out of your country to get and study these manuscripts. This has nothing to do with practicing in another country. I understand that. But this is a manuscript, a single manuscript that all scholars that want to get their hands on this and it's been deemed an authentic Quranic manuscript have to go to a specific location to study. These are two different things. And if you have credentials to study Quranic manuscripts, you actually can go in and get your hands on these manuscripts. Same thing with biblical manuscripts. If anybody has a PhD in biblical manuscript studies, they are all studying the same manuscript.
Yeah, life.
It doesn't matter
and that's fine.
where you're from.
I mean, you could,
or if you got a
that's
Christian
fine. Hold on.
PhD.
I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. Yeah, in the Islamic world, we have to go through certain universities and what have you, accredited Muslim universities. So, so we cannot say a PhD person makes, studies in, let's say, Malaysia and let's say Botswana or whatever, and they come up with a university and you go through that curriculum, you are credited in the Muslim world.
Is Dan Brubaker
no.
Is he nothing? Is he nothing then?
Well, no. I mean, we don't want to go there. I don't want to go there.
But
since
He's brought a critic. He's brought a critic, and yeah, he's not worldly recognized. We can acknowledge that. No problem.
Yeah. So go ahead with your argument. We don't recognize
whatever point.
Exactly.
Yeah. Nobody said that he's worldly recognized. We understand that Muslims and let's say other people as well too are going to have their disputes regarding what's taking place, but we can't deny what's actually taking place on the text. So if we're showing the text from NLR Marcel 2, we have to address what actually is taking place on the text. So all I'm asking is, why was the word Allah inserted to the text? If you guys are saying that they memorized what Muhammad said and wrote down what he said, how did they write down opposite of what he said? If the correct one is Allah, why did they write he? That's it. It has nothing to do with Dan Brubaker.
I'm tracking
really, you know. Yeah,
I'm tracking you.
Yeah,
I'm tracking you. I really am.
Okay.
And you do a really good job of kind of explaining it. You make it easy for me to understand what you're trying to prove. Yeah, I got you.
Appreciate it.
So yeah, for sure. So in regards to that, I would say the core rebuttal here is that like the manuscript correction is not the same as textual corruption. Would you agree?
Not according to your guys' talking points.
So when we understand when scribes used to write, right? Let's just say, I want you to imagine a position where you have guys, my mods, please don't let people up. I didn't ask my mods, please don't have people come up. That's not what I asked.
I'm not pulling anybody up.
I'm just, any mods out there, I'll know who's modding when I see. So please stop what you're doing, okay? I've already told you the only job you guys have is to make sure no one's blaspheming or cursing or yelling in the comment section. That's all I ask out of you. I don't need any other help other than that. Thank you. All right. So again, back to my point. Sorry for the interruption. So when we know that scribes, I want you life to be in a position where, let's just say, a prophet that you believe in ordered you, a scribe, to write down something. Mm-hmm. Is it possible that you're able to make a mistake while you write it down and correct it? Or would you say now this is corruption?
Like I said, according to your guys' I'm
just answer the question.
Yeah. I'm answering it. Yeah. Humans are able to make mistakes, and that's why I'm asking you: are you agreeing that your people who wrote down your Quranic manuscripts made mistakes? Because Muslims tell us no, they didn't. That's the point. We don't disagree that our people who copied our manuscripts and things like that didn't have textual variants and things that needed to be fixed according to other manuscripts piled up with it. You guys say that this just isn't a case in your religion. So that's why
we do have Kings versus Chronicles where 22:42. So there is textual variance. Would you say it's corruption now?
We don't agree,
because you have that same example.
My brother, we don't agree textual variance is corruption. You guys do.
Okay. I don't know where you're getting that. Where do we agree that if there is a mistake happen, so if a mistake happens, right? Mm-hmm. And my humble answer to you is I don't know. I'm not going to say yes or no because I don't know. That's the truth. How do we know if when it was being written down, the scribe made a mistake, mm-hmm. and then upon re-examining it, they said, hey, this manuscript is not, it's not correct because this one word is he, it's supposed to be Allah.
So, okay. So can we agree that the talking points that the Quran is perfectly preserved and they documented exactly what Muhammad said is actually not true, according to the manuscript that I showed you, which shows that the scribes made a mistake. This is a textual variant that they made a mistake. They wrote something other than what Muhammad said.
So let's stop. Let me jump in real quick. Okay.
Quick question.
NLR Marcel 2, Daniel Brubaker, page 34. The PDF is also free too if you want to pull it up on your computer.
What's the specific manuscript?
Sorry, what was the question, Abu Nuri?
What's the specific manuscript?
The specific one, NLR Marcel 2 8R.
He does like over 20 different manuscripts, but yeah, why don't you say that specific? I haven't read the book.
Yeah. NLR Marcel 2 8R. Now, if you want to get specifics, you just go to the book, Daniel Allen Brubaker. I believe the PDF is free. The PDF is free, so we all can look at it together.
Yeah, no, and you did, and thank you for showing the screenshot. So you did give me that, but in terms of the whole book, what question does Dr. Dean have? And then Abu Nuri, if you said you had a question as well.
I was wondering, could you answer my question? If that's okay.
I was going to answer your question by. So we know the consensus of our understanding of how the Quran was preserved. Once there was a mistake in anything, whether it's a pronunciation or a misplacement, a spelling and what have you, Jibreel alayhi salam would inform Prophet Muhammad, and he would give him the wisdom, and he would correct those mistakes. So he would go to that scribe or that person who made that mistake or that variance and correct it. And before Muhammad died, Jibreel would come to Prophet Muhammad, especially in the days of Ramadan, and he would go over the Quran. So before Muhammad left, there was a consensus in writing and in the oral tradition, written in order, that the Quran is perfect by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Okay, so one, with all due respect, I humbly disagree that he was made aware that a scribe wrote something wrong and then had to go find that scribe to tell him to correct it, because what we have here is instances where people with different handwritings came in and corrected the manuscript. So it wasn't the same person that actually corrected the manuscript, it was somebody else.
Right, Life.
Now I don't
Life, we know that there's about 10 recorded scribes though. We accept that as Muslims.
Well, no, that wasn't even remotely what I was saying. I was just saying that he was,
okay.
he's saying that Muhammad got warned that somebody wrote something different down in a manuscript and had to go find him and check him. Like I've never seen anything that says that. I would like for you to read a hadith that shows that. I don't know where he got that. I've never heard that a day in my life.
Yeah. So I want to ask this. If the prophet said, I'm going to give you like a very short surah in the Quran, so it's not long or anything like that.
No disrespect. No disrespect. I promise you.
I'm showing you an example of exactly what you're talking about.
But really quick, brother, no disrespect. I still haven't had my question answered.
I apologize. I don't want to continue if you feel that way. Go ahead. What's the question you want to answer?
Yeah. Did the Quranic scribes make mistakes?
And I believe I did answer that. I don't know if they did or didn't. I don't know. But
Right.
I'm saying if they did, right, then it's easy to say that it could be corrected, and you already said that. So
Just a
that's
quick
me being
5-second
humble with
response
you,
to
right?
that,
Because
and
if
then
I'm going to say for a fact they didn't, right, then I could be speaking on ignorance, and so I'm not going to do that.
I replied.
Hold on,
Hold
Dean,
on,
really,
bud. That's okay.
Dean, I
That's
just want to
okay.
give 5 seconds
That's okay,
to him.
bud.
I just want to give 5 seconds to him, and then
Yeah, but he answered. Let me give you.
I said a quick
answered
5
is a
second response
consensus.
to him. That's it. I promise. That's it, bro. I'm gonna mute up, and then we could build from here off of what we're dealing with. When something is corrected, and the correction makes it into the Quran, that shows that someone made a mistake. There's no reason for them to insert or squeeze the word Allah in here into the text if they didn't feel like it needed to be said Allah. So someone did make a mistake, and I hear you if you're saying you don't know if they did or didn't. Someone wrote he when it was supposed to say Allah. That is a mistake to me.
Okay, let's stop here. Okay, so he told you where his position. To the best of my understanding and the consensus of the Muslim community, when there was a mistake, again, Jibreel, and I answer this, I'm going to say that twice. It is because they're infallible, okay? But Muhammad is not. When the revelation comes down to the Prophet Muhammad, it's different than the scribes. So whoever wrote the scribes, when they had a mistake, again, Jibreel will inform Prophet Muhammad, and Prophet Muhammad alayhi salatu wasalam, he would go to that scribe or that error. He would know he's got the info, and he would correct it, and they would correct it. So yes, there is a possibility, or when there is mistakes, it was corrected. Does that answer your question? Now you're saying this is not acceptable. Well, this is in our paradigm, we accept it. The majority of the Muslims, this is how we understand the transmission of the Quran. Once there was a mistake, Muhammad was informed. He would inform the companions. They would correct it, and they would canonize it and standardize it. If you have a problem with that, I'm sorry.
Perfect. All right, Dean. Cool. Thank you. So we agree here that the Quranic writers, the ones who scribed the Quran, the ones who took the oral recitation and made it physical, made mistakes. So when we come here
and we could also agree that those mistakes could have been easily corrected. You did state that earlier.
Mistakes definitely could be corrected. Absolutely. I agree.
Cool.
All right, cool.
I mean, I don't think it's more difficult than that. I would say here, it's summarized, and you could ask another question if you like, but I would say that the added words here of like, Allah and he and Allah, it's clarification, but it does not change in any way the theological, message and revelation.
Yeah, it does. And so here's the reason why.
Abu Nuri, do you agree? Does it change the revelation if Allah and we, sometimes in the Quran it says he?
No, I can
change
show you
revelation. Would you?
Yeah, no. So
I'm asking Abu Nuri because I want to kind of see if Abu Nuri agrees or disagrees.
Okay, well, I just want to say I wasn't using this as an example of how extreme you're going.
I'm making that statement now because you said what you said. I hope I answered your question. Now I'm just presenting. So this doesn't change essentially anything. It does in theology, right? It doesn't change anything. For me to say he when referencing to Allah, right? And we understand the masculine he is just in general. It doesn't mean that he's a male, right? We understand that. But we know that he is in referencing to that, but it doesn't change theologically, right? He or Allah. There's no change.
Yeah, I just wanted to address the talking point first, and then I can give you verses.
I know, but I was asking Abu Nuri. I get your life. Just give me a second. I was asking him. I want him to fact check me. Is there a change there?
No, is there a theological change there? No, but to say that there was an alteration made to the Quran as like just the Quran, that would be an issue within itself.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Correct.
So not even
for
a
instance,
vowel.
if the Quran says he and we change it to Allah, then that's an issue.
Exactly. And we don't believe that whatsoever. Even the vowel.
Okay, so
one second here. One second. I'm following with Abu Nuri.
Is it three people going to speak and then I get to go
That's
back?
okay.
Or?
Life, I think you're getting too
this was
excited.
a discussion, Life, not necessarily, but you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
relax,
I do want
Life.
to answer every question you have. So you could say, host, I'd like to ask this, and I'm happy to answer.
Yeah, I wanted to address
just
what
like
Abu Nuri said, though.
Yeah, hold on. Life, that's okay, bud. That's okay. We're not bullying you or we're not disrespecting you. But just like what Abu Nuri says, the word definitely, and not only the word, but even a vowel. And there is variations in vowels, dhamma wal fatha and whatever, something that you don't understand. Only those who understand Arabic know that. Even that's acceptable in Islam. Okay? So the collection, because the Quran is not only one recitation, it's numerous qira'at. Okay? And that is the Quran. So we don't have one qira'ah, one mode, one dialect. We have multiple, and that is the Quran.
Okay, excellent point, Dean. I hear what you're saying. I hope everyone else did. I'm gonna allow, please, Life. I want to give you the full opportunity to respond to what Abu Nuri said, and everyone mute up. Don't interrupt them, please. So go ahead.
All right. So I was basically showing the manuscript to get you guys to understand that your scribes did make mistakes. And I said that the talking points were that they didn't, because from, until I started debating Muslims, the talking point was always to any random person. Yeah, the Quran's perfectly preserved, letter for letter, word for word, dot for dot. And so if that was the case, well, then we wouldn't find these issues within the manuscript. So I was only showing that off rip, just to start. Now I'm going to show you where there is verses that are changed, and the context of the verse and the theological understanding of the verses are changed. I can show you where things were added and taken out of verses, and these additions and subtractions actually were the ones that made it into the Quran. Because this
was
you have a multitude of
that what you addressed to Abu Nuri? Or is that what? Because I believe Abu Nuri asked you a question. Was that addressed?
Oh, okay. So I think that he said that he said that if it said he and it was changed to Allah, or if it said Allah and it was changed to he, then that would be a problem. So I think the idea of, I think the idea of that is true. And I think I presented that to be the case. But one would have to figure out which one did Muhammad say. And you'd actually go down a rabbit trail trying to figure that out.
Yeah, let me jump in real quick. So there are words like, for example,
Dean, just once. I love when you jump in. I have no problem you jump in. But the question was between Abu Nuri and Life, so I just want to make sure if Abu Nuri was that sufficient.
He came back. He came back. He was away.
No, that's fine. go ahead and take it over, Brother Dean, because I need like 5 minutes anyways, because you know this is my topic right here. So just give me like 5 minutes.
Go ahead, Dean, and then present. Make sure that whatever you say, then you're asking a question to life, so that conversation kind of continues here.
Did anybody of the mods mute me? And please don't, mods. Whoever's muting me, don't do that, please.
Yeah, I agree. Don't mute up Dr. Dean. Go ahead.
All right. So we also know, like for example, there are different words. For example, in the Fatiha, in our first chapter, there is a reading. We read Maliki. Maliki means the owner of Day of Judgment, the owner. And then we have Maliki. Maliki and Maliki, two different words, but they mean the same. They have the same elements and what have you. So Maliki is the owner and Maliki is the king. So that's not a mistake from the scribes or what have you. This is part of the Quran. And again, as I mentioned earlier, there are vowels, there are words that are different from one qira'ah to another. The collection of these variances is called the Quran. So it's not one dialect. And how to make it,
they always want to talk about dialects like that's what you're talking about. I'm not talking about dialects.
Whether it's Scotland or Ireland, depending on their culture and their accent, we wouldn't be able to understand them, even though they're speaking English. Their idioms, the way they use their language, the pronunciation. If we don't know that culture, we wouldn't be, we won't understand what they're saying. Even though they're speaking English.
Kind of throw back to life, because I want to make sure we're not preaching to anybody here. We're
right,
engaging.
but we're giving them an understanding on the culture of the Quran, how to understand the Quran, between the different variances.
Dean, I'm not talking about dialect though.
Well, if you're going to bring up variances, it has to be within those parameters, and you can't say, well, I mean, that's what you're pointing out to. So what I'm telling you, I'm giving you the parameters how to understand the Quran. So when you make these arguments, your argument is following under those. It does not follow under those parameters. Then you don't have a valid argument.
Yeah, your parameters that you're setting based on a misunderstanding of what I'm saying. I can't follow along with that, bro.
Yeah, I'm going to say that his position, Dr. Dean, is not that the words, can have like Maliki and Malik. Like that's not what he's disputing. He's disputing, since we understand that the Quran is fully preserved, and then this is what makes it such one of the many miracles of it. Then if we have different texts and different manuscripts that are written differently, how then is it word for word preserved? Is that correct, Life? Or did I miss something?
Yeah, I mean, you're tracking, bro. That's exactly what I'm saying.
All right, cool. I just want to make sure. All right, cool. Abu Nuri, do you have something to say, or Dr. Dean, do you have a question? Guys, we got to make sure when you make your statements, then respond with a question, right? Otherwise, it's like you're just, come on.
Yeah, I wanted to so yeah, Dean he wanted to say that, and just before that I wanted to give the actual position now, where I'm showing you that there is an actual change, right? And so if any of you guys can actually address this that I'm going to bring up, you guys definitely can. So right here now, what I'm actually dealing with is oops, a second. Right here now, what I'm actually going to read to you here comes from another scholar by the name of Keith E. Smalls, and he is documenting what is taking place in the Topkapi manuscript. This is another valid Quranic manuscript here, and what it says here is this. It says, "You know what we concealed and what he revealed." Rather than the standard reading, this is what you guys find here in your Quran, "You know what we concealed and what we revealed." So it says here, this does fit the overall narrative context and theology of the Quran, though there is an awkward change of persons in a direct address and is possibly a copyist mistake. However, it was placed there with bold strokes in a text with few other letters, so clearly designated. Two examples of kinds of variants are also presented in the palimpsests. So here we have things being changed again, and now it's getting more drastic. And if you would allow me, maybe the next one, if you want to close out or go to another guest after this, I could go to one of the more drastic after this, but I just wanted to kind of drive it home until we can go from small to large mistakes, where one, I can show you clearly there's a theological change being done here. But here, this one says, you know what we concealed and what he revealed. And it was changed. You know what we concealed and what we revealed. So there's a difference there. He revealed and we revealed. It's a change of persons. So here, once again, we see things are being changed. And so, you know, I'm just trying to figure out where's the accuracy and the preservation here. It doesn't for just so far right now. I'm not following an accurate line of preservation. And I have more. I'm not saying that these are the only two. There's tons of variants that we can go over. Obviously not in the full lives, but there's another one where it does the same thing. So are these scribes remembering what Muhammad said accurately, or are they not? And which one did he say?
He lost me. I don't know. Host, did you carry on? He lost me.
Okay. So Dean, is that a change of persons? So if I say, you know what we concealed and what he revealed, and then someone says that I said, you know what we concealed and what we revealed, is that a change? Is that a change of persons?
Change of persons. I still don't know. How do you interpret
I would say
this?
no. Just answer his question. No, it's not a change of persons. No.
So from here,
but what do you mean? But what do you mean? Change of persons.
That is a change of persons, because it says if I know what he revealed, and then it goes to I know what we revealed, that's a change of persons. It goes from one person to multiple people.
Well, we understand when we were referencing Allah, God Almighty, you know, the majestic we, you know, we in, you know, the kingdom, we everything in the heavens and the earth, that's acceptable.
But it doesn't. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But it
didn't change the person. That's what I'm saying. It didn't change the person. Like, you know, if we're talking about Allah, we're talking about God Almighty, we can refer to God as Allah. We can refer to God as He in the Quran in reference of context. And we understand that God also says we, you know, and so all three are applicable.
Yeah, but this is the same. This is the same verse that was changed on the same on the single manuscript. So like the examples that I'm giving you are examples where it was changed on the manuscript. This isn't paired up with another manuscript. This is a manuscript that was actually changed on the exact same manuscript. And when we get into the Sanaa, which I know Abu has his opinion on that, we can get into that. It also happens there as well, where these changes, the entire manuscript was erased and changed and added, you know, this change was added to it. So it's not two different manuscripts we're pairing together and seeing which one is right. This is happening on one manuscript where it was erased and it was changed to something else.
No, actually, the Sana'a manuscripts was students learning the Quran, and so they kept wiping the old homework that they done, and I put new Quran on it. So because they didn't have enough papers, they would use the singular paper, and then every time they write on a new, say for example, like
Ramadan, can you elaborate when you use the word new Quran? That might confuse a lot of people. Can you clarify that?
New homework, like for example. Yes, like for example, yesterday I learned Surah Fatiha. Today I want to learn Surah Nas, chapter basically 114, right? Yesterday I learned, say for example, chapter 1, right? So because I don't have enough papers or enough things to use, so what I'll do is wipe off the one from yesterday and I write new homework today. So that's how you see that there was Quran written over another Quran, and there were students. That was the consensus of the scholars. That's the conclusion they came to.
Wait, hold on, really quick, brother. You said that's a consensus of scholars, that it's a student work?
Yes.
Are you sure about that? But please don't lie.
Yeah,
I have
Ramadan. Are you 100% sure?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Give me the big screen after. I promise you, he's not telling the truth. I have the scholars here. I have multiple scholars here that wholeheartedly disagree.
You have to let me learn, though.
Okay, I got you, bro.
Have to let me learn.
Okay.
Yeah, don't worry. You got all the time, bro. And also, I just checked Brew Baker's work, right? He himself contradicts himself. He doesn't even know what he's saying. Let's hear it out.
As you can see in this manuscript, although you can tell it's a different scribe, it's clearly a different handwriting style. And this is one of the interesting things about the Hijazi scripts. And at some point, I will do a video on the different script styles to give you an introduction to. I should do that soon. Okay, so this has been written over in erasure. It does look like the work of the original scribe to me. Now, the writing style is similar. Maybe it's not quite as confident, but I'm not willing to say that it was not the original scribe. I think this does look like it is the work of the original scribe, and probably near the time of first production of this manuscript, although can't be for sure on that.
You heard that? The conclusion he came to was he's not too sure what it is, whether it's the original scribe or whether it's a different scribe. He said, I don't know. So there was no conclusion made on that. So if he did make a conclusion on his work life, please show us all.
Dude, that did not refute anything. This is how scholars talk. I don't know what. Okay. Anyway, bro.
Okay. Yeah. Show your proof. That's okay.
Yeah,
okay. You disagree with him. Show him proof.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let me just show what he said. So he said that it is there is a 100% consensus that the work is a student manuscript. Can he tell me what scholar says that it was a student manuscript?
No. Okay, no. Refute what he was saying.
Dean,
No,
Dean,
now you're going to go.
We have to hold people accountable to what they say. Okay, you know what? Fine. I'm not even going to go there because I'm pretty sure you might kick me if I press him on what he said. Right? Is that what's going to happen?
No, that's okay. He presented something. Now you have to refute him with proof.
Yeah,
I'm about to. Did a good job. He showed you. Now, and
I'll show you. I'm about
made a little
to.
fuss.
Watch this.
Now you have to show us proof.
Watch this. Watch this, Dean. I'm going to show you that I am about to. I promise you.
And
I literally
how's it going, Bobby?
I literally have the scholarly responses to the person who made the student manuscript claim.
That's okay. Hey, life, you're not gonna get kicked. The only way you get kicked from my panel is if you crash out by cursing or blasphemy. Those are my two rules. So you're good, bro.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I literally have the scholarly responses from multiple scholars, not just one, about her response. So now, Ramadan, before I show you multiple scholars that disagree with that position, can you tell me who was the scholar that said it was a student manuscript? Since you said there's 100%.
I can look into it now and I'll bring it to you. No problem.
What do you mean look into it now? I thought just give me one
name.
Brother.
I don't have the stuff at hand.
Just give me one name of one scholar.
I looked into it.
He's on it live. He's on it, bud.
I looked into it in the past and I'll definitely bring it again. Don't worry.
Just give me one name of the scholar. I want the exact person who coined it.
Bro, the last time I obviously been on this subject about Sana'a manuscripts was about almost 3 years ago. So I'd have to go do check my sources again.
Yeah, but while I do that, can you give me one person?
Life, I'm telling you, I will go get you many scholars, but just have to do.
Right, how long is it going to take?
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Give me like 10 minutes. And yeah, so obviously I'm gonna get you like 5 minutes.
10 minutes. But anyway, it's fine.
I'm gonna get you. But wait, hold on.
It's fine.
Come on, I'm in the middle of talking, man. So I'm gonna get you like 5 scholars. Right, give me like 5 to 10 minutes. But while I do that,
you said it was 100% consensus.
Just hold on, though, life. Oh my brother, what's wrong with you, man? It's like you're just afraid to let me talk.
No, you're afraid to prove what you said.
Life. What's wrong with the guy?
Okay,
what's wrong?
Here. So to prove his.
So life. I was in the middle of talking.
Life. He's talking. You're rude. You're being rude. We don't want to mute you.
Okay, let me know when you're done so I can prove that he didn't tell the truth.
Yeah, just calm down. Just calm down, bud. It's okay. It's okay. Calm down.
Yeah, you literally hear me speaking, life. Come on, bro. I wasn't cutting you off. So life, give me 5 to 10 minutes. I'll get you the consensus of scholars who actually agree with me on the Sana'a manuscripts. And while I do that, can you respond to Brew Baker's, not having conclusion on, because you made the claim that it was like evidence, like it was actually true, but he doesn't make conclusion on that. He even says that he doesn't even know whether it's actually the original original scribe or secondary scribe. He doesn't know that himself. So how do you know more than Brew Baker?
Okay, so one, like I said, this is how scholars talk. Scholars they're careful when they try to draw the conclusion on if they know something was written by an original or not. You showed me something that had nothing to do with what I was even presenting in the first place. What I talked about with Dan Brubaker, you weren't talking about. You talked about what Dan Brubaker talked about on some other manuscript. So please stay focused on what I'm actually addressing. Okay, I have no problem with Dan Brubaker saying that he doesn't have a specific solid conclusion on what he's stating. The problem is that the manuscripts show what is being done already. So if you want to clarify your question and make it make a little bit more sense, then that would actually help. But you're like, what you asked me is, no one would disagree with that, but that doesn't help your case. So now I want to show you that this guy said that there was a 100% consensus among the scholars. That means that all the scholars agree that this is a student manuscript. Here's one scholar right here already, Marj van Putten. I really find Asma Halali's book. And there you go. I just helped you out. So we don't even got to wait 10 minutes. Asma Halali was the one who actually named and coined this as a student work. And she is not sure that it's a student work herself. So since you want to talk about people not being sure about what they're talking about, she's literally on video giving her hypothesis about the manuscript work based on what she found. And she didn't even do any conductive studies or research on it. And I'll give you another scholar that actually says that. So it says, I really find Asma Halali's book on the Sanaa palimpsest very disappointing. The theories presented in it about what kind of text the palimpsest is does not make any sense. And the addition of Sadeji and Godarzi is far superior in almost every way. Now, watch this. So that was Marj van Putten's response. And for all the Muslims in the chat that are just rambling, how about you go look up who Marj van Putten is? Because anybody who studies Quranic manuscripts wouldn't be laughing because he tweeted it. Your assumption that is just a tweet is insane. So you want me to actually go get his actual paper so you guys can stop rambling in the chat? I will. I'll do that for you. But now
stick with us on the panel. Don't worry. The chats, you know the comments, bro. The comments always say everything they want to say. Stick with us, man. Come on.
Yeah. I got you. Okay, now we can go ahead and get another scholar. I'll show you another one, and I'll show you exactly what she said about the actual manuscript in itself. So we have another one. We have another scholar who actually literally refutes her position on whether this is a student manuscript or not. I have the direct rebuttal from her. Here we go. All right. So we have Eleanor Collard. Okay. We have Eleanor Collard right here. Eleanor Collard's refutation on student works lie. Okay. Let me go ahead and scroll this up. I love the chat saying I'm just making stuff up while I'm showing the sources. That's crazy.
Life, we're gonna say one more time. Ignore the comments and stop wasting time.
Brother, it's okay,
please.
man. Don't worry about it. I got you.
Okay, exactly. It's okay. So focus on your argument and forget about the chat. Thank you.
Sure, bro. All right. Here's another scholar, Eleanor Collard. Okay. She literally wrote a paper because, yes, Asma Halali came in with her assumption that this is a student work. I agree. She came in with that, but it was a theory. As the other brother said that I just quoted from, it's a theory. So this is what Asma Halali said, another scholar. So here we can clearly see there isn't a 100% consensus. Halali's hypothesis is completely new. You see that? Completely new in the study of Quranic manuscripts. In contrast with
Wa alaikum assalam. Wa alaikum assalam.
Y'all ready? Okay, thank you. This is what
wait a minute, hold on. Let me ask you a question. Do you have a problem if somebody, and do you have a problem us replying to that? If you do,
what are you talking about?
Please remove yourself.
Oh, you're not talking to me?
I mean, yeah, I'm talking to you. Yes, there are people going to come in. They're going to greet us with assalamu alaikum, and we're going to reply. If you have a problem with that, please drop yourself, big guy.
All right, Dean. Thanks, man. Halali's hypothesis is completely new in the study of Quranic manuscripts, in contrast with Sadeji and Godarzi, who aim to identify the textual tradition to which the palimpsest of Sanaa belongs. So wait a minute. That is 4 scholars that aren't in line with Halali. So now Halali is interested in the process of copying the Quran and Halali is interested in the process of copying of the Quran and its transmission. Her hypothesis raises fundamental questions about the written transmission of the text in the first centuries. Is the concept of Quran as Codex Mushafs at the end of the 7th century attested by material witnesses? And what do we know about the transmission of the Quran in the teaching environment at this time? So basically what she's saying is that Halali didn't do any actual specific research to come down to her hypothesis. It was all based on what she thought and understood the manuscript could be based on reading. She didn't do any field testing at all. And watch this. I'll even prove it here because the scholar also says this. As for the teaching, one second. As for the teaching environments of the Quranic text at the end of the 7th century, whether in Yemen or elsewhere, extensive investigation needs to be conducted in this area. The current state of research does not allow us to know if we are in possession of materials intended specifically for teaching, but the appearance of systems of vocalization in the manuscript, certainly during the 8th century, clearly testify to the existence of oral performance or recitation of the text. So okay. So one, I just showed you that there's multiple scholars that disagree with this hypothesis, and it's actually more of a consensus that they align with this being an actual Quranic manuscript instead of a student. So can anybody respond to these scholars or what?
The host, can I say something real quick?
Hey, 1 second, real fast. Hey, 1 second, real fast. Hey, I'm just now getting free up. Can you summarize to everybody, like you've done for the last few things that was said? Can you summarize to everybody what this scholar just said?
What? Can I summarize it? It's already summarized. It wasn't clear to you? I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm just saying, what she said wasn't clear?
Okay, well, no problem. No, it was very clear, but it's clear that you didn't summarize what she said. So let me ask you this from what she said, since we didn't get an accurate summary. Mm-hmm. Did the scholar just put forth that she doesn't know either what it is and that more field studies need to be done to come to a definitive conclusion of what it is?
No, I actually have evidence that the scholar is actually saying it is a Quranic manuscript. Would you want to see that?
Reread it.
No. I'm saying I have evidence. I'm saying I have evidence of her saying it is a Quranic manuscript. That's
fine.
Did you want to see
that's
that?
Fine. Can you reread what you just read for everybody, please?
Listen, brother. Let me show you. Let me give me the screen again. She's not saying,
brother, I'm asking you to reread your own evidence. I don't see why that's an issue.
Yeah, so she's saying that Halali does not have.
You had a chance to summarize it.
Okay, so what are you asking me, bro?
Life, you're making it complicated.
I'm asking you to just reread what you just read. That is it, sir.
Yeah, she's disagreeing that it's a student manuscript. I don't understand.
Just reread it.
Brother, I gave you a chance to summarize it. Just read it, please.
Okay, sure. All right, let me go back up to it. Here we go. And then when I read what I read, I want you to agree with what she's saying then too. Okay, so let me get big screen. We'll read it again. As for the teaching environment of the Quranic text at the end of the 7th century, whether in Yemen or elsewhere, extensive investigation needs to be conducted in this area. The current state of research does not allow us to know if we are in possession of materials intended specifically for teaching, but the appearance of systems of vocalization in the manuscript, certainly during the 8th century, clearly testify the existence of oral performance or recitation.
Can you stop right
the
there, please?
Got you. Go ahead. What do you want to know?
Stop right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. So she said that more field study needs to be done to what?
To prove Halali's position.
No. She didn't mention Halali. She said us.
Dude, the whole article is in refutation of Halali's position. Her whole article is in response to Halali's hypothesis. That's what the whole article is about.
Brother, do we need to reread it?
Nori,
The scholar, excuse me, 1 second. Hey, you done a lot of one
Nori,
second, please, because all I've asked
Nori,
you to do
look,
is
bro.
read. 1 second,
Listen,
please.
bro.
Go ahead and make your point.
I just because you're not.
But when I make my point, no problem. Make your point, and when I start talking, close your mouth. Go ahead,
brother. You're not paying. Okay, so don't ask me questions if you don't understand. Listen, bro. The whole article is in response to Halali. She's literally addressing Halali herself. The whole article is in response to her. So yes, it's about Halali's hypothesis. Halali's hypothesis is completely new in the study of Quranic manuscripts. So based on their studies, they are 100% sure. Let me not be frank, right? They are sure that it is a Quranic manuscript, according to her.
Brother. Now you're just reading stuff into it and being disingenuous.
I'm not reading anything into it. Hey, come on, man. We don't gotta play word games.
You guys make
wait. Hold on, host. Let me show you what Eleanor.
Enough, life. We give you plenty of time. Hold on.
No.
We've been more than fair.
Hold on. Don't start cutting me off now.
We've been
let me show you.
Brother, we done let you reread it. We've let you summarize it.
That was life. Let me moderate
really quick.
Let me moderate.
I have to show him what the scholar believes, though, because he thinks that the scholar doesn't believe that it's a real manuscript.
We're asking about the proof that you just brought us. I haven't gone anywhere. 1 second, please. Hey, man. We're asking about the
check it out.
You just brought us.
Oh, am I not? Okay. So check it out, guys. Look, life. I intentionally wanted to make sure you got about 3-4 minutes to say and do whatever you want. If you need another 30 seconds, I'll give you that. But I want to give Abu Nuri an equal amount of time. So can you do that?
Please. And
can you land in 30 seconds?
I got you.
And then we'll give Abu Nuri the same amount of time.
I got you. I got you. And what I would like to do.
1 second. Life. 1 second.
Give me my 30.
1 second. You've been life. You got to relax.
You
got to relax.
Go ahead, bro.
Life. Just like we're being more than fair. We don't even get this luxury time on your panels. So we're respecting you. It's not about respecting you. We are respecting ourselves. We are respecting ourselves.
All right, Dean.
Alaikum assalam.
So do not interrupt Nuri. Do not interrupt. Just be quiet. That's okay. Nuri's gonna talk.
He gave me the 30 seconds. You're not even listening.
No. He gave it to Nuri.
No, he didn't.
No. Yeah. Here, guys, hear my voice. Yeah, life. You don't need to argue. Just talk to me if you have an issue.
It's fine. I'm
gonna moderate.
30 seconds. I don't need. Come on, man.
I don't need 15 other people moderating. Allow me to moderate, and you guys can discuss. So what I'm gonna say is, again, life gave you a lot of minutes to speak. Okay, land in, let's say, 30 seconds because you said you want to say, and then we're gonna give Abu Nuri at least minimum of 5 minutes. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. So there's no miscommunication here, and I would just like for Abu Nuri to speak freely, right? Instead of trying to ask me off questions and then acting like I'm not answering them when they don't pertain to what's actually being said. I'm going to need him to actually know what study I'm quoting, and I'm going to need him to study it accurately. Here is the lady who actually wrote the study in direct response to Asma Halali. Look at what she says here. The Sanaa palimpsest is known as the only evidence of a different version of the Quran hidden in its parchment. Despite its current fragmentary condition, we are now sure that it was at first a codex, showing similarity with the so-called companions codices. So she believes that it is actually a codex / mushaf, bro. So no, what you're saying about what she's saying is not true. She's giving a direct response directly to Asma Halali's hypothesis, bro. And so I don't need to ask you questions in order to present my evidence. You need to actually present your refutation to what's being said here. I'm not answering questions yet. I would like for you to give me a breakdown to show me that you actually understand what I brought up, because what I brought up is not what you're asking me. All right, that's it. I'm done.
I need you to land. Yeah, I need you to land. All right, thank you. All right, here we go. So, Abu Nuri, floor's yours, and please, nobody interrupt him. If he has a question, then that question is to him alone. All right, go ahead, Abu Nuri.
Yeah, I don't gotta like go on for like minutes and minutes and minutes. That's copish. Hey, give him back the big screen and pull up what you had. You don't gotta read. I'll read it. Give him back the big screen and put back what you had on the screen.
Is it okay if you put that up, please, so that we can see what you had on your screen?
Yeah.
Obviously, so that Abunodi
I
can cross-examine.
will
it, please.
happily put it up, but at this point of the conversation, as I said, as I requested, I would like
just stop talking.
I'm talking
and
to the
put it
host,
up, man.
Nori.
We gave you your
Nori,
turn,
I'm talking
man.
to the
Hey,
host.
bro,
All right, well, you know what? I'm not. All right, well,
bro.
you know what? I'm not putting
Stop
up nothing.
manifesting.
I'm
bro.
not putting up nothing in. If I
Yeah, it's all right.
Coward.
if
You're
I'm
a
not
real
putting,
coward,
if I
bro.
can't talk to the host, I'm not putting up nothing, bro. I'm
Hey,
talking to the
bro,
host.
I just shut up and let you talk for like 5 minutes.
All right,
just
so I'm
yapping,
addressing
bro.
the host.
For real, man.
So let's put it on the screen,
I'm
man.
addressing
It's my
the
turn.
host.
What are
Let
you
me
doing?
talk to the host, Nori. Thank you.
Come on, guys.
Thank you, man. If you want me to,
Abunodi
if you want me to
just
put
asked
up
you to put
something
it up
for
on the
you,
screen.
yeah. If you want me to put up something for you, bro, be respectful, bro. I'm gonna just put it up, and I'm just telling the host right now. I want to make sure Nori understands what he's reading before he starts to question me something about something he doesn't understand. Okay, so I'm gonna put it up.
But like, do your.
So this is what
Thank
I'm
you,
gonna
Life.
do.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
But do your best, please, to let him have his position the same way that you had your time, please.
Yeah, but
Go
sure,
ahead.
sure. His position can't come with questions. He needs to know what he's reading. Go ahead, Nori.
No.
Go ahead.
Well, conversations have questions in it. Go.
God damn, is it my turn yet?
Yep, go ahead, bro.
Okay. Thank you. So I'm gonna read. I don't need you to do anything. I just need you to move along with me. So as for the teaching environments of the Quran, you can move a little faster, of the Quranic text at the end of the 7th century, whether in Yemen or elsewhere, extensive, a little bit faster.
Yeah, if you can go to the right. Thank you, Life.
Extensive
All right.
investigation needs to be conducted in this area. The current state of research does not allow us. 1 second, everybody. 1 second, everybody. Does this say halali or does this say us? That's a question to the panel, not Life. Mute up.
It says not allow us to know.
It says us.
Yes.
Lord have mercy.
Okay, it says us. Okay, no problem. So now let's keep reading. So it does not allow us to know what? To know if you gotta move, you gotta there you go. To know if we are in possession of what?
Teaching materials.
Okay. So what is she saying? Like I said the first time.
Yeah, you tell her.
Here, what she said here is that more research needs to be done for anybody to know whether what we're in possession of is a teaching material, is it a codex. She's saying that more research must be done because not halali, we, including halali, does not have an answer. Is that accurate, Life? Yes or no?
Yeah. Absolutely, that's what she's saying.
Then why you just do all that tripping like 5 minutes ago? What the hell's wrong with you?
Bro, what are you talking about? I agree with her.
All right, no problem.
That doesn't help you. That helps me.
Hey, brother.
Well, no, it destroyed your argument. You yapped for like 10 minutes and you don't have an argument anymore.
Am I the one saying?
You don't have an argument anymore.
Right,
you lost everybody.
Now let me respond. Am I the one saying it's a student manuscript? Or are you guys saying it's a student manuscript?
I'm not done, but I'm gonna let you get your quick response in. Go ahead. No, I'm saying you're good. I'm gonna let you get your response in, but I'm just letting you know I'm not done.
Wait, 1 second. On the panel, I am not the one saying it's a student manuscript. The point is that the idea of it being a student manuscript doesn't have enough studies conducted on it to even be the valid case. You guys prove my point.
Okay, we got it. Let him respond.
I'd like to make sure Abunodi has his full time. He's requesting it, and he deserves it. Go ahead.
What is happening here, dude?
We gave you a lot of time to say everything. We didn't agree with it, but we did give that time. I need that time to also be given to Abunodi. That's just how I run my lives, bro.
Go ahead.
I'm not like you guys, where you notice, Life, I haven't used my mute button once. Okay,
yeah, just mute up, Life.
Once. So I'm trying to just speak with you out of just respect. Okay, that's all. All right, let's just try to do that. Sometimes we gotta have a little self-control, even though we disagree. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I don't know what he thought he was doing here. I don't know what he thought my intentions was. But let me just make clear what my intentions was. To say that nobody definitively knows. Halali came to a conclusion based off of her research, and that's fine. That's her conclusion. If someone else comes to another conclusion based off their research, that's fine. But nobody can definitively say this is student material. Nobody can definitively say that this is a codex. But then he's now shown us the same scholar who's now come and contradicted what they've said previously. Oh, we know for certain that it's definitely a codex. But just here, she's contradicted herself and said she doesn't know. And then nobody can know, and more research needs to be done. If he wants to argue in regards to the Sinai manuscript, number one, we have a way of arguing this. It has nothing to do with what these Orientalists are saying, but I'm showing them the contradictory nature of the Orientalists in regards to this topic. He just a second ago tripped out and act like I was crazy when I said that the person was saying that nobody knows. No, she's talking about halali only.
True.
This just goes to show you that these guys be making up stuff. That's my time.
All right, can I get the floor to respond?
Cross-examine. Is there? Well, before, do you have a question to throw to Life, or are you just you're done with the questions or done with your time? Any questions?
Life has to put forth the argument. There's really nothing I have to bring. He has to bring us his manuscript evidence, and we strike that as it comes. Him just bringing up what someone says about the Sinai manuscript, you see how that went for him.
Yeah, so
okay, so perfect. Life, go ahead.
Right, so perfect. So here's the response here. So apparently he assumes Eleanor Collard is not standing on business when she actually says this here. I just showed you what she said. She's the same one that's refuting halali, bro. The Sinai palimpsest is known as the only evidence of a different version of the Quran hidden in its parchment. Despite its current fragmentary condition, listen, bro, we are now sure that it was at first a codex. So she knows, right? You just said, oh, no one could be definitive. She's saying no one can know if this is or if it isn't. Dude, she's saying right here that she's sure it is a codex / mushaf, bro. She's saying it right here. So what you have to understand is that in her paper, it is a response to Asma Halali. This is the reason why you have Marj van Putten here, another scholar who disagrees with Asma Halali, says this: excellent thread summarizing why the Sinai palimpsest was an actual non-canonical codex of the Quran and not the scattered papers of students attempting to memorize the Quran. You see how they're I'm almost done. Hold on, brother. You see how they are actively refuting Asma Halali? They are against her position because they believe that it is an actual codex. So I don't know what Nori read, you know what I mean? With all due respect, brother, if you want to, read it again, you can go study the paper. I'll give you the paper, bro, and you can read it again. But the paper is in refutation to Asma Halali. And so when it says that the current state of research does not allow us to know if we are in possession of materials intended specifically for teaching, but the appearance of systems of vocalization in the manuscripts, she's refuting what Asma Halali is saying, because there haven't been enough studies in the field to actually prove what she is saying. That doesn't mean that they don't believe that it is a codex. Now, I showed you words from they themselves that they believe that it is a codex, bro. So please stop saying that this is saying that they don't believe it's a codex. What you have to understand.
Do we have a question in their life so that we're not talking for too long? Do we have a question?
What you have to understand is that they stood firm on what it is that they believed, and then they refuted Asma Halali's hypothesis here. Okay, so I agree with you. And I'm gonna land here, guys.
Yeah, let them.
So I agree with you that you're reading the paper right. You're reading the paper right in some sense, but you're trying to apply it to their own thought process as if they don't understand what the manuscript is. So I just showed you that they understand what the manuscript is. This is in response to them disagreeing with her hypothesis of it being a student manuscript. That's so I have no questions for you. I'm just letting you know you're reading the paper wrong, bro. That's it.
We have questions.
Are you done?
Is it okay if I ask a question to everybody?
If you don't mind,
yeah, it's between them and Abunuri. If Abunuri wants to give him his time.
Is it on the subject of the manuscripts?
Hey, bro, hey, Life, just get up for a second.
Guys, right now, it's on Abunuri, but if he's okay with someone interacting, then that's okay. But I'd like to moderate this, please.
So the first question that I want to say is, can you pull up that tweet from the lady that says that we know for sure that it's a codex? Can you pull that back up?
Yeah, give me 1 second. There it is.
All right. How?
You said how what?
Yeah, how? How does she know?
You want me to go through everything, all her works?
Brother, you're just showing us a tweet of somebody making a statement. I'm asking how.
Yeah,
That's literally
yeah,
an appeal to authority.
Yeah, sure, I got
What's
you.
the evidence?
Yeah, sure, I got you. So here, so we can go through the thread. Let me see, because I can't do this all in one. She does a whole thread directly refuting her. 1 second, hold on. Let me try to put my.
No. So I'm not concerned with Halali's position, because that's another thing that we need to put out there.
This is Eleanor's position. This is the one.
I understand. You just said she goes through a whole thread refuting Halali's position. I'm not concerned with Halali's position, right? That's what I'm saying. Number one.
What are you concerned with?
I got you. So number two, when you said that, I was trying to put forth that the lady didn't hold the opinion that it was a codex, that wasn't my argument either. So that was kind of, I don't know if you
what is your argument?
That regardless of what the lady's position is, obviously the lady believes it's a codex. The issue is that she can't know that as per her own words without more research and studying being done.
No, Nori, you're mistaken, brother. Look. She literally has.
Hey, 1 second, brother. It's not your
She
turn.
literally has.
Yeah, life. Abu-Nuri did a good job of not interrupting you. Once he says he's done, then we could shit.
Okay, let me know when you're done. Then I thought he asked me a question.
What question? Yeah. What question did I ask?
You said how? How does she know?
I'll just continue.
You said you asked me how does she know?
That question I do want you to answer, but just in 1 second, because you were pulling it up, so I was making a point in the meanwhile. I do want you to answer. Yeah, how in 1 second. So here's the issue. In regards to the lady's position, it's clear what her position is. It's clear that she believes it's a codex. That's fine. So I'm not saying that in her paper, she's saying she doesn't believe it's a codex. I'm saying that she, as well as Halali, also has a hypothesis. She's arguing in the favor of her own hypothesis, but it is indeed a hypothesis. The reason it's a hypothesis is because, as per her admission and per your concession, she has said herself that we cannot know whether it's a teacher material or not, meaning they can't know for sure, but she opposing view of hypothesis. This Orientalist hypothesis, it's fine that she has that. Now, please show us how she knows. Go ahead, brother.
All right, cool. So I'm going to show you how she knows, because she does the works, and I'm not going to go through all of the works. I'm going to direct you guys to her actual work. And if you want the link to it, I can also send that to you as well, so we can get the full breakdown, because she posts it. All this stuff is in articles, right? And there's very extensive research on how she does a refutation on how we can know that it's an actual codex. So if you can see right here, okay, she literally adds on, because via the thread, there's an attachment from her article where she literally puts a full breakdown on how she knows and how they came to the conclusion that this is a codex and not a student work. This is the reason why not her, but multiple scholars have actually put forth a refutation for her. This is the reason why Mars Van Putten literally comes here and says, don't use Asma Halali's edition. It is not very good. The Sajadazi and Godarzi edition is better in every way. There are a whole bunch more on these. Now, I can give you the articles and to give you the understanding of how she has and what she does as far as the refutation in your DM after we get done with this. I can give you the articles, but there's a multitude of breakdowns that she herself quotes and also Sadaji and Godarzi quotes to prove that this is a codex. Now that is very extensive work. That's not a long-winded, that's not a short-winded conversation here, bro. It's actually a long-winded conversation. So we can't do that right here on the live. Now, if you want to come to YouTube, hold on 1 second. 1 second, Stone. Nori, I'm live on YouTube. So if you want to come to YouTube, me and you literally can go through the article together right now. You want to do that? You want to come to YouTube? Come to the StreamYard?
No, I was more so going to say, how about we do a moderated open discussion on it? We can do an hour or two.
Okay, well, let's do it.
I'd like to be the moderator. I'd like to be the moderator.
Let's do it right now. We got 800 people on YouTube watching right now. Let's go through it right now.
Yeah, but Abu Nuri, can't he just show us
in the passage where the author explicitly concludes that therefore Hilal's student manuscript is false. Can you just show us that passage?
I'm about to say that the issue with this student manuscript is if you understand the science of Quran, if you understand the science of the codices, just bringing us a random manuscript. That's why I'm interested to see this woman's reasoning and how she comes to this conclusion. Because this isn't Christianity. You can't bring us some guess who anonymous work and say this is Quran. Doesn't matter what it says. That's not how the Quran works.
Can I just ask that question? Because based upon the way that the conversation is going, there's a vital question that I think is necessary to be answered. And that is, what do Western scholars consider to be a codex? Because we have an assumption here that what is meant by codex is one thing, but I like to know, how do the Western scholars, according to Life and his research, how do they define what is a codex? Because that's going to make a codex, Life.
Yeah, and we went over that in the beginning. Yeah, your Codex standards does not meet our Codex standards.
Yeah, that's fine. So, like I said, if you guys want to get extensive, I don't want to keep opening my camera and putting my phone on something. I'm live right now. We can scroll through Eleanor Collard's article so Abu Nori can see that she doesn't believe that it's a student work, and she proves how it is a codex. We can go through the article now. And there's multiple articles that do it. We have Marge Van Putten, we have the Sadaji and Godarzi, and we also have Eleanor Collard. I can get them, all three of them now, and we can go through it. Okay. So I'm live right now. So you want to come to the StreamYard and we can walk through it together.
Creed, was your question answered there?
No, not at all. I'll just say maybe he's not going to answer, so I don't want to waste a lot of time. So what I'll say is that from my research, what Westernized scholars have determined to be a codex is a manuscript in book form that contains the text of one or more works. That's all that means. So even if she's determining what a codex is, that's all she means by that. So it doesn't mean that it's somehow that it's the Quran. It doesn't mean that at all. So that's what I wanted to point out. That a codex, according to Westernized standards, is not saying that it's the Quran. They have no way of determining whether this manuscript is from the Quran at all. Zero. And if you can prove that otherwise, I like to see it. I'll come on the stream so you can show me that how they determine that this is the Quran.
I was gonna say, yeah, I'm still working, bro. How about we just set up something for this weekend, bro, so I can be home with my sources? Because I got a whole book, just like you've got sources. I've got a whole book that refutes this, I know you know who Arthur Jeffrey is, don't you?
Arthur Jeffrey? No, I don't know who that is.
Yeah, he's the one that the dude that you mentioned earlier, Daniel Blueben or
Daniel
whatever.
Brubaker?
All of them take their stuff from Jeffrey. So anyways, we can go and we can do that this weekend, bro. We can do it right here on the Brothers panel. We can do a moderated discussion. We can do like 2 hours, man.
Yeah, sure.
I'll set it up for you guys.
I don't have
I'll only welcome you two. I'll only welcome you two, unless you want me to welcome one other reference for yourselves. So.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah. So, one, I don't want to do it on TikTok because I can't show sources accurately. I don't want to show a source through my screen. I want to show the source direct as it is, so we can scroll through the articles together. I don't want to do it on TikTok. It's not for. I can't do it. I can't do more than what I need to do. Like I would have showed you guys way more. I have so many articles on this, but I can't. I'm not gonna just keep turning my camera on and flipping my phone around.
How do we all good, man? How do we have then like a moderator so that it's fair? Obviously, it's not going to be fair if either of you host it. So.
Well, he said it was a discussion. It's just a discussion. It's not a debate. So if he wants to go through Eleanor Collard, Marge Van Putten, Dan Brubaker, Keith D. Smalls, if we all want to go through their work together, I'm going to present my work. We're going to go through my work, and he's going to present his works that he has, and we're going to go through it. It's fine. It's not a debate. We could just discuss what these people say about the Quran and the manuscripts, and we can just kind of address differences as we see fit. There doesn't need to be a moderator.
No, when I say
All
like
right.
an open discussion, I mean for it to be in a debate
Informal
format, bro.
debate. Informal debate.
Because I'm not interested in just sitting around hearing what Kufar have to say about the Quran. Is that you have a position, you want to put it forth as the truth. I'm obviously there to refute that position and push my position forward. That's just being honest. I'm not really interested because I know what they say. I've read their works. I'm familiar with what they say. I'm more so trying to. I don't want to have a formal on it. That's why I'm saying moderated, open discussion, where it's not like 10 minutes, 10. We can just talk, but it's moderated. I don't got to worry about getting muted. You ain't got to worry about getting muted. You know what I mean?
And life, I can have my computer open and any documents you want to send me or send it to me, and I'll just present whatever you ask. You say, hey, document 1, can you open it? And I could just moderate for you or Abinur if he also wants to do the same thing. I've done it before, so.
And I do want you to go ahead and DM me that DM me what you were trying to DM me to, because I haven't read any of this lady's works.
Okay, so you haven't read Eleanor Colin's work?
Eleanor Colin specifically, no. Most of the works I've read are from Arthur Jeffrey. Like I said, he was really the one who put forth a lot of this stuff. I'm sure you'll go look him up.
Correct
me. We're agreeing to a Saturday debate or what, man? I mean,
correct me if
what do you think?
Correct me if I'm wrong. Were you debating against this work that you never read, Nori?
This work, no, I've never read the work, but this position is not an exclusive position. She's not the only one that holds this position.
No, but I was asking, like, were you just debating me against the work that you never read?
No, that's not true. That's not what he did. He's addressing your issue. You brought a reference.
No. So he's saying that he brought up a work. He said, was I debating with it? Yeah, alhamdulillah, God bless me with good reading comprehension skills. So.
All right. Well, tell you what, guys, I will consider if I want to do.
Life has even read the works.
I will.
He has a lot of material that he's gathered.
Huh?
But I don't think he's read. I don't think he's read it himself. I would press him and challenge him that he read all of these works.
You don't think I read it? Okay. All right.
Nope.
Okay, that's fine.
You said you're in front of 800 people. You just got invited to a debate. Are you down or not down?
I already. What do you mean? I already agreed. I said come to my YouTube channel.
But we need to moderate. Yeah.
I
But
said come to my YouTube channel. I'm not doing it on
be.
TikTok. I told him we can do it now, but I know Nori's at work, so it's cool.
Hey, my only issue is the last time I trusted one of y'all, man, I came on. Every time I come to y'all panels, man, y'all slime me out, bro.
Nah, but Nuri, don't do it. Nah, dude, because every time
I go to these panels, I get slimed out, bro.
You ain't never had that happen on my all the time to all your panels. Hey, none of you guys ever give half or quarter of the time I gave you on my panel. None of you guys ever do that for us.
That's actually not true. Look, I don't know. I don't know who you've dealt with. I know me personally. If you were to come to my panel, if you're not actively being like for you, you would probably be on my panel for like 3 hours, bro. You specifically, but there are certain people that just don't know how to respect the stage. Notice how when there were certain issues that happened here, I muted up or I stopped, even though I interjected a little bit. I know when to. All right, let me just go ahead and kick back because I could potentially get kicked.
Cool. We've had a good conversation. I'd like it to keep going. Right. I'd like it to be under this premise. Just set up a time, man. Let's do it.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said, let's do it on my panel. You just told him not to do it on my panel.
I don't want to go to your panel. I want to do it on my panel. I'm a Muslim who's going to give equal time and be fair. And all I do is moderate the same way that I've moderated today.
My brother, respectfully,
I'm not going to your panel, brother.
No, it's good. I'm not asking. I'm not asking you to come to the panel. I'm just saying that one, we would have 1,000 people watching on YouTube. I would rather this be conducted on YouTube where people can watch it and see the sources clearly, not on TikTok where people got to open their phones and put foggy screens on computer screens, and then you can barely see it. Like Abu Nori was even barely able to read it because I had to scroll over with him as he was reading. On YouTube, he wouldn't be able to do that. He would be able to just read it.
It's your call. It's your call. But for me, I never trust going on any of their panels. They don't hold up to their word.
Okay. Well, I guess the conversation we've had here is just, I guess that's it. I don't know. I'm not doing it on TikTok. I can't, bro, Nori, we can't do this on TikTok, bro. This is extensive work, bro. We're not, come on, bro. You want to be flipping your phone screen and showing half the computer screen?
I already said you can send me the documents, your PDFs, and I literally will have my computer open and this screen, and you say open up document 1, and I'll have it.
Wait, I'm about to say word action. Don't you got YouTube, man?
So I do. I got my own YouTube, word.action.
I'm about to say word action got YouTube. Creed got YouTube. Most of the Belt Boys got YouTubes. But I know that you obviously, because I want a neutral panel, so you probably want the same.
Yeah.
So in that case, I would say word action got YouTube, man.
Yeah, if it's on YouTube, if it's on StreamYard, you are able to share your screen. I'm able to share my screen, and then we're able to present the information properly there. If we're all like, oh, I'm not coming to your platform, you're not coming to my platform, we're gonna be on different platforms trying to figure out where to find sources. If you just come to my StreamYard, we both can literally promote and show our screens when we need to. I don't understand the problem.
That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying. Word action got YouTube. I'm assuming that if he goes live, he'll use StreamYard, and if he don't got StreamYard's free for the first 7 days.
Yeah, I got it.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I guess it just ain't gonna happen, bro. Like, I appreciate the conversation.
Right, so you wanted it on YouTube, so we agree to the YouTube, but it has to be on your YouTube.
Yes, yeah, that's yep.
Yeah. So you can have full autonomy, bro. There has to be a middle ground. There has to be someone who moderates.
There is no full autonomy. It's just flusher there. It's flusher that way. You guys can literally take the video and go do whatever you want with it after. You can download the whole video. I'll send you the whole video.
We good on that. We'll just make our reputations and post them.
Everybody was getting thousands and thousands of views. Guess when I got my video? A whole week later. Nah, bro.
Creed.
Yeah, nah, man. We've been down this road before, bro. We've been down this road before.
Hey, rough as I wanted to say, I guess we just gonna have to make our reputations and post them, Jones. That's cool, man. Hey, real quick, I wanted to address the audience. They were saying boo-hoo a second ago. Nobody's up here crying, man. Am I crying if I say, nah, I don't want to go to your panel X, Y, Z? I mean, just keeping it 100, bro. Whenever I go to y'all Christian panels, I get slimed out. I get muted. I get over talked. I get disrespected. I'm good, G. I'm good on that, bro.
So am I.
All right. Well,
honestly,
host, thank you for
yes. Hey, look, y'all saw what happened to Maverick a few days ago when I caught him on a neutral panel. Yeah, I got to.
Maverick's the worst.
I ain't even. Matter of fact, I ain't even get to watch that. It popped up on my feed. I'm gonna check that out, Nori. I'm gonna check it out, man.
I put that belt on him.
Yeah, man. Check that joint out, man.
What y'all was talking about?
If you change your mind, DM me. If you change your mind, DM me, man. We can set up a debate.
The argument was about whether the Prophet Sallallahu misidentified Angel Gabriel.
Okay, interesting. All right, yeah. I'm gonna check that out. Give me something to watch. Yeah, it did pop up on my feed.
Go check out.
I meant to click on it.
Go check out his. I was gonna say check out his page too, because he got the original video the first time we talked about it. He just mute spammed me, so I didn't post that one. So you can go watch the first one. The second time's on my panel.
And then that's when y'all finished it.
Yeah, he just ran away, but yeah.
Okay. All right, cool. All right, well, host, appreciate it. Nori, always is a good conversation, man. I love going back and forth with you. You know, when we can actually stop not bump heads. But other than that, man, I'll check y'all out in a minute. And if we could come to a conclusion on figuring out how we can get this conversation or light informal debate about it, let's do it. You know, so yeah,
right.
I'll be in touch.
That's a bet, man. Cool. We'll be seeing you.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Peace out.
Peace.
All right. Peace out.
Peace. All right, who next? Who next? I don't know about, you know what I mean? Like people can have their understanding of, you know, if someone wants to come to a panel, if someone doesn't want to come to a panel, and like, okay, fine, you know what I mean, whatever. But come on, man. Like, was I saying anything like irrational? You know what I mean? Like be real. Was I saying anything irrational, bro? Like, I'm just saying, like, if we want to see these sources and we want to go over it, like, I can't. Eleanor Collard and her reason as to why this, you know, is a codex. That's not a one-off thing, bro. That's not something. I can't just quote one thing. Now I can quote what they say, But if you want to talk about how she knows that it's a codex and her understanding of why it is and why it's not a student manuscript, you gonna have to come to YouTube, bro, so we could go through this article. Because this, you know, these scholars, bro, they be yapping for real. So it's so much work in here, breakdowns and a whole bunch of stuff. And when I was reading it, I'm just like, yo, this is a lot. So my job is to present the information, as the host even said himself. You did a very well job presenting the information in a simple way so we can understand it. The stuff Nori was asking for, that you can't present that in a simple way. It's not, you just can't. Manuscripts and how scholars come to understand it's a codex and etc. That's not something you could just go through. Now what we're gonna do here, I don't know. What should we do next? I don't know. That was good. Yeah, Eleanor publishes good material. Yeah. I mean, and then you see Creed come up next talking about some how do they know it's a codex? I guess only Muslims get to decide what is a Quranic codex or not. Like, I mean, I get it. I guess I see what you're saying, but like, come on, bro. Every time somebody who's not a Muslim comes and has like this, dispute about what it is, all of a sudden people got an attitude about, now all of a sudden some scholar or some white dude or some Mexican dude who's not Muslim, I see you, Adil TV. I'm gonna bring you up in a second, brother. Let me go ahead and get this set up. You are a Muslim, correct, brother? You put the thumbs up. I can't hear you. Just give me a thumbs up if you're Muslim. Oh, okay. Cool. What's up, man?
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, I'm doing all right, brother.
Man, that's good. Can you hear me well? I might have to call you back in like 5 minutes.
I can hear you clear as day.
All right. Okay, man. How's it going? But I don't want to be on camera though. I know they can see me now, but I don't feel like it. Yeah.
Okay, you could turn it off.
Well, hold up. All right.
Well, you say you don't want to. Okay. You're not worried about your face. You just don't want to be on camera moving around.
Yeah.
Okay, you good. I just want to let you know we can't see your face on your profile picture.
Oh, okay. So we sure.
All right, cool.
Yeah, because I know sometimes, they be on.
Yep.
Oh, but I just joined now, so I don't know what y'all was talking about, but.
Okay, so you're a Muslim?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, cool. Yeah, so I mean, we could just kind of just go from here. I mean, I was going through some like extensive topics, some not your the average Muslim wouldn't be able to understand some of the stuff that I've been bringing up so far in this conversation. So maybe I will start light with you just to kind of see where your knowledge is at. Or if are you not, like, you super knowledgeable in Islam or what?
In my religion, yeah. But if we go into Christian theology, that's when it,
Okay, are you knowledgeable about the preservation of the Quran?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, let's go ahead and do that then.
All right, go ahead.
All right, cool. Are you familiar with the Sanaa manuscript?
I haven't read it, but I've heard of it. Yes.
All right. So in the Sanaa manuscript here, we have an issue. So Muslims like to tell us that the Quran is preserved, right? Perfectly preserved, letter for letter, word for word.
Got you. Yeah.
And do you agree with that statement?
I think that some letters have been changed, but here's the thing, right? The meaning has stayed the same. I think that a lot of people get caught up on grammatical errors and word changes, like letter changes, and different words have different meanings. But do I think the meaning has changed? No. Because you talk about Arabic where you have one word that can mean 10 different things, bro. So you gotta keep all of that in mind. Like, just to be, fair. You get what I'm saying? Like, just to be fair.
Yeah, I got you. And like I said,
Yeah.
I mean, that's basically that's a talking point for like dialect, right?
Yeah.
And for some people would say, like, tomato and stuff like that. I'm not
No, I mean like different Arab tribes, right? because you're talking about 1400 years ago. Different Arab tribes have different names for different things, bro. That would be like Spanish, how they have 7 different languages for Spanish. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Everybody speaks different, so that's the point.
Okay.
So you're gonna have different. That's where the 7 different, Qurans come from. People don't understand that. Like we're not talking about the actual book.
Yeah, but
there's 7 different recitations that you can have. It's
one
not
second, brother,
7 different meanings. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go
no,
ahead.
no, I hear what you're saying, but that's not what I'm bringing up. That's what I was saying. That's a talking point.
Oh shoot, is it froze?
No,
Oh, no,
it's
you
not
there.
froze. I just changed my screen so we can see it better. Hey, can you see the screen?
Oh, if he's talking, I can't hear you.
Yo, Adil. Yo, Adil, can you see the screen? If you ever agree to come back to a platform, we will reserve the right to kick you. Huh? Truth and reason. What are you talking about? What does this mean? Hey, Life, if you ever agree to come back to a platform, we will you mean our? Who is this? I don't know what that dude talking about. Yep, we already know. Oh, maybe what someone told you that I don't know what's going on. Did someone tell you that I came to your platform trying to come up? Oh, yeah, but they take it across the respectful line and start kicking people when they start destroying it. Okay, I don't know. Maybe he's talking to somebody else. Hey, what's up, Adil? You back?
Yeah, I'm back. My fault, dog.
Okay, cool. Can you see this screen?
Yeah, I'm watching.
Okay, cool. So this is the manuscript. This is Sanaa manuscript. This predates the Uthmanic Codex.
All right.
Are you so you're familiar with the Uthmanic Codex, right?
Yes. That you mean the original one where they compiled it? Yeah. Go ahead. I got you.
Yeah. Basically, Uthman's standardization.
Yeah. Understood.
Right.
I got you. Though.
Yeah. Right. So here, right, it says here. So in the Sahih International Translation, right, this is the one you read. It says, if they turn away, Allah will punish them with a painful punishment in this world and the hereafter, and there will not be for them on earth any protector or helper. Okay. But in the Sanaa manuscript, this is the one that predates the Uthmanic Codex. It says, if they turn away, Allah will punish them in this world, and there will not be for them on earth any protector or helper. So you see, like you said, I'm not talking about dialect. I'm not talking about one word meaning 7 different things. I'm actually not addressing that.
Well, what contextually do you think is different from that? Like conceptually, like what concept do you think it derived different from the first one? Just to be honest, like for real, like in your opinion.
Yeah. Does the punishment follow you into the hereafter?
You know why that's hard to answer? I'm not even trying to run from the question. Those are 2 different statements, though. You get what I'm trying to say?
I agree.
But I'm saying, but it doesn't mean that it's incorrect. I'm trying to say, like, it doesn't negate the other. Now, if you had one that negates it, you can tell me where it negates it. That's what I'm saying. It's saying 2 different things, but it's not 2 different, conceptual things. Like, those both exist in our religion. There's some people who believe both statements. Does that make sense? Like, that doesn't make us non-Muslim because we believe if we get punished here or punished there. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. I think it's really apples and oranges for real.
Okay, is this taking place on the same manuscript or 2 different manuscripts? These different readings.
Well, you said one is from the one today, right?
Yeah, so I'm asking. Okay, yeah, so I'm saying, so like when I read this one right here, Sahih International, is this in a different manuscript? And then when I read this right here, is this in a different manuscript?
Well, for one, yes, obviously that's common sense.
Okay,
You have
so
people, but the way they translate it though.
I gotta
No,
stop.
go
you there.
ahead. You
Yeah,
good? You good? I'm listening. I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, I gotta
Go
stop
ahead.
you there. Yeah, I gotta stop you there because you're wrong.
Go
This is on the same manuscript, both of these verses.
Hold up.
Yeah, this is the same exact verse on the same exact manuscript.
Why would they have the same verse twice?
Exactly. They don't. That's the point. They don't have the same verses twice.
Well, one says Sahih International Translation of that verse, and one is a different one from the actual manuscript. Though that doesn't mean they're different.
Adil.
No, I'm listening, bro. I'm listening.
Yeah. The reason why they're both on the same manuscript is because one was erased and one was rewritten.
I don't know, dog.
Yeah, it's right here.
But the reason why you can't say it's erased,
it is.
Nah, I don't know, bro.
My brother.
But even if I grant you that, like I said, it does not change the meanings of nothing. It does not change nothing.
Okay, so if I say, okay,
I'm just trying to be fair. Like I would call a buck a buck. I would give it. You know what I mean?
No, I hear what you're
It
saying,
does
but
not
Adil,
change it. I'm trying to see what you mean, but like, it don't change nothing, dog.
All right, Adil.
Yeah.
If I say Allah will punish them in this world, and then you go and tell somebody I said Allah will punish them in this world and in the hereafter, did you change what I said?
No, because one says you get punished on this world, and the other one says you get punished in the world and in the hereafter. It doesn't say you won't get punished in the hereafter, and the other one too.
Adil,
just because it doesn't say that doesn't mean it's not true, bro.
Adil, these aren't.
We just got to keep it a buck.
Adil, these aren't two different verses.
Listen, I wish I knew more about Bible scripture so I can tell you, bro.
No.
It does not, because it's in one passage doesn't mean it negates the other passage. Like not every verse in our Quran has everything that's in another verse. You know that there's multiple stories of Moses, right? Not every story of Moses in our Quran is exactly the same. It's just the same thing, bro. He left.
All right, you ready? You good, bro? Can I respond to you now?
No, go ahead. I'm listening, bro.
Okay. It is not two different verses. It's the same verse. One was erased and added to. Do you get that? You get what I'm saying?
No, I get it.
Okay. So it's the same verse. Okay, so now I'm going to give you the example again because you said no, there wasn't a change. So if
I didn't say there wasn't a change. I said there's no conceptual change, meaning like it's still the same concept. Does that make sense?
Okay. Is the punishment a deal? Is the punishment
no, tell me.
On this earth? Look, is the punishment on this earth or does it follow you to the hereafter?
It's both.
It's both?
Yes, it can be both. Some people don't get punished in this world, it's only in the hereafter. That's the point.
Okay.
So when okay. Sometimes it's both, sometimes it's one and not the other.
Okay.
That's why it's in there twice. I'm trying to tell you.
So when it was written as the punishment will be in this world, why did they erase it and add more to it? Did someone make a mistake?
And who was saying it's a race, for one? You're talking about an old, like, I would have to research more on that too.
My brother.
I'm just to be fair, dog. Like I can't grant you erasure.
All you have to do is
and it's blacked out. Like I can't grant that. And I think that's unfair for you to grant that too. That it's just erased.
Black. You just said it's
like
black.
Did they even like all jokes aside, did they even have erasers back then? Like what are we talking about, dog? Like what are we doing?
Are you trolling?
I'm being dead for real. You talking about erasure? Like, bro, there's no erasure back then. Back then, they had to rewrite the whole thing. Like, there is no erasure.
Then how did they erase it?
Why? Who said it's erased? That's what I'm saying. Bring proof that it's erased.
I got you, bro. So just
yes, I gotta see that,
man.
Yeah, let me see.
Jeez, man.
Like, I've seen a lot of things about that argument, and it's just false, bro. I've seen one person be like, "Oh, because they crossed this word out and wrote another one out." That's like somebody's personal study book. Like, so that doesn't mean something was altered. Like, some of the arguments that I've seen used is wild, and that's just being, I'd be objective when I be listening to y'all, but that's wild.
Yeah, you're not doing that today though. You just
no, go ahead. I'm being objective. That's what I said.
You're just denying stuff, man, without evidence, man. You
Listen,
gotta be careful doing
if you go after a religion that has hundreds of chains of narrations, and you're talking about people who have memorized the text from its inception. You can't just grant erasure, bro.
Adil,
I'm sorry.
Adil, do you see
No,
the
go ahead.
screen?
I'm looking at the screen.
Do you see the erased words under it? You need,
That
me to,
does not
zoom in,
mean
you need me to zoom in some more?
So you're telling me I should take your word over actual historical evidence?
But dude, scholars literally tell you that it was erased over, bro.
Bring one. I told you can Google it right now. Bring one. Just bring one. Just bring one. Bring one, and I'll convert right now.
There is
Bring
something
one.
called the
Bring
upper
one.
and the lower text of a manuscript.
Bro, I know.
What that is.
Listen, and like I said, give me one with the synopsis that says that it's been altered, and I will convert.
What?
On cam. Go ahead. Do it. Do it.
Okay, bro. Let me read this for you real quick, bro.
No, go ahead.
All right, so we're gonna read about the manuscript, okay? Listen, bro. A palimpsest is a manuscript from which a text has been scraped or washed to make room for another one in order to reuse the expansive parchment.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it was erased for the reasons that you're using. That's
was
my
it erased?
point. See,
so,
look.
So was it erased?
Look, the conjecture that you have to use in order to make your statement is that's what I mean. It's like a.
Have a good day, man. Clementine, are you a Muslim? Clementine, I see you down there. Are you a Muslim? Give me a thumbs up. Clementine, are you like a logic? Yeah, dude gotta go. You gotta go, man. You ain't saying nothing. We're gonna get back to Dawah hunting in a minute, y'all. I just needed a little Dawah hunt break. A little brain break. Clementine, are you a Muslim? You're in here. I would like for you to let me know in the private chat or turn your camera back on. No one can see you on stage. You're good. Just turn your camera on and put a thumbs up if you're Muslim. I know you can hear me because I saw you turn your camera off. Okay. Thumbs up in front of your face if you're Muslim. What is good? Dude. Okay. Sorry, I'm gonna just have to kick you. You're kind of weirding me out a little bit. I'm gonna just kick you. Okay. Sorry. I don't know why you're in here. What is happening? All right, let's go ahead and get back to some Dawah hunting, guys. Here we go. Y'all ready? Jump back into the hunt. Okay.
Maybe I think I'm gonna run that panel tonight. Atheists weren't you Christian? Nobody.
Revelation of the Quran prior.
Can't open it for you. Does that make sense?
I'm only a week in the thing.
Yeah, people are saying
wow.
Right now, guess what the argument against that God is?
Right, that's what I was answering.
So
will you allow me to answer it, or you're not?
Yeah,
you're not going to allow me to answer. So I'm going to give you the
vibe.
answer because we have early church fathers that spoke about Hebrews 10:26, and they were all in agreement.
26 proves Christ died for no
So
reason.
with regards to Hebrews 10:26, when it's saying that you cannot go ahead and receive that repentance of sin with regards to the atonement of Jesus, they said it's referring to the original baptism that you receive, which is the original atonement, whereby you are redeemed by Jesus' atonement of sins, and you can never go back to that again. They said that's what it's referring to. Now, you don't accept that because you're not a member of the church that Jesus Christ established. So when you read the Bible,
I think the brother got. I think he got it. Feminists and Hadith rejectors are crazy.
That is a good question.
They look.
My child,
Do
I'm
you
never
have an
going
issue with
live
Islam?
because, oh my
Yes.
God, this is horrific.
Listen.
This ain't gonna last long.
This is normal.
a bunch of
Christianity has
females.
child marriage, right?
A bunch of females.
How do you know that Islam has child marriage?
I'm trying to find the dragon.
Where did you get your information from?
This won't work.
Dragon?
Yeah, I can't find it. I don't know where it went.
Come on, dragon back, Yowie, can't you?
Yeah,
Far weeks.
No wonder, because I can't fucking find it.
You bag of balls. Sorry, that was a really poor impression.
Yeah, ball bag.
Hey, Neil, salams.
It do.
It do.
It do. Well, they once read it don't, and I just said it do, and they're going to say it don't, and I'm going to say it do, and we're just
it do.
it do.
I don't have any God. I mean, why?
Guys,
what do you mean? At least I have one.
Well,
I mean,
I don't think they're Muslim.
Rising.
I don't think they're Muslim.
Yeah, the weakest link in all situations.
Can you prove Jesus was Muslim?
Light.
Okay, my support.
That Gospel of Mark is
real
not the
Jesus is a
gospel that you
Muslim,
have
prove
right
me
now.
wrong. Oh
That's
my
a Hebrew
gosh.
gospel. Completely different gospel. It's a sayings gospel. It's a logia gospel.
Let's go, baby.
Okay,
It's
again,
translated.
no, it's not, dude.
kind of
I'm making that up, dude.
It's not translated?
It's not translated. This is not a translation. What? Okay, how could it be a translation if one of them is sayings gospel and the Gospel of Mark is like a biography? It's like a history, like it starts up like.
Do you know what a
Jesus was-
biography means?
Yes, it talks about like their life.
And whose life is it talking about?
It talks about the life of Jesus.
So
the Gospel of
is
Mark
it
you have right now is a biography.
Is it Mark's biography or is it?
No, the Gospel of Mark that Papias talks about is a sayings gospel. It just talks about like the sayings of Jesus. Have you heard of the Gospel of Thomas? Have you read it?
Yeah.
The 112 sayings?
No,
it's
I
just
haven't
sayings
read
of
it, but
Jesus.
I've heard it.
It doesn't talk about Jesus did this, Jesus did that. It just says what he taught and stuff like that's all it is. Okay, so it's not the same gospel at all. It's completely different. Again, if the Gospel of Mark the Papias is talking about is the same one, why would Irenaeus wait? Like, why would Church Fathers wait 185 years to like add this name? There's no proof. There's no evidence.
I
All the
just
evidence is
did give you
against
proof that Papias said that Peter said it to Mark.
Look, I'm not saying that he didn't. I'm saying that the Gospel of Mark that Papias is talking about is not the one that you have in your hands.
What's your proof?
Like I told you, dude, it's a sayings gospel. It's a gospel written in Hebrew. It's a sayings gospel. It's written in different order, but the Gospel of Mark is written in like chronological order.
Gospel.
So it's a completely
that.
different gospel.
Oh
Bart Ehrman even talks about this, dude.
Papias said it's not in order.
Exactly. Do you know what that means? It's not in chronological order. It doesn't talk about Jesus like from the time he was like commissioned from the wilderness and then he became a prophet and then he went around preaching. It's not in chronological order. So all the evidence of that gospel, that the Logia sayings gospel of the Papias is talking about, is completely different what you have right now.
He just saying anything.
Again, if that's the same gospel, we would find that the Gospel of Mark would have been like mentioned as Gospel of Mark like in the earliest, like from the time he was like dated to 70 AD or 75 AD, whenever it was written, the one that you have in your hand right now. But we don't see this. So I mean, I don't know how you. Again, dude, it's like you're going against everybody just to prove that it's written by like Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John when it's unanimous that it's not. Right? Anyone in scholarship?
I literally just said that it was written by Mark. That they said that it's written by Mark.
No, they don't. Again, like I said, the Gospel of Mark that you have right now is not the one that Papias is talking about. It's a completely different gospel he mentioned. It's a Hebrew gospel or Aramaic gospel.
Which was what?
Which was a different gospel written by the true interpreter of like Peter, which is a completely different gospel. It's a Hebrew gospel. You have
Rise life.
Gospel.
Life wants to come up.
Can you tell the host to rise? Yo, what's up, man? How are you?
Yeah, what's going on?
Alhamdulillah.
What is your what are you using to prove Jesus is a Muslim?
like the consensus of scholars admit that he's the understanding of Jesus as a Muslim in the earliest first century is like what the understanding of like the earliest followers of Jesus was. Yeah.
You said the consensus
Like
of
Jeffrey
scholars
Jacob.
agree that Jesus is a Muslim. What scholars? Muslim
No,
scholars?
no, no. So no, okay, no, they don't say like okay, they don't say Jesus is a Muslim. They don't have to say Jesus is a Muslim, right? Some of them do actually. Like Jeffrey J. Butt, he writes in his book, right? It is more than intriguing that the Muslim understanding of Jesus is very much in conformity with the first Christian orthodoxy, the original Jewish Christian understanding of Jesus. What the majority of scholars say is that the earliest Christology of Jesus is that they believe he was a man, he was a prophet, he was a Messiah, but he was not God or divine. This was a later development. So this is our belief of Jesus also. That's what I mean.
Yeah, where do you derive your understanding to substantiate that belief from? So, for example, you said that Jesus is a Muslim, right? I know that isn't bound by what a scholar says, right? Like, what are you getting to derive the understanding that Jesus is a Muslim? What are you using? Are you just using the Quran and what a scholar says, or are you using previous scriptures?
No. So these scholars, they spend their entire life studying like what the earliest followers of Jesus believed, right? So, okay, do you know what the Muslim understanding of Jesus is?
Yeah, he submitted his will to God.
Yeah, no, yeah. More than that, we said that he's only a man. He was a prophet, just like the previous prophets. He's the Messiah, and all of that stuff. So the scholars like Jeffrey J. Buss, James Z. Tabor, Jimmy Dunn, all the major scholars. Bart Ehrman. I don't want to bring up Bart Ehrman because this guy is is an atheist, but we can bring up Christian scholars even that the earliest understanding of Jesus is a very low Christology. He was not God. They believed he was a man. He was a prophet. He was a Messiah. That's what they believe, and that's exactly what the Muslim understanding of Jesus is.
Yeah, but do you
That's
agree
what
that
makes
the
him
early
align with
understanding?
Muslims, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Do you agree that the early understanding of Christ is still anti-Islamic theology?
How?
Okay, so Matthew chapter 20 verses 28 says the Son of Man did not come to be served, but to serve, to give his life as a ransom for many. Is that Islamic theology?
Okay. No, that's not Islamic theology.
Right. Is that early Christian teachings?
You know what, dude? You can say, yeah, that could be early, but that's Paul. That's Paul who comes 25 years after Jesus.
That's Matthew. This isn't Paul. Paul didn't write Matthew.
Yeah, but Matthew is clearly influenced by like okay, which one came first? Like the Paul's letters or like
Matthew
Matthew's
was a direct disciple of Christ. Matthew knew exactly what Christ was talking about. So we don't have to bring Paul in and worry about when anything was written. So Matthew was in direct connection with Christ himself. So I just wanted to address the fact that this is anti-Islamic theology, correct? So you can't use our history to try to attach Jesus as a Muslim, but then throw away everything else. Right? Because you want to say that
I'll tell you what, but brother, listen. If I prove that Jesus is not God, this completely defeats your theology because you need divine sacrifice for your salvation.
No, the prompt
so if the earliest understanding of Jesus is not God, that's dismantles your theology completely.
No.
Whether he died for your sins or not.
No, your prompt isn't prove Jesus is not God. Your prompt is Islam is true and Jesus is a Muslim. So what you're trying to do is say that the early Christians and what they believed, right? And so if I were to quote books, let's say, for example, like I have a book here, I can actually go to it. I can show you that under persecution, they would literally hide and go in groups and actually sing hymns to Jesus as if they were singing hymns to a god. Now the Romans actually documented this about the Christians, where they would have to worship Christ in secret. So if you're going to say that the early Christians didn't, look at God this way or look at Jesus in this light, that's actually wrong, because you literally have Romans who could care less about Christ documenting what they did about Jesus. You want me to read that for you?
Yeah, again, the scholars that you bring up you're gonna bring like a fringe sect of scholars, whereas I can quote like the majority consensus. Yeah, you're gonna bring up Larry Hurtado, Barry Bauchman, a few scholars, and one of those people. Like it's always like those apologist scholars.
Peter
But
J.
if you bring up like critical scholars, okay, what does he say?
All right, let me get it for you. All right. Okay. And I could turn my screen on too. Just let me get to the page.
Yeah.
So I got the book. Give me a second. Let me flip through it so I can actually find the point where they said it. Oh, you know what? Actually, let me get my notes so I can just get straight to it. I actually did notes on it so I could get to it a lot faster. Let me see. Oh, there we go. There we go. All right, here we go.
Okay.
Page 25. Peter J. Williams, Can We Trust the Gospels? All right, there we go. Here we go. So it says here, I'll read it and then I can put it on screen too. They affirmed, however, the whole of their guilt or error was that they were in habit of meeting on a certain fixed day before it was light, and of singing in alternative verses a hymn to Christ as to a God. This is Pliny the Younger saying this, bro. 61 AD.
Okay.
He's talking about the Christians. This dude could care less about Christians, bro. He's actually asking how to deal with the Christians.
Okay, no problem. So let's say like this scholar talks about this, yeah, no problem. But the majority opinion, the majority scholarship admits that there was very low Christology in the earliest life of Jesus. And we don't even have to go to scholarship. We don't have to look at church father writings. We don't have to look at like extra sources. You can even look in the Gospels. In the Gospel, if I ask you like show me where Jesus is God, you're always going to go 99% of the time. You're going to go to Gospel of John. You're never going to go to Gospel. You're hardly going to go to Gospel of Mark. Maybe you'll find one or two statements there. In Matthew, you start to find a few more statements. Luke, you start to find like more. So you can see a clear development even just in the Gospels alone. So this honestly doesn't prove anything. And if it's true, right, we would find church father writings. You know, like we would find them like instead of they wouldn't be saying that the majority of like followers of Jesus had low Christology in the beginning. So I'll be honest, yeah, this guy is probably like an apologetic. I've seen him like, you know, debate with Bart Ehrman. So I mean, yeah, he's one of those like, you know, Christian like apologetics, but I want like, you know, independent, like critical scholars with no biases. It's what I want. And you won't be able to find this at all.
Yeah, so I mean, I think the idea of removing the information that you're looking for is actually going to prove that you may not actually be seeking what it is that you're looking for. And this is the reason why it's not really about is Jesus God. That's not the debate right here. The actual debate is Jesus a Muslim? And you kind of went in on what they believed. I just quoted someone from 61 AD, literally. I quoted someone born in 61 AD, literally giving us information and history about how to deal with Christians. And I'm not talking about deal with them in a light way. They were unaliving the Christians to the point where they had to go hide and worship Christ in secret. And I'm just letting you know, we literally have early evidence here showing that this is just simply the case. So if that was their belief system, I would like to ask you, where did they get this understanding that the fact that they had to go hide in secret to worship Christ? Who told them to do that?
Yeah. So again, were there like some people who believed he was divine or something in some sense? Yeah, maybe like the Roman, like the Gentiles who believed he was God.
What about his disciples?
But definitely none of the earliest Christians. No, definitely not. Because if that's the case, we would find the majority of first century like Jewish Christians believing that, you know, like in a Trinity or Jesus is God. We find the complete opposite.
So let me ask you this.
Like I mentioned, Jeffrey Jabez, James D. Tabor, Jimmy Dunn, Hans Joachim, Bart Ehrman, Toland. I can keep quoting multiple Christian scholars even. They all admit this.
Yeah, okay. So
and these are people like
where did they get the
Anglican,
idea?
yeah.
Where did the Gentiles get the idea? Like, because you said, okay, fine, you know what, I could possibly grant you that Gentiles believe that he was God. Where would a Gentile get that idea from?
Yeah, so you know why the Romans at the time like were speaking Greek? Because they were conquered by like Alexander the Great, right? That's why they were speaking Greek. So the Greek mythology, like, you know, Zeus Hermes and all of that. You even see it in the letters of Paul. What happens? They say like, oh, Zeus and Hermes have come down in the form of like man. The gods have come in the form of man. This is what they believe. That's why it's spread so quickly.
So I see what you're saying. So you're saying that they they made Christ God via Greek mythology.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
And Paul was one who started it. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, you had to prove that, because I don't remember a Greek mythologist being a Christian, and I don't remember a Christian being surrounded by Greek mythology. Now, I do agree that Greek mythology existed. I do agree that the Romans had pagan gods, but that has no bearing on what a Christian understood that Jesus preached. And I think that you would have to remove. I think that you would have to remove the idea that Christ even taught anything in the first place in order to try to say that Greek mythology came and filtered in a Gentile. I mean, you had a specific teachings from Christ coming in through the Gospels, and they actually spread for a specific reason. And so these people aren't just in hiding, worshiping Christ as God for no reason. They're actually doing it because of the specific teachings that actually were taught by the early Christians. This is the reason why you have church fathers teaching that Christ was God. Are you saying church fathers were following Greek mythology too?
Yeah, but even the church fathers, right? The earliest church father you have is what? Polycarp. If you look at Polycarp's letter, right? Jesus is like barely God or divine there. Like he doesn't even mention Jesus as God. And then you see the next church father, like Irenaeus, he starts to become a little bit more divine. But even then, he's like subordinate. He's inferior to God. He's like an ontologically inferior God. Like he said, Irenaeus says like Jesus is the he said the Father is the only true God and stuff like that. So you see like a development. Then you go to Origin and you go more and more. You see like higher Christology. You see like a clear development. So the earliest church father you have barely believe he's God, and even that is like almost half a century after Jesus, like more than half a century after Jesus. So like you cannot argue with this at all. Like I mean, there's no way. Like all the historical evidence is on my side. The scholarship is on my side. The earliest documents like the Q Gospel, the Didache, the letters of James, Jesus' own brother, his disciple, the head disciple, the leader of the Jerusalem church. It's on my side. It's on the Islamic side.
Oh no, not at all. Not at all. There's no set of history that you can't cherry pick. There's no set of history prior to Muhammad being born that you can't cherry pick and say that you agree with some and then you agree with you agree with this and then you don't agree with that. None of the early Christian history surrounding Christ is in line with Islam. Can you make me a connection without actually having to say that you don't agree with your own source? So for example, right now, you just gave me an example of something about the early Christians. I gave you a counterpart about the early Christians. You threw that out the window, but you wanted to accept
what did I throw? I didn't, brother. I didn't throw it out. I said, yeah, there might be some people early. There might be some people early, but the majority
were they
early
Christians?
did not. They were, again, like I said, they were probably like the Gentiles who like quote unquote converted to Christianity by Paul. Who teach this that Jesus
here
is divine
in
or
the book
something.
here it says they're Christians.
Yeah, again. Okay, listen. The Christians, there's like the Gentile Christians, they're the Jewish Christians, right?
Yeah, I know, but we don't need to make this separation though. This crazy, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but this crazy distinction because we don't want to agree that early Christians worship Christ as God. We don't have to do that. I mean, the idea is this what they did? The answer is just simply yes.
No. Okay, the thing is, right, I just gave you mentioned church fathers. I told you you can see a clear development in theology. You can see the Trinity came about the Trinity was formally introduced in 400 years after Jesus.
Huh?
So what that means is if we go back far enough, we can see that Jesus is definitely not God. And I gave you Polycarp. I gave you the earliest church father. You can look at his writing. You can pull it up right now, and then you can look at Irenaeus, and then you can look at other church fathers like Origen, and then you can look at Arius, and then you can look at Athanasius.
The problem
you can see
that
clear
if we
development.
have the problem is I mean, can we also get back I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying about the Trinity and etc. Like respectfully, you disagreeing with the Trinity is not your topic. Your topic is Jesus a Muslim? So this would also be based on his belief. So even if I do give you
forget the Trinity. Okay, no problem, brother. Forget the Trinity. Let's go back. Let's go back a little bit. Let's go back to 325 AD. Let's go back to the Nicene Creed when Jesus became co-equal to the Father. That was a development, clearly. That's my point. Before that, he wasn't co-equal to the Father.
Okay, I did want to address your understanding on how the Trinity developed.
Sure.
The Trinity didn't develop 400 years after Christ left this earth. You'd have to prove that. Obviously, like I said, I keep saying that that's not the topic, but I did want to address that because that's just wholeheartedly false. The Trinity developed way before that. That's the reason why they have the idea of the Trinity in the first place, just so it can even pass down and get to that point. Now, without going too deep into that, because I know that's going to be an extensive conversation, we just know that obviously we derive our understanding of the Trinity from also the Gospels as well, too. So if we derive our understanding from the Trinity from the Gospels, and the Gospels predate the Church Fathers, well, then there's no way that you can say that the Church Fathers created it 400 years after. So I don't know how you said that or got that, but I just wanted to respond to that. That can't be possible if we derive our information of the Trinity from from material that existed before them. Now I want to I want to say, are you using the first century history, right? Are you using the first century history to apply to this standard of Jesus being Muslim? Are you using first century history surrounding Christ?
Correct. Yeah, like the earliest followers of Jesus is.
And who would the earliest followers of Jesus be? Can you name me one?
Yeah, it would have been Jesus. It would have been his disciples. It would have been like his disciples, students, like the early Jerusalem church. And then
notice you said
up until
Jesus.
70 AD, I could say up until 70 AD, you could say. And after that,
brother, you said Jesus.
Yeah.
I'm asking you, who was the followers of Jesus? You named Jesus, and then you didn't give me a
his
name
apostles,
after.
His disciples. Yeah, you can say his disciples.
Yeah, I said name one. The one person you named was Jesus himself.
I mean, again, we don't have. I mean, I got to look this up, but it's what I guess it's in your books, right? Like Matthew. What is that? John, the son of Zebedee, James,
But why
Andrew,
would you go to
Simon, Matthias, all of that.
Wait a minute. Why would you go to our books?
Mm-hmm. Well, why would I go to your books?
I obviously couldn't.
There,
when I went to my book, you rejected it. So wait a minute. So according to my book, okay, what is my book? My book is Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, right?
Sure. Yeah.
So according to my book, Jesus is not a Muslim.
No, according to your book, he is a Muslim for sure.
All right. So in John chapter 10, verse 11, Jesus says, "I am the good shepherd. The good shepherd lays down his life for the sheep." Is that per Islam?
No, it doesn't, because the Quran obviously refutes this. It says that he was not unalived or crucified.
So according to John 10:11, he's not a Muslim.
According to John 10:11, yeah, according to the author of John, sure, yeah, you can say he's not a Muslim.
Okay, thank you. So according to my books, like you just said, your books, I just went to my book and showed you he's not a Muslim. So
yeah, again, I would say that's ahistorical to Jesus. He probably never mentioned this, because if he did, we would find the earliest followers of him believing that he died for their sins, he was unalive, crucified on the cross.
Got you. So now we're gonna bring it back to you then. Name me one follower of Jesus who wrote something down about him that we can read.
Okay, there are a lot of works, right? There's like the Pseudo-Clementine homily, Pseudo-Clementine like recognition.
Do me a favor, real quick. My brother, I don't want to cut you off. I love this conversation. Can you bring DJ Roll up? He's one of our experts on church fathers, so we can nip this in the bud, because I don't want to say stuff I don't know.
Sure.
Yeah, he's more knowledgeable.
He hasn't requested.
DJ, pull up, so we can nip this in the bud.
Okay, let's see what he has to say. Yeah.
So we could just nip this in the bud, so he can know even the church fathers taught this about.
I mean, there's no way. I mean, there's no way he can refute this. Like, there's no way he can refute this.
Yeah. So when he gets a chance, he'll come up. When he gets the time, he'll come up. But okay, oh, there he is. Okay, cool. I just because he keeps going back to this, so I want to make sure we get this out the way so we can actually go to what how he's making issues historically.
I mean, I could only be up for 5 or 10 minutes, so if you want me to address something specifically.
Yeah, sure. He keeps saying something about early church fathers and not believing Jesus was God, something like that.
No, that's not what I said. I said there's very low Christology from the earliest church fathers, and you see the Christology increasing as you go, like, first century, first church father, second century, third century, all of that stuff. And you cannot deny this. Like, if you deny this, I'm gonna bring up all the quotes. Yeah.
Well, for Polycarp, I heard you say Polycarp doesn't teach that Jesus is God.
I said he has a very low Christology. He's barely divine in his letter, and you only have one of his works, I think, the letter to the.
So he's saying he doesn't teach. You're saying he doesn't teach that Jesus is God.
Not fully, not in the Nicene sense, no.
Okay, so in what sense is he God?
Like just like the early church fathers, like Irenaeus, Justin Martyr, like they said Jesus doesn't know the hour. They said like
but I'm
the Father is
specifically-
the only true God. So not in the Nicene, he's not co-equal with the Father. He isn't like eternally begotten. Like Origin is the one who comes up with the eternal begottenness, right? 254 AD or something. So yeah,
I know there's these boilerplates, like statements that you guys say all the time. But if we get into specifics of what Polycarp taught, do you think he taught that Jesus was God or no?
I don't think so. I would say no. Yeah, but you might say you might argue. You might say like there might be slight, there's like slight divinity, like slightly high Christology, like more than normal. Just like in the Gospel of Mark, the earliest Gospel, you have some sort of Christology, but it's very low.
I heard you say,
low, right?
Okay, well, I understand that you're making that claim, but I heard you say that Polycarp didn't teach that Jesus was God. But if we can go to his book, to the Philippians, and go to chapter 12, we could see something.
Sure. Okay,
I don't have a second device on me, but
what did you need?
Okay.
It's Polycarp's letter to the Philippians, chapter 12.
How do I?
And if you can go to section 2.
Hey, there's one of the mods on YouTube. Can you guys put the link? Drop the link.
You can just tell me like where it starts from. I can read it for you.
You have it? Yeah. If you go to chapter 12 and section 2, you can see what he says.
Let's read this. Yeah. But maybe the God and Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, and Jesus Christ himself, who is the Son of God and our everlasting high priest, build you up in faith and truth, and in all meekness, gentleness, patience, long suffering, forbearance, and purity. And may he bestow on you a lot and portion among his saints, and on us with you, and all that are under heaven, who shall believe in our Lord Jesus Christ, and his Father who raised him from the dead. Galatians 1:1, he quotes, pray for all the saints. 1 Timothy 2:2, he says, pray for all the kings, potentates, and princes, and for all those who persecute and hate you. Matthew 5:44, and for the enemies of the cross, that your fruit may be manifest to all, and that you may be perfect in him. All the pronouns here is referring to the Father. Like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Wait, did you just skip something?
No, that's what I'm reading. I'm a new Advent, unless you tell me like there's another version of this. Chapter 12, right?
Yeah, chapter 12, section 2.
I'm reading like the second part of it. Yeah.
There's a critical edition where it literally says our Lord God.
No,
Jesus Christ.
No, Jesus Christ. He's called Lord, but he's not called God. Yeah, he says our Lord Jesus Christ is what it says.
Man, I don't know. I would have to see it on screen.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Anyone can look this up. Letter to the Philippians. It's on newadvent.org. I can make any very big screen and look this up. It doesn't say our Lord God Jesus Christ. Yeah. So it's interesting you would bring this up. Like now, it just completely refutes you, dude. Like, because I actually thought he had some sort of Christology, but clearly there's none. This is the earliest church father, by the way, who apparently learned from.
Read that again, please, at the end.
I'll read the whole thing for you, no problem. Chapter 12, exhortation to various graces. For I trust that you are well versed in the sacred scriptures, and that nothing is hid from you. But to me, this privilege is not yet granted. It is declared that in these scriptures, be angry and sin not, and let not the sun go down upon your wrath. Ephesians 4:26. Happy is he who remembers this, which I believe to be the case with you. But may the God and Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, and Jesus Christ himself, who is the Son of God, and our everlasting high priest, build you up in faith and truth, and in all meekness, gentleness, patience, long suffering, forbearance, and purity. And may he bestow on you a lot and portion among his saints, and on us with you, and on all that are under heaven, who shall believe in our Lord Jesus Christ and his Father, who raised him from the dead.
Nah, I
Galatians
got it
1:1.
right here, man. It
Bruh.
say Lord and God, Jesus Christ. It's on the screen. I'm
Bruh.
looking right at it, bro.
Are you reading the right translation or what?
I'm on Jefferson.
I'm a new
Open,
Advent.
I'm on
I'm reading
Are
it
you a
too.
new Advent or what?
I'm on JeffersonOpenBible.com right now. It says,
Yeah, I'm reading the Apostolic Fathers. Man,
it says it right here.
I wish I'm gonna take it.
No, DJ, you don't even got it. I got it right here. I found it.
Okay, I got you.
It's on YouTube right now while he reading it. He jumped over it.
Oh, really?
No, it's
Okay.
not. Listen, anybody can go to like chapter like New Advent. It's not there. It says our Father of our Lord Jesus Christ.
Brother, I'm
It doesn't
reading
say
it
our
right here.
Lord
It
and God
says
Jesus Christ.
it says who will yet believe in our Lord and God Jesus Christ.
You know what? I'm gonna try to find the Greek and let's see if that's what it says or that's just what the translation says. Because I mean, anything a New Advent is trying to like make him not God or something and mistranslate or something. We'll see.
No, I mean we could go into different sections where he's worshipped, but this one just says straight up our Lord and God Jesus Christ.
You see that right there?
I'm reading a critical edition. Yep.
You see that right there, Zay? You ain't got to give me big screen. I just want to know if you see it. You see it say Lord and God, Jesus Christ? Zay. Quran.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying that. Yeah, that you might say that in like what you're reading, but when I'm reading it in New Advent, it doesn't say that at all.
Okay.
You can pull up New Advent and see it. So one of the translations is wrong. Like one person might be like biased and trying to like miss. So we gotta look at the original Greek. Does it say like
Well,
God
I would have to look at the New Advent, but what I'm reading is the critical edition of Polycarp. And so I would have to see what actually New Advent says, because New Advent is an old translation.
Okay. So wouldn't that be more accurate? Because it has the.
Did you? Since if you want to say this one is disputed, yeah, the more accurate would be the critical edition, which is the one I'm reading.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the Greek and see like what it says.
Right.
And to be fair,
did you want to try to go to another?
To be fair, maybe he is reading a mistranslation, or you know.
Yeah,
to be fair, maybe he
I'm not trying to say you're not reading. I need to check out New Advent for myself, but if you want to go to Ignatius, it's very straightforward, and I know I've checked this in both New Advent and the critical edition.
Yeah, but isn't Ignatius' work like considered like to be like corrupted?
No, he has three sets of people. The shorter rendition, the middle rendition, and the longer rendition, right?
Okay.
But most scholars accept the middle rendition. And if you read in his book to the Ephesians, yeah, chapter 7 of his epistle to the Ephesians, I would recommend you read that.
Cool. Okay. So I mean, yeah. I mean, okay. Now, I mean,
yeah,
you know,
but even
I can get back to
more
of what I was dealing with.
Problem,
but yeah, I just wanted you to
let me respond to like DJ.
No, I got you.
Okay. Let me respond to DJ. DJ. So I've actually looked at the original Greek. It doesn't say like the Lord and God Jesus Christ. It just says our Lord. So that's obviously a mistranslation you're reading right now at this point.
I would have to see what you were talking about.
Sure, you can look it up, no problem. Yeah, look up the original Greek and tell me if it says God, Jesus Christ.
Well,
this proves my point that there's no Christology in the first. Yeah, I pulled up the original Greek. Yeah.
Yeah, where are you reading that at? I'm just wondering.
Oh yeah, it's let me pull up the source. The website is ccel.org. CCEL.
Yeah, that's coming from the same source. CCEL is coming from the same source. They grab the New Advent and CCEL. They have the same translation.
Okay, so you're saying like the manuscript is wrong? Like there's going to be some other like variant manuscript with a different reading, or what? Yeah.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I have the most updated translation.
Yeah,
critical.
But the original Greek doesn't say God there. That's my point.
It does, because you're taken from the same you're taken from the same translation.
Yeah, but this is the manuscript I'm taking from, like the actual manuscript.
No, brother, I know this. CCL and New Advent has the same translation. But
Okay,
did you
I'm
want to
not
try to
looking-
go to Ignatius? Did you want to
Yeah,
try
but
to
I'm
go
not
check
looking
out
at it.
Ignatius? Just one more with
Yeah,
Ignatius?
yeah,
Or do
yeah,
you
we
just
can
want
go
to move
there.
on to life?
Sure. I can talk to Life. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, Life wanted to do that, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Cool.
I'll have to check what you're saying, but I appreciate you having me up.
No problem, man. Take care, brother. Take care. Yeah. Feel free to come back. Yeah.
Cool, yeah. So according to John 10:11, like we just read, I am the good shepherd. The good shepherd lays down his life for the sheep. That's kind of where we left off. So now that we had a little bit of the church father stuff dealt with, can we stay in scriptural history so we don't have to go out there? I just want to know what early Christians taught. And so we need to know if these people are even Christians in themselves. And if you don't agree that John is a direct disciple, Matthew is a direct disciple, or any of these people actually knew Jesus and they're just lying on him, well, then you got to give me who he is. Like, who are these people? Who are the direct disciples, and who are the people that documented what Jesus wrote? Because you've been rejecting all of the scriptures that I brought up.
I haven't. Like,
you did. You
okay.
rejected John 10:11. You said he might not have never said that. That's you rejecting it.
Correct. Okay, no problem. Yeah, I did reject it. Yeah, I'm saying it's ahistorical because if he actually did teach this, we would find the earliest Christians, like Jewish Christians, believing this like theology, but we find it's the complete opposite, right?
Well, what's the complete opposite?
Yeah. So again, so Jesus was the last final sacrifice. He sacrificed himself for the sins of mankind. But we find like in the book of Acts that they continue to do like sin sacrifice after his death. They continue to like keeping the law. The law was never abolished. They continue to keep like dietary laws. All of this was like never abolished, like Paul who says. So this goes against like what the apostles and stuff were doing.
Let me ask you a question. Is this about your issues with what's being stated in the Bible? Or is this about understanding what the early Christians taught, proving Jesus either was or was not a Muslim? Because every time something is presented to you, you say, well, there's problems here, so therefore I can't believe that was even the case. I'm only here to show you historically, outside of the Quran, no matter what you think these people said or did, Jesus can't be a Muslim. Now, if you have issues with the differences between, let's say, a passage here or a passage there, maybe the topic should be my issues with Christianity. That still doesn't negate the fact that there are true teachings of Christ that he himself taught. So you can't go to Acts and then say, well, what about here? I'm actually giving you red letter what Jesus taught himself. Jesus taught that he is the good shepherd that's going to lay down his life, and that actually happened. That makes him not a Muslim if he taught that, right?
Yeah, again, I'm telling you that's ahistorical. He probably never said something like this. And the reason is because him being the last sacrifice for your sins, right? If that was true, right, we wouldn't find the disciples and the apostles in the book of Acts continuing to do sin sacrifice. They would have understood that he was the last sacrifice. In fact, what's ironic is that they make Paul do it. Paul is the one who teaches this theology, right? Who talks about the Pauline Creed, the 1 Corinthians 15:3 Creed. They make Paul do the sin sacrifice, right? So it shows that he never actually did sacrifice himself for the sin.
Okay,
That was just
so
a later,
so let me ask you this based on that then.
Paul made up thing.
Okay, so let me ask you this based on that. In Acts, is that true? Like in Acts, was that actually happening?
Yeah.
So you believe what makes okay. So you believe what makes your position have a little bit more footing to reject everything that I bring up true. How do you know that what that's being said in Acts is true?
Yeah, so the book of Acts is written by the same author in Luke. You can see like in the first chapter, right? It's written for like this guy Theophilus of whoever, like some big guy, right? Some big shot in the Roman side.
Right.
And then the Luke, right? No. So when I'm sure you heard of the Q gospel, right?
What
the Q gospel, right? Is the double. No. I'll tell you why.
I'll
tell you why Luke can be more historical. I'm just giving you the reason.
Well, Luke agrees that Jesus taught his death, burial, and resurrection. So now you're saying that Luke said that Christ was crucified. Then Luke goes to Acts and contradicts himself again. You see how
that's what I'm saying, sure.
But you just said Acts was historical.
Yeah, but but if Jesus was really like telling people like I went around like he's going around telling people like I'm gonna sacrifice myself for the sins of mankind, all that stuff. Why do we see the apostles doing sin sacrifice after that? He's supposed to be the last sacrifice.
Yeah, there's
according to Paul, according to the book of Hebrews chapter 10.
Mm-hmm.
So he's the complete opposite. So that means so I'm gonna say more likely than not he never said these statements at all.
Yeah, so
because the disciples would be the first people to understand it.
Before we get to that though, before we get to that, is Acts historical? Because here's the thing: you're using Acts to say, I believe this happened, therefore this could not have happened then. Jesus could not have been talking about his death, burial, and resurrection, sin, sacrifice, and then per tradition they still do sacrifices, right?
Correct. That's right. Yeah, that's my point.
Yeah. Why is that the case? And why are you using one true statement to say that another statement didn't happen? And then you're saying Luke is historical, but then you're saying he's not historical when he says Jesus foretold his death, burial, and resurrection. So now this is the problem that I have here with this conversation a little bit, is that it seems like you only want to accept what helps you deny stuff.
No, okay. I'm going to go back to the Q gospel. Like, just let me finish and I'll tell you why. So the Q gospel is a double material that it occurs in Matthew and Luke, but I'm sure you know, like, I believe John Kolpenberg, right? He takes the sayings of Luke over Matthew because Matthew changes stuff. Luke keeps it like to the original. That's why Luke is more like authenticated, like he's more like reliable. So we can take the book of Acts as more like reliable. And the book of Acts is talking about like the Acts of the Apostles after Jesus Christ. So Jesus Christ, before that, he's saying like, I'm going to take away the sins of mankind. I'm going to like unalive on the cross, all of that stuff. I'm going to be the last sacrifice. We should see the disciples acting accordingly. If Jesus Christ is going to be the fulfillment of the law and the law is abolished, we will see the disciples acting accordingly. But we see that no, they told people, you got to keep the law, you got to keep circumcision, you got to continue sin sacrifice. So it completely goes against what quote unquote like is in the Gospels, like what the disciples are doing. So that's why I would say it's ahistorical. Like we can completely reject it because the Gospels are in chronological order. So if Jesus said this in year 25 AD and then 35 AD, we see something else, we can just reject it. Yeah.
No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works, brother.
That is how it works.
That's not how it works. So you
okay. Give me a like.
You hear me? You back? So that's not how it works. You don't go to the Bible, misunderstand why something is taking place, and then turn around and say, well, therefore that means Jesus never made this statement. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
That doesn't follow.
Why not? Yeah.
Especially when you're using an author that actually says Christ was crucified. Luke actually confirms Christ was crucified and foretold his crucifixion. So you can't then go and then use Luke against Luke when he says that Christ was crucified, just because you see people still doing sacrifices per culture and per also too. Not everyone is not everyone was getting on board immediately. It wasn't just a open and shut thing. After Jesus got done being crucified, now everybody just stopped doing sin sacrifices and cultural Jewish practices. It's not how it works. But I don't want to go down that rabbit trail, because that's really essentially just not even the point of what you're trying to discuss. You're giving practices that people did, and then you're also giving something that Christ taught, and then you're also giving an author that actually dealt with witnesses and people that actually had dealings with Christ, that also gave you the teachings that I'm also giving you, that Jesus taught himself as well too. And then you're rejecting it on the basis of not understanding how Jews still culturally did those practices. That doesn't mean Christ never foretold his death, burial, and resurrection, because as you see now, we don't do sin sacrifices. So it's going to take time for people to get an understanding of what Christ did for them.
Yeah, but that's not the only thing, right? You guys don't do sin. Okay, you guys are Christians. You guys believe that sin sacrifices stopped because Jesus was the last lamb of sacrifice. He was the unblemished lamb. That's what you guys believe. But the reality is, the disciples were doing sin sacrifice. They only stopped doing it when the temple destruction in 70 AD. They didn't do it when Jesus died. That means he never actually did die for their sins. They didn't believe this. That's my whole point.
Okay, I'm not saying that you poking at this, right, is not something that shouldn't be answered, because I did answer it, but I don't know if it clicked.
You only answered one thing, but you only answered the sin sacrifice, but it's not the sin sacrifice.
So if the sin sacrifice part was
they
answered,
kept the law, they kept circumcision.
If
you guys
my brother, if the sin sacrifice part was answered, we don't need to continue to go down more and more and more and more points where you're rejecting the fact that Christ taught this. Christ taught his death, burial, and resurrection. You can't then go use what other, even if I did say, yeah, there were people that may have done stuff via a misunderstanding, right? Let's just say I said that. That doesn't mean Christ never taught his death, burial, and resurrection because of what other people do. Now, I disagree with how you're understanding the passage and what these people did after Christ was crucified. I disagree with how you understand that, right? Because there's a historical context. And like I said, it has everything to do with culture and what was the practice at that time. It took time for them to understand Christ's salvation and what they did for him. There's some people who instantly knew it, and there's some people who it had to take time for it to grow and spread. And this is the reason why Christianity spread in the first place. So once the full understanding of what Christ did for us took place, as you can see, these things stopped. So I'm just trying to let you know that none of what you're saying proves Jesus was not a Muslim, because it's all about what Jesus taught. You're just trying to find the best way to best way to disagree or throw away that Christ taught this in the first place.
Yeah, I'm saying he definitely didn't, and therefore the entire foundational doctrine of like Christianity, which is like he died for his sins, is completely false.
Okay.
Again, you're saying that I don't know the context of Acts. Again, I would say you don't know the context of Acts. The context is Paul is teaching people that Jesus died for their sins, and the law is abolished and stuff like that. So the apostles, James, the leader of the Jerusalem church, he makes him do like a sin sacrifice. He's like, show the people you are actually still under the law. The law has not been abolished like you are telling people. There's still sin sacrifice. We still do circumcision. We still keep dietary laws. We'll still keep the law of Moses. He's completely refused the Christian understanding of Jesus was the last lamb. Jesus came to fulfill the law. Jesus, you got to keep circumcision of the heart now. You don't have to do anything.
Yeah. So let me.
This alone refutes So again, that's aligned with the Islamic theology that you got to keep God's divine laws.
Yeah.
Whether it's Mosaic law or Noahide laws or our Sharia in Islamic law.
I understand what you're saying, right? I understand what you're saying. Have you looked into this? Or is this your own thought process? Like, hey, these people did this. Wait. Let me just. Who agrees with you? Who agrees with you? Right? Give me some commentary on those passages where it shows that whoever the situation that you're dealing with in Acts, right? These things that are happening afterwards, right? This refutes the fact that Christ foretold his death, burial, and resurrection, and this was part of his teachings about him and what he was going to do. I want you to tell me where you're making this connection at, because I don't want to get caught up. I don't want to get caught up in clearing up every misconception, because then we're going to get away from whether Jesus is a Muslim or not. That's the only reason why I only tackled the sin sacrifice part per the Jewish culture. I gave you that nugget to give you a small understanding. Now we can go deep into it, but I would like for you to address the fact that, one, you admitted that you do not understand who Jesus was in the first century, who his disciples were in the first century, who wrote anything down about Jesus in the first century, yet you're coming around telling people we don't know what Jesus wrote. I mean, we don't know what Jesus taught. We don't know if he foretold his death, burial, and resurrection. We don't know about the teachings of Christ coming from these people. Yet you just used one of them that you rejected. So so without using,
I can give you
really quick, without using Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, right? Because we can get the answers for you for Acts, but without using Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, okay, where do you get the first century teachings of Christ from? Wholeheartedly, objectively. No, it could be, can't be, this, and that. But we got to know how we can know Jesus is a Muslim without disagreeing with everything that we use. What can we use to know this?
Sure. Yeah. We look at early sources, like there's the Q Gospel, there's the dedicated teachings of the 12 disciples. There are other Gospels, such as the Gospel of the Ebions, Gospel of the Hebrews. There's church father writings like Clement, early church father writings like Clement, Ignatius, Tertullian, all of these early church father writings. There's other extra biblical sources like Gospel of Thomas, Apocalypse of Peter.
Okay,
the gospel and then
let's
the
stop
gospel
right
of
there.
so these are like
Okay, no.
I'm
I
giving you
know
all the
you're
sources
giving me a
again,
lot, but I want to. It's fine. I
you guys
want to
believe
pick
that
some.
the gospels are not the only source
my
of
brother,
early history, dude. That's my point.
I get it. So I
Okay,
want to pick
sure,
some.
sure.
I want to pick some. That's what I'm saying. Okay. So
Sure.
one thing that caught my attention was the Gospel of Thomas. Have you read the last verse of the Gospel of Thomas?
What does it say?
Okay, it says that women must become men to enter paradise. And it says, Gospel of Thomas is a sayings gospel. So
sure,
is that Islamic theology? It's gonna be nothing but men up there.
Again, I'm just saying, like, this is just one of the sources that they use. They don't just take one source. They look at like everything that's in the earliest, and then they make
I
a
know
consensus.
that.
Yeah.
I know that. You brought this up. You brought up Q. I'm asking you for other things. You didn't even give me a name of anybody who was a direct disciple, a direct source to write anything about Christ. You didn't give me a name of the person. You just started firing off stuff that's in our history that we've already dealt with. And you're just cherry picking all of it. Real quick, my brother. You're just cherry picking all of it in order to make a claim about how Jesus was Muslim. That doesn't work. So that's why I just brought you the Gospel of Thomas. Do you agree with the last verse of the Gospel of Thomas, where Jesus himself is saying women must become men in order to enter paradise? Would you like to see it? You want me to pull it up on screen?
No. It probably does say that, but that's definitely not what it means. Like, it probably means something.
What do you mean? That's definitely not what it means. That's exactly what it means, because it says women are not worthy of paradise. That's exactly what it means. Okay, pull it up. The Gospel of Thomas and go to the last verse. Let's pull it up, bro.
Okay.
And let me know if this is Islamic theology and does this make him a Muslim? Because according to my knowledge, if anybody is teaching anti-Islamic theology, he's not a Muslim. So once again, even in the Gospel of Thomas, Jesus is not even a Muslim, bro.
Okay. I'm not saying the Gospel of. I'm just saying this is one of the sources that scholars and early historians who study early Christianity use. They look at all of these sources, and then they come to a conclusion that the earliest followers of Jesus didn't believe him to be God.
We don't use this, man. We don't use this, bro.
You might not use it. You might not use it. I don't know. I don't use it, brother. Listen, I don't use it. I'm just saying. You asked me for early sources.
My man,
you asked me, like, give me the sources. No, listen, brother, listen.
You use
brother,
Luke,
listen.
you use Acts, you use Matthew,
brother.
you use John, you use all our sources. Then when we use them, you reject it.
Okay, but the thing is, right? Can you find me this idea of Jesus dying for your sins?
Hold on, no, we don't gotta go back.
No, before the First Corinthians Creed. Yeah, give me this. Give me any early source that mentions this.
Hold on, my brother. We don't gotta go back now, because when I tried to deal with the crucifixion, you went to Acts. You see what I'm saying? So you jumping all over the place. Let's focus. You wanted to go to Thomas. Now let's deal with Thomas.
Listen, Thomas is I mentioned so many sources, and you only picked out Thomas.
Yeah, because I can't talk about everything you mentioned at once. Just like you said, you know, obviously, bro, you mentioned like 5 different things, bro. I can't. What you want me to bring them all up on the tab?
The Synoptic Gospels, I do believe they take the Synoptic Gospels also as one of the sources. Synoptic Gospels actually prove this. Like the earliest Gospel of Mark has very low Christology. You cannot deny this. And then the Gospel of John is where, like, you see, before Abraham was I and the Father are one. If you've seen me, you've seen the Father, and all of that, like, stuff. You know, whatever I can do, the Father can do. All of this stuff, right? So you can't deny there's clear development in theology,
my brother,
like clear development in.
My brother Quran Zay. Is your name Zay? Quran Zay?
Just call me Q. You can call me Q. No problem.
Q. You brought Thomas up. I said I want to focus on one thing. You said okay, and I said one thing that caught my attention was Thomas. I'm showing you even Thomas, according to Thomas, he's not a Muslim. Okay, so let's read. So I'm gonna read Thomas. Is that okay if I read Thomas?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. So Simon Peter said to him, "Let Mary leave us, for women are not worthy of life." Then Jesus said, I myself shall lead her in order to make her male, so that she too may become a living spirit resembling you males. For every woman who will make herself male will enter the kingdom of heaven. So how does this not mean what it means? Literally after we have Peter, saying that women are not worthy of life, and I think I mistakenly said Jesus said that. But yeah, so Simon Peter says women are not worthy of life, and Jesus doubles down on it. Is Jesus a Muslim here in Thomas saying this?
Again, I don't know what this proves. Okay, you can say no. I can say no. No problem.
Okay,
Yeah, he's not.
thank
Yeah.
you. So
He's not
remember when
Muslim.
I said what sources can you use to other than the Gospels that you don't cherry pick? Remember, everything I asked you to bring something. I want you to not be able to cherry pick it. You mentioned Thomas, and here you've just cherry picked Thomas now.
No. Listen, this is one of the sources. Like, this is early source, right? Like, when you look at first century sources, other than like the Gospel of Mark, which is the earliest, we have like a very few. Like, we have the Q Gospel, the DDK. We have church father writings, what they write about what people believed at the time. So the Q Gospel never mentions Jesus as God. The teachings of the 12 apostles in the DDK never mentions him as God or dying for his sins. They call him a servant of God. Jesus, your servant, which is insane, right? So it's only until Paul comes around who writes like 1 Corinthians 15:3 creed that Jesus died for his sins and he's God. And only after that we start to see this theology appear. But between 33 AD and 53 AD, when Paul writes the 1 Corinthians 53, like 1 Corinthians 15:3 creed, we don't see this theology at all. This is a later development. That's my whole point. The issue of God, you cannot, like, Jesus being God, like later on, you cannot deny this. Like, this is just impossible to deny. Like, I don't know how you deny this. Like, this is like unanimous, like by scholars. Your own books admit this. Church father writings admit this. So there's no way for you to deny this. And so that means Jesus is not God, and the Islamic theology of Jesus is correct. The Islamic belief of Jesus is correct. Therefore, he's a Muslim, at least in the first sense. At least like our understanding of him, yeah, he's the right understanding.
Okay, so I heard you out. Okay, now,
sure.
With that being said, because I like to stay hard focused here, is there anything you would like to present that you can't cherry pick to prove Jesus was a Muslim? Obviously, proving Jesus was a Muslim would have to entail you using historical Jesus, not Jesus of the Quran. Can you can you do that for us?
Sure. Yeah. He prayed like a Muslim in Matthew 26:39, Luke 22:41. And we prostrate 5 times a day, and he prayed by prostration. He also fasted like for 40 days.
Can we stop right there really quick?
Sure, no problem. Yeah.
So you didn't cherry pick Matthew?
I did. You know what? I'll be honest. Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Okay. So can you give us something you don't have to cherry pick to prove Jesus was a Muslim, sir?
Yeah. Again,
the answer is no. That's just a fact. You can't do it. That's the problem about saying Jesus is a Muslim. Everything you use to make him a Muslim, you're going to have to reject and complain about all the other stuff in there. So go ahead. Yeah. So that's the question. So I answered no. Now you tell me what you think you can do. Can you do it?
Yeah, no, I definitely can, because Jesus, I mean, Bart Ehrman actually points this out in his or like one of his clips. He actually says like that Jesus taught the salvation, like, when the teacher came to him, how to get eternal life, and he says like, you got to keep the laws, believe God is one, there's no other God but him, and all of that. He lists the 10 commandments, right? Which is the Islamic view of salvation. We got to keep God's divine laws. That's a Jewish view of salvation. That's what all the previous prophets taught. The Christian view of salvation is completely different. It's what Paul taught 25 years after Jesus, who never met Jesus, that he died for your sins. That alone like refutes Christianity. So if he's not a Christian, he's got to be like one or the other, like a Jew or a Muslim. But we see he prayed like by prostrating. Jews don't prostrate when they pray. They only do a bowing motion, right? So he couldn't have been a Jew in this case. He's definitely a Muslim. He worshipped one God like a Muslim. He didn't eat pork like a Muslim.
Okay, cool. So now when I pick one out again, don't say that I'm only using one. I mean, you throw a lot out. We can't talk about all of them at once.
Sure.
And just to be charitable, I want to read something about Acts 21:26 that you were discussing. Okay. So Acts 21:26, it says here, Acts 21:26 shows Paul embracing Jewish ritual not for salvation, but for the witness and unity. By purifying himself, entering the temple, announcing the completion date, and sponsoring the required offerings, Paul honors God's law while upholding the gospel. The verse illustrates humble flexibility, love for fellow believers, and unwavering commitment to the truth. And all the law ceremonies ultimately pointed to Jesus Christ. So hopefully that was more clear than how I stated, but that was kind of what I was going for when I said it. So I hope you understood that when I addressed the sin sacrifice or sin sacrifice point that you were trying to make. You understand what I'm saying?
No, brother. That's completely like not correct. Like the person who made that up, who wrote that, clearly doesn't even understand the context.
Okay, that's fine.
Paul,
That's fine.
He's writing in his book.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Go. I mean, no, I mean, we went back and forth about it already. I just wanted to see if I can give you a clear.
This can be because this is written in the book by Michael Bacon. He writes in his book, The Dead Sea Scroll Deception. He says like basically 5 or more years later, Paul is teaching at Antioch, and a dispute arises over the content of his missionary work. He's teaching like some weird stuff, like the law has been abolished, don't do circumcision. He calls like people circumcised, calls them dogs, all of that stuff, right? And what happens is representatives of the leadership in Jerusalem arrive in Antioch. Perhaps, as Eisenman suggests, with a specific purpose on checking on Paul's activities. They stress the importance of purpose of like adherence to the law, so keeping like the law and Paul's laxity. So him and his companion Barnabas are summarily ordered back to Jerusalem for personal consultation with the leadership, which is what you see in here. And from this point, the schism will widen between Paul and James. And the author of Acts is Paul's apologist. Paul appears like 123 times in the book of Acts, and James is only mentioned 3 times. Even though James was a leader of the Jerusalem church, he was a brother of Jesus, he was the head of the apostles. He's only mentioned 3 times, which makes no sense, right? So clearly there was an issue, and that's why Paul is called back in here. And because he's teaching people the law has been abolished, he's telling them not to circumcise.
Okay.
And they're confronting him in verse 21. You can see.
Okay.
We've been informed that you teach people to turn away from Moses.
Okay,
not
cool.
to live according to the
Brother,
custom, not to circumcise. Yeah, so it doesn't make sense. Yeah,
I got you. You could hold that. I mean, maybe when you have another live that's actually on that topic, then maybe I will come in and we can actually go like kind of full on back and forth about it. I just responded to it briefly in passing, but that absolutely has absolutely nothing to do with Jesus being a Muslim. Okay. So now, no.
Okay, no problem. Go ahead. Yeah, no problem.
I promise you it doesn't. I just don't want to waste time going down that route. I think we're at a good point here where you kind of paused and you thought about, do you have a source that you can use without cherry picking to prove Jesus is Muslim? So let's go back.
I can. I have the Q gospel and the DDK if you want.
You have the Q gospel?
Yeah, we have the Q gospel. Yeah.
Just
with a reconstruction of the Q gospel.
What is the Q gospel?
Basically, it's the double material that's in Matthew and Luke. Yeah.
So you're saying that you're going to use a hypothetical theory?
I mean, like 90% of New Testament scholars, like posit this, that there is like a Q gospel, that is like a hidden gospel that we don't know.
It's a hypothetical theory. Even Bart Ehrman understands that you don't have to believe that Q exists.
Yeah, we don't have to. He says that we don't have to believe Q exists.
Yeah.
But no, there's no way he says this.
Really?
Like, I mean, I'm gonna have to look this up. I mean, I'm not saying I'm gonna have to look it up.
Video?
This,
Here,
yeah.
I'll play the video.
Maybe he says
Bart Ehrman does a refutation to Wes Huff, and in the video he says he mentions Q, but then he says you don't have to. He said
Joe Rogan about biblical manuscripts, the New Testament, the historical Jesus, and the case for Christianity.
The problem that he's
a 56-minute video, bro. I
you know what? It's fine. No problem. I'm gonna look this up. Yeah, he might say it. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, no problem. But I'm sure like he doesn't say that there is no there's no Q. Because 90% of scholars admit there is a Q, because there's identical material in like Matthew and Luke.
No, Q,
there's identical material.
Q doesn't exist. It's a hypothetical theory. Until Q can be proven that it actually did exist. Q is a theory. It's a hypothetical theory about what someone thinks existed.
Okay, then you give me your your hypothesis. What is the double material that occurs in like Matthew and Luke? Remember, Matthew is the disciple of Jesus. Luke is not a disciple. Luke is like a completely different person.
I don't have to.
Yeah, you do have to.
No, I don't. I don't.
Explain the double material,
brother. I'm worried about the material itself. I don't care about the double material. I'm worried about the material itself. What does it say about Christ? You're worried about something irrelevant.
No,
we're
it's
trying to figure out if
this
Jesus.
Is the earliest gospel we have. This is the earliest gospel we have. This would be the closest to the lifetime of Jesus.
Look, we don't need to go down this route about Q, because we can even go into Q and show you he's not a Muslim according to Q. So the problem is that when we get here and start cherry picking Q, then we're gonna have a problem because everything that you use is cherry picked.
No, I didn't say that about Q. Yeah, you can pull up something in Q.
Yeah, but okay. So here's the thing. I'll tell you this though. I guess if you want me to pull up Q, I can. I will. But I'm gonna just be real with you. Q doesn't exist. You have some broken down pieces of Q, but it just doesn't exist, bro.
Okay, listen. Are you a New Testament scholar? Do you know Greek?
Brother,
have you looked at the actual manuscripts? Okay. If 90% of scholars admit this, there is a hypothetical document. Bart Ehrman, I'm sure he admits this.
I just don't want to waste time with this. I don't want to waste time. Bart Ehrman
says there's a case to be made for the non-existent. That's what he said. He doesn't say that it doesn't exist. So there's no way this guy's a textual criticism scholar. There's no way he would like dismiss this at all. He said he agrees there is a case to be made for the non-existence of Q. That's what he says.
Okay.
So he clearly doesn't. Like, there's no way this guy was going to deny it. If 90% of scholars admit this, Bart Ehrman is not going to be in the fringe sect.
What do you mean? I never said Bart Ehrman.
We can go to the DDK.
I don't know what Bart Ehrman believes about Q. I said that in the video he mentions Q, and then he says you don't have to believe Q exists.
Okay.
That doesn't mean he doesn't believe it exists. I don't know his position on Q. I just know that when he brought up Q, his very next response was like giggling about how it's a hypothetical theory. He was poking at that. Now, don't quote me exactly, but that like those were the words.
It's fine,
those were in the realm of the words that he was saying in regards to Q. Okay.
No problem. It's fine. Yeah. I'm not gonna like. Yeah.
Watch this, bro. It says this. The Q source remains a purely theoretical construct aimed at explaining the shared material in Matthew and Luke. While some scholars maintain its possible existence, the lack of historical manuscript evidence significantly weakens the case for Q. So do you want to waste time saying that you can prove Jesus is a Muslim with something that just simply doesn't exist? It doesn't exist. That's just a fact, bro.
Okay, just because it doesn't exist in manuscript form doesn't mean like that source doesn't exist, because we know Matthew copies like 90% of Mark, Luke copies like 70% of Mark. So they copy Mark and like another source. This other source is what they call Q. So they're copying from one source, and you're telling me now they get like independent source, we're gonna like come up with their own stuff. There's no way these people are like
exactly what they did. That's exactly what they did. They used, dude. It literally shows you that they used Matthew and Luke. So here again, you want to use Matthew and Luke to prove Jesus is a Muslim. What about the rest of the stuff Matthew and Luke wrote about? You're gonna throw that out now too? Why? How come every time in this conversation, what we use, you have thrown out everything, even if it's the same author, if it's the same book, you take bits and pieces of it and you throw everything else out.
Yeah, because we want early sources, like the earliest sources.
My man, this is what you're using. What do you mean earlier sources? Matthew should be earlier. Dude, if Matthew lived with Christ, wouldn't that be an early enough source?
The Gospel of Matthew is not written by Matthew.
There we go. So in order to prove Jesus is a Muslim, you got to reject everything and throw everything at the wall and see what sticks with me. I'm not the type of debater that you could come and just throw anything at the wall and just hope it sticks. You are cherry picking every single bit of our history, and you think that you could convince me Jesus is a Muslim by doing so. Come on, bro. What are we doing here? Really quick too. Hey, Word, give me that give me that verse in Q. Give me that verse in Q that proves Jesus is not a Muslim as well, according to Q. I want to find that really quick because I know I saw somebody.
No problem. Sure, no problem. I mean, I won't reject it. No, I'll see what it is.
You won't reject it?
I mean, I'll admit, yeah, it's there. Like, I won't reject it. Yeah.
You won't reject it?
Yeah, just like let me see the source. Yeah, what it is. Yeah. Q said Jesus God changed my mind. I'm just reading the comments. Yeah.
Okay, here we go. I think I found it.
Sure.
I think it's verse 21. Yeah, Word. I was asking you. Yeah, word. I was asking. I think I found it though. It's the Gospel of Q, verse 21. We are in
Just
all
give it
of
to me
these.
from
We
the.
are in all of these like nothing sources trying to prove Jesus is a Muslim. That's crazy. I hope you realize that though, bro. Like everything you're using is just like fringe, nothing burgers, and
No, but
you're here trying to prove Jesus is a Muslim with this stuff, bro.
I mean, the thing is, right? Like,
Okay,
no, I give you so many
let me read
evidences.
verse
Like,
21 for you real quick.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Verse 21 in the Gospel of Q. Then he asked, "Thank you, Father, Lord of the heavens and the earth, for hiding these things from the wise and learning and revealing them to children. Yes, Father, this is what you wanted. My Father has given me everything. No one knows who the Son is except the Father, or who the Father is except the Son, and the one to whom the Son wants to reveal him."
Okay. So what does that prove? Like, I don't know.
Yeah,
What
your
that just
Quran
proves.
says Jesus isn't the Son of God. And please do not lie here. You've been honest this whole time. Please do not force feed some fake
I won't force
theology
feed.
about father and sonship in the Quran and changing of names and all of that. Please don't do that.
No, I won't do that. But I'll tell you what our scholars say. That it could have been used in a metaphorical sense. Ibn Taymiyyah, Ibn Kathir, Imam al-Ghazali, Imam al-Tufi.
Yeah, wait a minute. But this
In a
is wait
metaphorical
a minute.
sense, we
But
have
this
no
is
issue.
what hold on, wait. But this is what Jesus taught. Jesus taught here, when you pray, say, "Father, we honor your holy name."
No.
So let me hear you as a Muslim say, "Father, we honor your holy name," in reference to Allah.
No, we don't say, like, we don't use like Father, like we don't use the term like that you guys use, but
Okay,
we
so
can
he's
affirm
not a
that Jesus
Muslim.
could have called God the Father.
So okay, so it's
No,
done.
what
Okay, so
does
it's
Father
done.
mean?
According to Q, he's not a Muslim. then.
No, Jesus says, "I'm going to my God and your God, my Father and your Father." In that sense, yes, Father, like a provider, protector, nurturer, sustainer. In that sense,
There's in
like, I mean, I don't know how this is not a
no
Muslim.
sense is your God a father. He never
These-
affirms he's a father, and he never confirms that the teachings. He
he-
never confirms that. Listen, dude, this says when you pray, is your God changing how you pray to him?
No, because Allah
Your
tells us
God wants to change how you pray to him.
No, he doesn't.
Okay,
Again,
so let me hear
just
you
because
say
the
it.
name
Say
is
it.
not
Okay,
like
okay. So let me hear you say
listen,
it. Say it. Say
the
it.
word.
Say, "Father, we honor
Let
your
me hear
holy
Jesus
name.
call
Let
God
your
Yahweh.
reign
Yahweh is used
come."
6,000 times in the Old Testament. How come Jesus never calls God like Yahweh even once in
my brother.
Because you're saying just because the
brother,
name doesn't exist
My
doesn't
brother,
mean he did worship a
did
different
Allah
God.
change how he wants us to pray to him?
Did God change when he wanted to pray to him, like calling him Yahweh?
Did Allah
when Jesus
change,
came?
dude? This here, Jesus is saying how to pray to the Father. When you pray, say, "Father, we honor your holy name. Let your reign come.
Sure.
Give us our
Yeah.
daily bread today. Forgive us our debts because we too forgive everyone who's in debt to us. Don't put us in harm's way."
Yeah, okay, so what's wrong with that? Like, what are you showing? Yeah, so Jesus worshipped a singular God, He didn't worship a triune God. Like, he's a Muslim, dude. He didn't worship like Trinity. Like, I'm not sure what that proves. You're proving Islamic theology here.
So can a Muslim walk around teaching to, when you pray, say, "Father, we honor your holy name"?
No, we don't use the names that you guys use.
Yeah, okay, so a Muslim can't teach
We don't
that.
use the names in the Old Testament or the New Testament.
So,
We don't
okay,
use
so a
it.
Muslim can't teach that.
Yeah, but what does Father mean? You got to understand, like, Father does not mean like he's like the literal
My
Father
brother,
of Jesus.
it's not about what it means. It's can a Muslim say that? If a Muslim can't say that, then that means that's anti-Islamic theology. If a Muslim can't say that in reference to Allah, then that means that here something is being taught that is anti-Islamic. I mean, it's just as simple as that, bro.
No, it's not, because the Prophet told us Allah has many different names, and He revealed Himself to different names for different nations. So we have no issue
so
with
is one of them a father? Is his name
it.
Father?
Could be, yeah. That's what our scholars say. Yeah, it could have been.
No, I don't want.
That's
I
what
don't
Ibn
want. I don't
Taymiyyah
want.
says,
I don't
Ibn
want.
Kathir
Could have
says.
been. Your topic says, "Is Jesus a Muslim?" I don't want could have been. I don't want it. Jesus could have been a Muslim.
Listen, the thing is, right, we cannot affirm like the word Father, because like in the Gospel of Mark, right, Jesus calls God the Father only 4 times. In the Gospel of Matthew, He calls like 23 times, and then 50 times in like Luke, and then in John over 100 times. So we can see a clear development in this usage of the word Father. So we cannot even affirm this. Like, how can we even like accept this?
This is what you. This is your source, bro.
No, brother, we don't reject. We don't reject that the word
This
could
is
have been
your
used.
source, dude.
Brother, listen, in Deuteronomy 32:5, God is called the Father, right? So He's like your Father, is like your protector, provider in that sense. That's the point.
Come on, Quran.
Like, yeah, we have no issue with
Quran, man.
Brother, trust me. Like, I'm not denying it just for the sake of it.
You are.
I'm telling you.
You literally are. Okay, Zabur. Okay, come on. Quran, Zabur, Torah. Okay, I see what you're saying. Come on, Q, man. What? Come on, bro. Be real with yourself, dude. You brought up Q. I told you I didn't want to go here. Come on. You heard me say that. I don't want to go here. You said, yeah, we can use Q. I go to Q, and then now you're saying, why would we accept that?
No, I'm not rejecting it. What, did I reject this verse? No, I didn't.
Okay,
I'm saying I have no issue with the word
well, then pray. Okay, since Jesus was a Muslim and you're supposed to follow the prophets and you make no distinction between them, say what Jesus told you to say right here.
Like
when
I said,
you pray, say, Father, we honor your holy name. Say it.
No, we don't follow your Sharia. We don't follow like your laws. Like we don't follow your prayers.
But I can't.
Again,
okay,
this
but wait,
because it says what? Father is the Lord of the heaven. He doesn't say Father and Son.
Q, but I can though, right?
Refutes Christianity.
Wait, Q, but I can though, right? I can refer to Allah as a Father because I'm following Christ as following Jesus Christ.
I'm not gonna say anything.
Exactly, bro. You just said you don't follow our Sharia. Great, fine. We should though.
Yeah, but you realize this verse refutes you completely, right? He says, "I praise you, Father." He didn't say, "I praise you, Father, Son, Holy Spirit." So Father is the Lord of the heaven and the earth. The Father is the biggest God, which is what we believe. There's only one true God. And then all of these things, like
this has Q. Yeah. I told you. And, I mean, obviously, this ain't to boast or nothing like that. But I'm just saying, I told you, bro, I didn't want to bring up Q. I told you I didn't because you just end up rejecting it. You're saying you don't.
I didn't reject it. I'm not rejecting it at all.
Okay, so can I say, okay, well, you keep saying that you're not going
to. Can you only worship one? Can you say only one God is the Lord of the heaven and the earth?
Q, you keep.
You have to say all three.
Q, you keep saying you're not going to say anything. Well, you said it once, but you said that you're not going to say anything about me being able to say this prayer. You say you don't follow my Sharia. Why? Because you think that you're under the Sharia of Muhammad. Great, fine.
No, it's not. That's not why. Because the Prophet Muhammad said, if the people of the book narrate to you, you don't reject it because it could be true, but we don't accept it.
You came here to tell me that you could find Jesus being a Muslim. I'm showing you he said something, and you saying I can't repeat it. Why can't you repeat? Just be honest here. Why can't you repeat how Jesus told you to pray to Allah? Because there's one word in here that's gonna blow your whole spot up, right?
It doesn't, because Moses also called God the Father. Like, we have no issue with this. That doesn't mean anything. Like, it just shows that God.
So do it. So you do it. You do it.
Because we don't take like names from your books. We have like our names of Allah, and that's what we call him.
You said it's no problem. Moses called God the Father. Why can't you then?
Yeah, again, because Allah revealed himself to different nations through different names.
Why can't you?
Not all of them did. But Abraham called God El Shaddai. Noah had a different name. They all had. I mean, Noah. I can't remember. They all had different names. They didn't all call God. Not all of them called God the Father.
Moses and
that actually.
Your prompt is about
That
Jesus.
aligns with our theology that God had different names to revealed himself to different people. So
okay, brother,
aligns with our theology.
Okay. Your prompt is about Jesus. Jesus called him Father. Why can't you? Forget who didn't call him Father and all that.
It's not about calling him Father. It's that he worshipped one God. He didn't worship like a Trinity. He didn't worship Father,
and
Son, Holy Spirit. That's the main point. Is what you're missing here.
Okay, according to Q, what did he call that one God? Father, right? It's here.
It doesn't matter whether he called God Father or Yahweh or El Shaddai or Bali or Ishi or any of the names.
Really?
Like in the Old Testament. Yeah, it's not an issue. The name's not the issue.
What if he called him Shaitan?
Dude, Shaitan is something else. It's like the devil, dude.
It's exactly. So Father is something else too.
Yeah, Father is like a descriptive name of God, just like my master, my husband, all of that.
Does it signify something? With this name. Yeah, does it signify something?
Yeah, like someone who's like a provider, protector, nurturer, sustainer in that sense. Yeah.
And so there's also more to it as well, too, right?
Like what?
The relationship between the Father and the Son.
Yeah, like there's no relationship. It's the same way like Moses called God the Father. So it doesn't mean like Moses is now like has a relationship like father son like Jesus. No,
I understand
biology.
It doesn't I understand biological. I get what you're saying. Like he had intercourse with somebody and gave birth, right? I understand what you're saying there, but I'm saying that the term father signifies something, right? And you just said provider, sustainer, and etc., right?
That's what he means. Yeah, that's what Jesus said. He says, like, I'm going to my Father, your Father, my God and your God.
Now watch
that's
this.
What it means.
Now watch
it
this.
Doesn't mean like.
No, I got you. Now watch this. Let's just say we end it there, because Father and sonship means more when it comes to Jesus. He's the unique Son of God. So what I want to say to you is that, fine, if you want to say, okay, fine, that's what it means, and with Moses and people who aren't the unique Son of God, I agree. Is Allah still that?
In this sense, like a provider, protector, nurturer, sustainer, yeah, he is.
All right, so call him Father.
Yeah, we don't call him by the names that you guys call him. Like I mentioned, like there's clearly a development.
What do you mean, you guys?
Muslims,
Jesus
yeah, we don't use the
called him
name.
this. Moses called him this. What do you mean, you guys? Why are you putting it on us like we did something wrong?
It doesn't matter. Like, doesn't Moses also call God like Yahweh all over? Why doesn't Jesus ever call God Yahweh? Yahweh appears like 6,000 times.
God overall. So
does that mean he worshipped a different God? Does that mean he had a different God?
My brother. God over. You can call him God. You can call him Father, bro. So what?
Yeah, they could. Yeah, they could have used that word. Yeah,
you can call
true.
him the Most High. You can call him. You feel me? You know what I mean? Lord of Lords, King of Kings.
Correct. Yeah, correct. Yeah. We just don't use the name that you guys.
So if you can call him all of that, for example, can I call Allah the Most High?
You can, yeah.
Can I call him Lord of Lords?
You can, yeah.
King of Kings.
Yeah.
Father. Come on, Q. Rock with me, man. Look at you. I know.
No.
Come on, Q.
Yeah, because Father is a little bit.
Get with me. You got it, man. You right there. You right there, brother.
All right. Anyways, my battery is dying, dude. So I gotta go.
This was good though, man. I'm gonna follow you, man. You're dope. You're dope, bro. You're dope guy to talk to, man.
I'll follow you too, man. Yeah. No problem. We'll talk again, man. No problem.
All right.
Take care, brother.
God bless you, brother. I'm gonna pray for you. Okay. I appreciate it, man. Thanks for the understanding, or for at least understanding some of the stuff I was saying. But all right, cool. Good convo, brother. All right.
All right. Talk to you soon, man. Take care, brother. All right.
Muslims, man. Muslims, man. Sometimes they irritate you. Sometimes, man, you gotta love them, man. Like, that dude was on a struggle bus, bro. Hardened, bro. Hopefully after that convo, he understands. Like, hopefully he think about it after. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. All of these same terms we was able to still use back then. Now, all of a sudden, we can use all of them, but we can't use Father. Why? Like, he knew it. When I drove him down that last road at the end, bro, he knew. He was like, dang. So I could use Most High. I could use Lord of Lords. I could use King of Kings. They all said this too and agreed with that, but I can't use Father when they said that too? Every source he pulled up. Look at DL. Allah has never provided, right? If anything, Allah provided confusion to the people, man. Nah, but like for real though, like it's sad, you know what I mean? I told her, every source you use, bro, every source you use is gonna backfire. Every source you use is going to backfire, bro. Straight up. That's just a fact. That's why I even told him, bro, you don't want to go to Q, bro.